right, welcome everybody to the beginning of the grand finals for the Coach Pupil League Season 5. I'm Sage Zero. I've been casting for you guys a lot this season, and I'm with someone who's also been casting for you guys a lot this season, Cold Warpgates. How you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing all right.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it. So I'm excited. We're starting the grand finals, and we have a schedule set up that we're going to try to blast through the finals and get really keep the hype built. That we're going to go. We're doing Tier 3 tonight. We're doing Tier 0 tomorrow. We're going to start Tier 2 tomorrow as well. And then either Friday or Saturday, we're going to finish Tier 2. And Sunday night, we're closing it all up with Tier 1. So we're going to have the grand finals completely done by the end of the weekend, which is going to be awesome.
Right. It's good to see that, we all have it together for once.
Yeah, we're trying. We're trying. So, they're saying I'm a little quiet. I'm always a little quiet. The co-caster is much more important if he's balanced. So, you let me know about that. Me, I'll just have to talk loud. But we're going to start into our first game. And our first game that we have tonight is going to be between Zergling and Sidon. Zergling represents Socialized Healthcare, and Sidon representing Operation Indecision. So, in the top left, in the purple, is Zergling. And in the bottom right, the Zerg in the black, that's Sidon. So, while we got a little bit of time to lead in, let's talk about how the path that our teams went to get here. Operation Indecision came in as the 4th seed and took down Samang Fire, those nerds, and managed to upset them pretty handily, I'll say, and earned their way into the finals, knocked them out of it, so they couldn't keep running their little repeats that they've been doing the last couple seasons. Meanwhile, Team Socialized Healthcare, the fancy European boys mostly, have been quietly doing good all season, came as the 2nd seed, and I believe they eked out a really close victory in the semifinals over Passion Daddies.
Oh, it was not close at all. They just.
I thought the scores were close.
No, it was pretty rough.
What the?
Believe me, there was a dark day in the Passion Daddies Discord.
Yeah, I thought because when we were casting him with Nablime, he was he was trying to go through it and keep the scores updated. It sounded like it was close for the bulk of it, but I guess not.
Oh, it was no, it was 16-9. It was pretty savage.
Oh no. Well, at least the games we casted in the match of the weeks were mostly pretty.
Exactly. Just show the ones that we win, and that'll I'll feel good.
Sure. So we're seeing pretty reasonable openers for both players. It looks like we had the overpool from the Zerg, and then we're getting the gateway expand from our Protoss player, which especially at Tier 3 is a little unusual. It's a little harder to manage. You got to be confident with your micro, confident to not get out of position and really cause yourself some problems getting your zealots caught out. So
yeah, and I definitely like it. I don't like it as much on 2-player maps. I don't think it's unplayable or anything, but I just feel like Forge Fast Expand can take advantage of being able to scout better. But I don't think it's terrible.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a problem to do the gateway and get some zealots because you know where your opponent is. The rush is kind of close. You can force them to build zealots. Now, I never like this when you do the gateway expand, but then also get the forge. I feel like you should be making the choice between one of the two, and kind of doing both is just you're kind of getting the worst end of both. You know?
Oh yeah. I don't think you need to get a forge this early unless you scout 9 full speed or something like that.
You know, unfortunately, we do see a second pylon also there, so a little out of order stuff from Zergling. Maybe some kind of plan where he needs to supply for zealots, but overall, the opening for the Protoss not looking particularly optimized, and meanwhile, the Zerg opening much more reasonable. Got that spawning pool up, got a second hatchery up. And he's moving around with the drone, setting up for that 3rd hatchery down at the bottom as well before he takes his gas. So nothing looking too unusual there.
Yeah, Sidon is basically hitting everything just like you're supposed to. So very, very solid on this overpull opening here.
Yeah. So Protoss managing to get through without having to make any cannons, even though we have the forge. It gets the Nexus down. Is that pylon by the minerals going to cause problems with mining, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
That's
you do normally get a pylon around that time with the gateway expand. I usually get it in the main so I can build my cyber core and stuff there. Yeah, it's gonna block that mineral a bit. It's not the worst position that it could be, but it is gonna mess up mining a little bit.
Yeah, the Arseeing from Circling managed to keep that Pro Ball for a decent amount of time, and the Zealots moving it out across the map looking like they want to put a little bit of pressure on. I don't think there's anything that's really going to scout where they're going, so if there is a couple drones here at that natural, for example, there's not any Zerglings to dissuade them. That's going to actually disrupt mining pretty heavily.
Yeah, I think this natural is in a bit of danger. It seems like Sidon scouted the gate first, but he wasn't really sure what was happening, so he didn't build that many lings. But we do see a Hydra den here, so it looks like it'll be some kind of 3-hatch Hydra play.
The classic play for Zerg in this matchup, and there's no reason. And
Whoa.
he just says GG, a little premature, I would say. That I don't think it was that bad of a situation for the Zerg, but I'm thinking, especially when you're looking at the lower end kind of play, maybe just not used to dealing with gateways and didn't know what was coming up.
Yeah, and I did notice that he was supply blocked. Like he had like one supply left, and he just started 2 overlords, so he wasn't able to make like lings too quickly to deal with the zealots. But no, I don't think you should leave that game.
Especially in the playoffs, it's grand finals. Like, play it out, try, try your hardest, because that's the one thing that especially happens a lot with a lot of players. You just don't know what's going to happen in the game, but if you leave, you definitely lost. But it could throw a lead away, even if it's like monstrous. Especially in playoffs, stick it out, see what you can do.
Definitely.
Well, we're going into game 2, see if this one goes a little bit better for Sidon. It looked strong at the beginning, but you know what? Zealots are crazy like that. We have Sidon in the Black Zerg in the top left. We have Zergling, who sent 2 Zealots and just proven all the Protoss memes right, and the purple Protoss down in the bottom left.
Exactly. If you're circling right now, you feel pretty good. It's like, wow, I didn't even kill anything.
I mean, you say that, but do you feel good? Like, that's not really the win you want to have, but I guess a win's a win.
So I'm interested to see if Circling will go Gateway Expand again, or just go to Forge, because there's at least this stereotype that like Protoss players are either a Gateway Expand player or a Forge Expand player. They don't really switch around too much, it seems like.
Well, I mean, Circling game 1 was both. He's just saying, you know what,
Fair
I got my own drum. I don't have to listen to you and your meta. But yeah, I do think that is like it tends to be true that most players tend to do one and not the other, because it makes a lot of sense that if you practice one opening and get really stable with it, like that gets you through the mid game, and that's really all pros needs to do early is get your expansion up and not die immediately. So I don't think you have to have that variety early. It's just kind of a choice which one you prefer.
We do see a Gateway again, and another overpool opening from Sidon. So far looking pretty similar to last game.
It seems that way, and I think that's going to be okay for Circling, especially on this map, being a little more conservative the way he was, because like the opening wasn't as refined as we would like, but he did cut the cannons, did get the Nexus before really getting unit production underway as well, so like Fighting Spirit, if you're going to get your expansion up, get that economy going, it's really not that bad of a situation. But I am a little concerned though, if Circling wants to go for that 3-edge Hydra again, now that it's on this kind of map instead, I think this might be a little bit harder to defend, especially since like the way this wall's set up. I don't know if I just hope he like scouts and builds enough cannons if he sees something like that.
Yeah, I think this wall is fine against 3-hatch Hydra. Like you have plenty of room for a big line of cannons, I think.
Yeah, but it's just about seeing it and reacting to it, which that's going to be the thing that you never know with the lower end players. There's so much in this game to learn, and you have to adopt all these things. So we're actually seeing the cannon here, respecting that he didn't get the scout off and doesn't know what was the pull timing, how lanes got made. So making the cannon, which is never really a bad idea here, but unfortunate that I don't think it was really necessary this time.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna go Gateway first, you almost never need a cannon that early. But and tier 3 probably not as used to this kind of build. I think in general it's okay to err on the side of caution, like just surviving it to the next part of the game.
Yeah, I'm never gonna be opposed to someone just making sure they don't lose early. It's gonna put you at a little bit of a disadvantage, but especially with this kind of level of play, there's gonna be so many opportunities to be like, well, I'm better at macro, or I got like this great unit control or a good build, where you don't have to be at advantage the whole way through. You can probably catch up later.
Exactly.
Looking like that pro finally in position to take the Nexus, but you can see, like, even still spending a lot of money, actually going for the Cyber Core, so the Nexus is not on the way. I can't agree with this, that, like, you have to be prepping for some kind of big attack to really keep putting off this Nexus so much.
Yeah. Although, at home, okay, so Sidon is just now taking his gas, so this could give Circling, like, a big time window where he could have Corsairs or some other kind of tech, and the Zerg won't have any kind of response.
I think it's going to be, that's possible, but it's going to be a hard situation because Sidon did end up getting 4 hatcheries, so going to really be moving into that economy later. I think if Certainly does some kind of like cute little play, it's going to have to do some critical damage. We're actually seeing Certainly adding on a couple gateways instead. No commitment to that Nexus at all, but if there's a way to scout this and see that what's going on, I think Zerg should be able to be prepared for it.
Yeah, it seems like this Overlord is going to get in there and at least see one of these gateways coming up. I kind of like this. This is like when a Terran like puts a bunker at the front but doesn't build the command center behind it. Some kind of fake out.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those critical things that you still just want to try to poke forward, get that confirmation. Even if you're going to lose the unit, but I don't think with the way these Zealots are placed, there's any way to actually go and do that. But we are seeing like Zealots are starting to get accumulated for Circling, and the Overlord now moving to the right is going to get a real good idea. That's when he goes over and says, "There's supposed to be a Nexus here."
Yeah.
Although I think, like, just even like if it wasn't totally on purpose, the fact that Sidon is on this 4 hatchery, didn't go to lair, just getting Hydra Den, gonna have so many just Hydras if they want them. I think it's gonna be hard for Circling to do the damage they need to like make this whole thing work.
Yeah, like I'm not really seeing why he built the Cyber Core. Okay, he just got a Stargate down.
Yeah,
but just like basically this one gate trickle of Zealots isn't going to be enough to really pressure a 4 hatchery Zerg.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty big accumulation of Zealots so far, but like even things are making a little less sense where we don't have the Citadel for the speed. The +1's so far away, so it's kind of just trying to disrupt what the Zerg's trying to do here. But you already see Sunkens are well placed to help defend this, and with Hydra Den already completed, like Zealots are going to get some work done, but this should be able to be deflected.
Yeah, well, they are taking down this Sunk. It looks like they're scare away the drones from the 3rd, but they see all these Hydras hatch.
Yeah, we're seeing between Hydras and Lynx, they're splitting up the Zealots pretty well, and I think the pressure from the Protoss isn't going to get a whole lot more done. But if you look at the worker count we have available here, 16 probes this far in, and having to actually add extra cannons just because you know the threat of Hydras is so real, this feels like such a bad position for the Protoss. It was a gamble, but I feel like if you're going to do something like this, why not like a 2-gate from the get-go and really like put that pressure on?
Yeah, I think you're right. Seems like maybe this build from Circling, like either there was a problem somewhere. Maybe like he like got stuck in the situation where, oh no, I have to get these cannons. Oh no, but now because I made those cannons, I don't have a Nexus, so I can't afford more stuff. So I have to make more cannons.
Zell's trying to move in the middle of the map and getting caught by Sidon's units. These are still not upgraded Zealots. No speed, no +1. So this amount of Hydra should be able to kite this out effectively and whittle these numbers down. It's further putting Circling strategy in a hole that it really doesn't want to be in right now. As the Nexus finally goes down at the natural, but it's so late. Actually, the first Corsair is popping out now, so maybe you're going to get something there, but there's already so many Hydras on the map.
I think it's probably the Sarah's just gonna be for scouting, I would imagine.
I mean, at this point, it's got to be, right? Like, you wouldn't know that as the Protoss yet, but the fact that Sidon has the lair completed, even though the tech hasn't been chosen yet, and a pretty healthy amount of drones given that he had to deal with some of that Zealot pressure early. I feel like Sidon is going to see this Corsair go in and not be afraid of that at all. As Hydra start to accumulate outside the bridge, certainly still has to respect that as an option as well.
Definitely.
Circling, getting caught, trying to just kill some Overlords, but find time for the Hydras to come back in. Gotta be careful not to lose
Corsair.
Corsair.
Nice reaction time.
Good job pulling that one back. You see the leg speed for the Zealots is now on the way. +1 weapons finally finished as well, so a little more robustness on that ground army, and the Templar Archives should be finished now as well, so going to be able to move into a decent mid-game soon, but I still just feel so worried about this economy for Zerg. Still only 17 probes to the 35 drones of Zerg. That sounds like a nightmare.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a big problem later.
I'm seeing the Hydralisk trying to push forward, get some pressure on. There's a decent little line of cannons here, but I don't know if this is quite enough given the amount of Hydras here. There's only a couple Zealots and a couple Dragoons here. And we're actually seeing that the uprates haven't kept rolling, but here's a DT coming out of that gateway. That's going to be enough to repel this back, if nothing else.
There you go. I've been saved by this like one cheeky DT so many times where I messed up and like didn't make enough cannons.
Yeah, like DTs, even like if they have the detection, they're still 40 damage to swipe.
Oh yeah.
Plus one, what they're like 43. So it's a ton of damage, but actually not even choosing to fight that.
Yeah, wow, look at this, just going around. That's so brave.
I don't like this because you can see there's Overlords at the front, there's Hydras that are being macroed. This is, I don't like this decision, but Sidon not actually committing to the attack, thinking something's up, which he is right. It looks like he can sandwich that army in the middle of the map if he finds it.
After the Zealots make it all the way to the natural, but there's already a sunken Hydras here.
Yeah, well, you can see the Corsairs chill trying to poke around these Overlords, get some damage done. Not really getting anything accumulated. The Lurker aspect on the way, though, for this mainly ground army without any real support, that's going to be a problem, especially since I believe the Pros has not started even robotics yet, so Observer's very far away.
Yeah, oh, looks like he's making a push at the third here, trying to kill this Overlord while the ground units attack these buildings here.
Hydras from behind. This is a terrible
Yeah,
situation.
yeah, his army's gonna be stuck here now.
DT's kind of free firing a little bit. The Overlord's actually mostly moving out of the way and can't get the detection, even though they had the Overlords there to begin with. But it cleans up the bulk of the ground army, just not that little KP boy, which finally gets taken down. And Protoss loses a big chunk of its army. It really could not afford to lose right now.
Yeah, I don't think he has. You know, he's not gonna have much chance to rebuild that with like half the workers here. So Sidon's looking in a really good position. Yeah, he's done a good job of being very defensive and handling the unorthodox build here from Stargate.
I mean, there's nothing. This is like classic StarCraft decision making. Your opponent's doing something weird. They're trying to be cute. Just get a bunch of money, get a bunch of units, and kill them. Like
exactly.
Sidon's looking at a great spot right now. So many Hydras over the map. You look at supply. He's almost doubled over the Protoss. I mean, there's definitely a chance to come back on this, but it's going to be a while away. High Temp, we're going to have to land some miracle storms, I think.
Oh yeah, but do we? Okay, we see some High Templar coming on now.
Yeah, I don't know if I actually saw Storm get researched though, which is a bit of a problem. Pretty far away on that one. Air weapons coming out as well, but this is not the opportunity for that. Like, I think you missed your chance. You lost the first couple Corsairs, so it's going to be. I think there's just a lot of decisions that Pro is trying to make right now, which, understandably so, feeling very pressured. It's going to be hard to make the right calls, but this Hydra army just looming over the natural is looking intimidating. There's no way for the Cross to get
I feel like he should just attack, or at least poke these buildings at the front. Here we go. He's got so many Hydras.
Maybe see some High Templar, but no energy for the Storm that I'm not sure is researched either. I'm pretty sure it's not. A big line of cannons, but there is still only the one pylon powering the whole thing. So this could be a little dangerous if you wanted to commit to it. But instead, we're seeing Sidon going up to that top right, taking another base, which a DT is just hanging out right next to, so he's aware of it at least. But I don't think Pross has an option to do anything about it.
Yeah, it's not gonna be able to make it out of his base for a long time. See, a lurker is coming up. That's gonna make this contain even more brutal here.
Yeah, even back at the home for the Pross as well. Spire just finishing up, and we're getting Evolution Chambers to get the upgrades rolling as well. So this is like a pretty core army we're getting from the Zerg player. You know, lots of Hydras, lots of lurkers, and just lots of economy. 50 drones already. Like this is going to be just a lot of production coming out of Zerg. It's going to be hard to deal with you know, these little cute DT plays and stuff. But putting some real pressure on this upper right base, forcing the units to come over here and try to deal with this. Which Lings versus DTs? That's, I don't know about that one. It's a hard one.
Oh yeah, it's hard to trade effectively there.
We're still seeing this.
Dude, this DT's trying so hard.
Yeah, like this is like the only hope. But actually going to see another hatchery, so that fifth base now confirmed, while Pross still can't get out to start their third one. Got to see what that play is going to be from Circling. He's adding on a couple more gateways, so looking like they're still comfortable sitting on 2 base, but you got to get on the map soon because this is eventually just going to get so out of control if they try to move anywhere with those lurkers everywhere.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see some nasty storms here. If Protoss wants a chance to come back in this game.
I can't believe this DT in the top right is still alive. Didn't get hunted
What a
down.
hero.
This is like the kind of thing where it's like, maybe if you do enough with this and just find a couple other chances to do some like annoying damage, this could be the opportunity we're looking for. But looking like a big force of Zerg accumulating outside the base more than last time, maybe tired of playing around and wants to go for that attack in front.
Definitely. I think it's like now he didn't even really need to. Like if he's on 5 hatches, or I mean 5 bases even, they're completely fine just hanging out. There's no really need to charge into all these cannons anymore.
Yeah, well, I've seen the High Templar energy upgrade, so I guess Storm has to be researched if you're going to be getting the energy upgrade.
Yeah, I would hope so. Although I've definitely done that. I've like forgotten to get Storm, and then later I'm like, oh, I should get the amulet. Then I have full energy Templar that can't cast anything.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, look at all these lurkers being morphed here. It's like 12 lurkers.
I mean, this is gonna be such a hard unit to deal with for this mostly ground army we're seeing from Circling. He's all like gateway. I still like. Is there any observers?
No, I don't think there's a robo yet. Oh yeah, okay, there is a robo.
That's a robo, but I haven't seen any observers get made. I'm not even sure if the observatory is there.
It's gone down now. Just got to wait a little bit to get that first observer out, but the observatory and the observer build pretty fast.
I mean, this is definitely just looking good for Sidon, though. Has this free reign to have these 5 bases unharassed. The DT keeps poking up to the top right to see if there's drones made, but there hasn't been any yet. Meanwhile, the hive being upgraded now, so we're gonna get that. Like, if you were waiting behind these cans hoping, oh, this will be enough, Dark Swarm's gonna ruin that plan real fast.
Oh yeah. Look at all these lurkers getting ready to wall off here.
Well, we did see Circling try to move a probe out earlier out to the middle of the map that got hit by some Hydras. So now putting lurkers over to that left side in case he wants to go for that 9 o'clock expansion. Really just gonna choke this Protoss player out on 2 base.
Yeah, I really like this from Sidon. You know, he's showing that he's been very conservative, very safe all game. He's just taking every little advantage he can get without trying to commit to some big attack.
Yeah, we're even seeing like there's some pretty reasonable control, but the DT up in that top right still trying to harass around.
More value.
Up to 13 kills, but actually the drones are just gonna fight it out.
Yeah, the drones have had enough.
Couple lurkers here now. I think the DT's time is finally over after doing a tremendous amount of damage, way more than I ever thought I was going to. Actually getting a couple more as I'm trying to hype it up. This DT refuses to die, finally taken out at 17 kills.
What a hero.
Yeah, but unfortunately, even with that amazing amount of damage from that unit, you look at the game state here between our 2 players, that was not nearly enough to keep the Protoss really sitting in a good spot. We're actually seeing the main minerals now starting to run pretty low, so Protoss really has to think about what they're doing here. Trying to move out over to the left side with an observer, a couple lurkers spread out, but not enough to really fight these zealots here. But there's a whole big army on the other side of that bridge that can easily clean this up.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of Zerg here. It's almost maxed out.
Yeah, we're going to be getting into one of the harder parts to deal with from the Zerg when that certainly upgrade for the adrenaline plants.
Oh god.
They're going to go through everything so quickly. Trying to get some storms off, but all these High Templar are up at the front. Like, you can see there's actually going to be a problem getting. There's a lot of Dragoons here, but there's no way out for the Dragoons walled in by the cannons.
Oh no.
But actually, this one Corsair, there's not a lot of Hydras to actually fend that off. Keep trying to poke with a little bit of storm action here and there, but I don't think it's really going to be enough. It's just kind of killing like 1 lurker at a time. But actually, did the observer kill? No, it's just a little bit far back, so we can't really see what's going on.
They're trying to get good trades against these lurkers, but there's just so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, as bad as this game looked for a while for the Frost player, if you actually look at the supplies now, we are looking at a game that's a lot closer than it was before.
Yeah, it's getting closer here.
It's favored for the Zerg for sure, but if you can keep managing to get some good storms and take some good
Yeah, get some very good storms here.
you're just coming in trying to harass off these high Templar before to get anything else off. But actually, a lot of Hydras and Blinks going down in these storms, but there's just so much economy for the Zerg player. You can actually see there's kind of units all over the middle of the map. That attack going over the bridge wasn't fully committed and actually gets cleaned up without a lot of issue from the Brothers player. I'm very surprised by that.
Yeah, I think that was those were some really good storms. Some good control in that fight. I just feel like it's a situation where that wasn't good enough, given what everything else that happened in the game.
Well, we're seeing the Ultraless Cavern on the way now for the Zerg player. So that giant bank of money from all his economy he's had, that's going to start becoming a very useful unit that's going to be hard to deal with here. Just Dragoon's not really going to have enough punch to go through that armor.
Oh yeah. And that must be like so often in this matchup. Like I finally break the contain. I win a big fight in the middle, and then it turns out the only reason that I won that fight is because he's saving his money for ultras, and I get run over by like 30 ultralists.
Yeah,
I feel like that's what we're gonna see here.
Yeah, we're seeing actually a lot of gas just spent on a lot of lurkers, so there actually isn't. There are a lot of minerals, but the gas bank kind of depleted now, as the Filer Mount's also on the way.
Oh, man.
So that plan to go into those big money units really gonna get stifled for a little while. But I think side's still looking great as the main for the Protoss finally gets mined out, and now down to one base economy. Protoss is running out of options.
Yeah, it's just gonna be so hard to get out of here. Like at this point, the Protoss is gonna need like Reavers and Archons and stuff like that to deal with this kind of army from Zerg, and you can't get that on one base. Like these gateway units are just gonna get chewed up here.
Yeah, with so many lurkers here. Like Psystorm might be the only way through on this one, but I'm actually not seeing a lot of the High Templar get replenished. The ones that survived the fight seem to be around, but I don't think any more got remade, just really focusing on the Zealot Dragoon. But actually finally pushing up to that 9 o'clock base. So if you can get a probe over here finally, this might be another expansion for Protoss.
Maybe I'd be amazed if you can pull this off. Getting this base up under like all this threat from Zerg.
Yeah, I'm not really in love with the decision from side here. He's being very passive, not attacking into a fortified position, which is good, but he could have had stuff at the top of this ramp and denied this 9. He didn't even really try to contest this.
Yeah, I think he's aware now, and he's got these lurkers set up in the path in between, but
yeah, this actually
is actually threatening the base just yet.
Yeah, if he actually moves and starts actually attacking this front, he's going to force this unit 7 to 9 to either walk all the way around or come through the lurker field. Either both are terrible options for the Protoss. Consume and ultralisk speed on the way, so those upgrades going to be eventually there. And some storms helping defend this, but there's going to be a lot of things. The observer getting taken out the front as well, so now these lurkers really going to be extra threatening here. We're finally seeing Sidon take this opportunity to take another base drone, taking that from 3 o'clock base. And it looks like they have drones set up at the bottom right as well, so Sidon still has the big lead as far as the economy goes.
Definitely.
A whole another pile of lurkers. Like, Sidon really like hard up on these lurkers, but when you have 5,000 minerals, I think at some point, like, maybe diversify to some other useful units instead.
Yeah, I feel like this is a thing that happens a lot. I mean, it doesn't happen just to Zerg players, but like they kind of get stuck in the Hydro Lurker mindset. And like, believe me, I'm a Protoss player. I know how good they are, but they're really only a quote unquote supposed to be like mid game units. Like once you get high tech, once you get all these bases, you really want like Defilers, Cracklings, and I mean basically that's all you need really. And more like high tech units because they get so insane when you can use them all properly.
Yeah, I mean, especially once you're on high tech, you got the Ling upgrades like really cooking as well.
Yeah.
But the Filer in a Dark Swarm destroys these Dragoons, destroys these cannons. Storm and Zealots are going to be the only option, but with how many lurkers you already have, you're dissuading that army from happening to begin with. But Protoss hanging on for long enough, gets that Nexus up at the top left to actually finish, but actually going to be able to get, if he's going to get the probes over there from the main, that's going to be quite the feat, so it's going to be a while for that base to actually up and running.
Yeah, it's just like a shuttle ferry probes over. If we're going to see any progress in getting his economy back.
Yeah.
So, we see a Defiler on the map now outside the third base.
There's so many lurkers just buried everywhere, and they're all spaced out quite well, so storms aren't going to just wreck them straight up. This is giving Sidon the time to start putting some workers over that 3 o'clock base. But it's actually been so long that the Zerg mined out their main. I feel like that's a little bit unusual sometimes. The natural for the Zerg about to mine out as well.
Speaking of unusual, Circling is researching Maelstrom at his Templar Archives.
I don't like that. I don't think you have the money to be trying to do really cute stuff right now. We are seeing the siege trying to go through with the Defilers and the Darkstorm forcing their way through, trying to get up this ramp. The storms, though, really locking it down, making it difficult to advance. I would just love to see some actual pressure at this natural. I feel like it'd be so easy right here to take the Protoss in. Like, you're not, every time you're only attacking one front and the player is like in a rough spot like this, you're making it easy for them to like stay in the game. If you kept like poking in multiple spots to use your economy to like throw them off their rhythm, I think that would go a long way. But instead we just see Sidon setting up like the #1 lurker field in the history of the game.
Yeah.
It takes a bunch of expansions, which I'm not like opposed to this play at all, but I feel like you could be a lot more proactive right now.
Yeah, it's like 3 screens of lurkers, and I just want to add that we actually did see a shuttle ferry and probes to their base. So I really like that. That's like when I was a kid playing the campaign and like shuttling probes around to different bases.
Yeah, those are back when you didn't know better. Someone trying to make a move over this natural for Protoss, which is now mined out, so back down to 1 mining base. The Storm going to be able to reflect some of this pretty well. And we actually look at the production queue right now, certainly not making anything at all, while there's a bunch of upgrades cooking for Zerg. Going to just make sure he has everything they really want to have as the key.
Got to get that Overlord sight range upgrade.
I mean, why not? You see Sidon, lots of gas. If you want to, I guess take it. But what I really would love to see right now, which is one of like the banes of my existence from Zerg, is drops. Late game drops with the cracklings are the most obnoxious thing. How do you actually deal with it? Your opponent right now is in no position.
Like 2 Overlords full of cracklings, you need like 2 control groups of units to stop that as Protoss, or they'll kill your whole base.
Especially if it's like 7 as a Defiler.
Oh yeah.
That's even worse. We're seeing the Darkstorm trying to push forward, but really it's not getting a lot done. But it keeps buying time where the Protoss over this through 1 base is just gonna slowly run out of money. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Sidon's doing here, and you can actually see finally starting to saturate that 3 o'clock base.
Yeah, we are seeing those Dark Swarms finally go down on these cannons, making some decent progress. But we see enough storms for Circling to hold out.
We're finally seeing Dark Storms get all the way to the Nexus, but there's no minerals here, so not really the target you're looking for. But you can see there's a lot of units here that could be easy to pick up and get some free kills on. Hydra's fighting under the Darkstorm, not quite the combo you're looking for, and Circling trying to push back with those units from the left-hand base to help defend this, but like the pressure is on. Protoss is starting to lose their foothold in their natural. If you get into the production, this could be the end of the game, I would think.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially if we see reinforcements from Sidon just go to the 3rd right now, that all the defenders had to leave.
Yeah, seeing still lots of lanes being made. The one thing, like Sidon, if I was going to make comments, because I feel like the game plan they've had this whole game was good, but they never hit max. Add on some more hatcheries, start making more units. Like, it felt like one of those very comfortable situations where it's like, oh, I'm ahead, I don't have to. No, like, That's exactly what I was talking about with game one, where the games can easily just go awry because your opponent doesn't really know what to do with their lead, or they take their foot off the gas, or give you an opening to find your way back.
All right, game 3 of the first series. I feel like usually like almost all these series are 2-0.
I haven't been seeing a lot of the tier 3 casts, so I will take your word
Oh
for
yeah,
it.
I just meant like in CPL in general.
I think it's been like a toss-up. Depends really more what what tier we're talking about. But before we get into that, let's introduce the players again. Sign sticking to that black Zerg. Had a really good control with that game too, so we'll have to see what the plan is for game 3 up in the middle spawn. And Circling, after that rough game 2, hopefully changes up the game plan, makes it a little more. Just not, don't be turtled up this time. I believe in you. He's in the purple for us in the bottom right.
Yeah, there's no Protoss bias in this cast.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're completely impartial.
A guy named Cold Warp Gates. What race do you play?
Yeah. I mean, who knows? There may be a guy named Circling, and he plays Protoss in this very game.
Yeah. Or who's that player? My Life for Ire, but it's like a Terran player. That's the worst. That's a sin against nature. That we should force them to change their name.
Yeah, and they're talking about it in chat earlier. Like, there's a player named Yo It's Flash, and he plays Protoss.
Yeah, that's not great either. I feel like you lose your right to that name if you don't want to at least play Terran. But like, if you were playing Terran, could you even take that name? Because
I know
you're not Flash, no one's Flash. That's not fair.
Yeah.
We're seeing Sidon again going with that overpool. Nice, safe, reliable opening. Get you out of that early game so you don't lose to proxy gates or any silly stuff. And we're still seeing Circling that opening with a gateway. Well, I'm guessing it's going to be the same kind of build we've seen before, but after how game 2 went, I'm not in love with it anymore. I don't think he's got to figure out where he's got to cut some corners, get into that mid game better.
Yeah, I think he has to speed his game plan up a little bit.
Maybe don't try that cheeky I'm not going to expand for a while thing. That tactic,
Yeah.
it didn't have the punch I think he was hoping it was going to have. Fortunately, with the 3-player map, and Circling actually paying good attention there to see the Overlord, doesn't even have to go into that left spawn to find if the Zerg not there. So if he's going to get there in time to see how many lanes get made from this and see the hatchery on the way, so should be able to cut the cannon from this forge and get that Nexus up a little bit faster.
All right. He's gonna add a cannon, or what's he gonna do with his probe here? Oh, it's just mining. All right, I thought he was in position to make that nexus like you were talking about.
Oh, this could be a dangerous situation. Sidon actually making 8 lanes here, so this is a good amount of pressure that could be put on. So Circling gonna have to see this and actually respond. This is the opportunity if you're gonna make cannons. I think you need to do it this time. But Circling look like they're setting up for that Nexus first instead. But Sidon wasting a lot of time trying to chase out this probe instead of going across the map. Because the Overlord's not there, doesn't realize how vulnerable and open this spot actually is.
Yeah, but it looks like Circling is going to throw down that cannon and try to get on the map with these zealots. Wow, and he's pulling like a bunch of probes too, so he's definitely worried about losing to these lings.
We're seeing a return to Sidon's strategy from game 1, getting 3 hatcheries and then the gas, rather than what we saw in game 2 with that 4 hatcheries, really big macro focus. And I know from experience, and I'm sure you can agree, walling on this map sucks. So if there's going to be a map you're going to do 3-hatch Hydra on, this is probably the one, right?
Yeah, so we're talking about it in chat a bit. There's a site, broodwall.com, and it actually has like really good walls for most of the maps. And I actually think that walls on this map aren't too bad, but like it doesn't matter because 3-hatch Hydra is really good against even the best wall.
Yeah, we are seeing that Hydralisk Den on the way. So with Probe having there's no Protoss presence on the map to spot this out. We're gonna see if he's got that star sense to add on the cannons before it's a problem. There's already a lot of lings out here. I don't think there's any chance to get like a Zealot or a Probe out to scout. It's gonna be all guesswork here. I am very concerned though, given the opener we saw from Circling again. That Nex is very delayed. It's gonna really delay getting that unit production, having the extra money to make all those cans you need to defend this kind of strategy. Or if we're even going to see if the side really commits to it, because that's one of the most annoying things about this 3-hatch Hydra, is that you can just make like a handful and go, oh, he made a bunch of defense, just do something else instead. You don't have to hard commit to it.
That really is the worst. If he's trying to poke out here with the Zealot, he should notice that there's a lot of links. That can be one hint towards some kind of Hydra bust. It's not like a certainty, but it can point you in that direction.
Yeah, I feel like we see a lot of units getting made regardless of which one it is, especially early on. It's like, 'cause that could have been drones, that could have been another expansion or something. It should give you an idea that you should be worried about something.
Yeah.
Zealots trying to poke out a little bit, but still just sees a wall of Zerglings here, not really going to get any real information. A little bad rally, sees a drone having to walk his way back home. But the Hydra's starting to get made here, the second upgrade. The movement speed was first, with the range on the way now. 5 Hydras in production. Let's see if the side's going to really commit to this, or if it's just going to be a little poke just to force some defense.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We saw last game that Circling is not afraid of throwing down cannons. So I don't know if this is going to kill him, although he has no idea. So maybe if the first wave of Hydras comes in, but now we see these Zealots coming out. Was this like 7 Zealots moving out? So they are going to force back this little Zerg army, and they are going to see some Hydras. So this might buy time to throw down more cannons. Yeah, we see another cannon go down right away.
Yeah, but this is still going to be a hard situation here, because we don't see the +1 weapon for the Zealots on the way at all, and we're actually going straight towards the Citadel attack. We skipped over to the Stargate, so there's going to be no scouting info. He's going to have to read the situation and make the appropriate defense without over-committing to it. But right now, there's a lot of Hydras at the base, so I figure Zergling is going to respect this and kind of keep adding on the defense for a little while.
Yeah, so we see a lair and some at least one hatchery going down. So it looks like this will not be like an all-in Hydra bust. Is Circling going to figure that out? He's only made 3 cannons, so he certainly isn't like super committed to defense here. Poseidon has found this little sweet spot where he can pepper these buildings here without taking any damage.
Yeah, now that the Hydralisk range is done, you can start putting a little bit of pressure there. That with that +1 weapon really far off, you can actually end up killing that fort before that finishes. That could really set the Protoss behind, because I feel like that's one of those things that you don't appreciate how nice it is. Like, we all know how good it is to have the weapon upgrade against the Zerglings, but against Hydras, it makes a big difference too.
Yeah, it does. It takes like 1 or 2 hits need to kill all the Hydra, doesn't it?
Yeah. Now we got see a little bit of some bad rallies here from Poseidon up at the top. Some drones getting mixed in with things. Gotta be careful with how you're rallying things when you're making these kind of units, because you don't want to make drones and then not use them, because that's like the worst situation possible. We're seeing gateways getting added on for Circling, and that Templar Archives is now finished, so it's gonna be Storm Tech to defend this, but still a while away from actually getting it. But we're seeing that trademark move that we saw before. Start with the Dark Templar, see if he can get something done with the 1 key boy.
Yeah, but this time it looks like Poseidon has kind of adapted to that, because he has an Overlord in range, and he's getting the speed upgrade for the Overlords too. So it's going to be a lot less vulnerable to those DTs.
Yeah, we're seeing a little adaptation for both players this time. Circling actually getting the robotics a lot faster this game, respecting that it could be that transition into the Lurker tech. And I think he just needs that Observer, because without the Corsairs, he's still playing blind. Would love to get an idea of like, did the Zerg take a bunch of extra bases? And I think this 1 DT might be the answer to go scout around and see what's going on.
I really like that he was able to sneak that out. So he could wreak some havoc here in the Zerg base if he finds the right opening.
he's going towards that third base, which does have a bunch of overlords and that one sunken. That should be enough to deflect that there. There's a good amount of units that are outside the front of the natural, so I don't know if this DZ is really going to get a lot done. He tries to poke in, takes a lot of damage, and barely gets killed as it's about to leave range from the Hydralisks.
Feels bad. Looks like that a +1 upgrade is about to finish, and we have a bunch of Templar coming out. They don't quite have energy for Storm yet. Oh, so one of them does. But it looks like Circling is getting ready to push out, and this time, in this game, it looks a lot more even here. It looks like this Protoss army might actually be able to take on this Zerg army with some good micro.
Yeah, get it at Nexus faster than we saw in that other game. And the fact that the Pro Protection wasn't really cut short to try to do that little aggressive push, so Circling definitely in a much more comfortable spot here. With the Storms already ready and moving out to the middle of the field, but I feel like this isn't a very big army. You're kind of hoping you don't get surrounded. There's a big group of units that could be in places that would make this really problematic.
Yeah, it's always scary to move out as Protoss, especially on like a big open part of the map.
Yeah, it's terrifying. We could just talk about that. We could just talk about all the woes of playing Protoss.
Exactly. Like Protoss is really the hardest race.
I'm not going to go that far. As you can see, these Zealots just walking up to these Hydralisks, punching them in the face with their fantastic DPS for the cost. A couple Storms going down. Some Hydra's taking some damage, but trying to kite out by some time as another group coming from behind is going to be able to pick off the Templar. Decent Storm, but the Hydras get out of the way pretty fast. There's more Hydras to the north, not participating in the fight, a little chaotic in the fight. Causes Sidon to split up his army and take some losses. I don't think you really needed to.
Yeah, I feel like Circling definitely got the better side of that, but losing all those Templars is still going to hurt. It's going to make it harder for him to do like a follow-up push or to threaten one of these bases.
We're actually finally seeing that third base going down from Circling. Much different game than we saw in game 2. You managed to get out. Even though it's only a mineral base, that's still very good for us. And Sidon trying to take claim over on that left side, claim that other main, and really make sure he's going to be able to outnumber the bases of his opponent.
Yeah, this is looking like a much more standard, much more even game than we saw last time. So I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, I would say I'm a little bit worried from Sidon because we saw in game 2 he had a very big lead and kind of didn't know what to do with it. He wasn't really putting a lot of control on the map. He wasn't pressuring an attack that could have worked. He was kind of just letting his opponent get back in. When you're at an even foothold, that's not going to work this time. So hopefully Sidon realizes he has to take a little more action this game.
Yeah, that could definitely give Protoss just like too much time to rebuild if Sidon is too passive again.
We're seeing a little train of lurkers go down that right side. So while certainly trying to take a fourth base, it feels a little ambitious. But these all these units on this right side, if they want to go stop that, it should be easy. But this actually might just even be enough to fight this army in the middle of the field. But he's so far away from the lurkers. Again, fighting with a split army, it's kind of taking some free losses.
Yeah, it's really important, and it's also really hard to keep a Zerg army together. Oh my god, look at all these Zergers though. Rip Zealots.
Yeah, just getting mowed down, so many, but they're very clumped together. If a Storm was around, that could do big critical damage, but fortunately, it was just the Zealots, their speed running ahead of the army, so no giant Storm, and these Lurkers get a bunch of kills on Zealots that just walked a little too far forward.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal, and we're seeing goons come out now, but it's gonna take a lot of goons to fight that many lurkers.
Yeah.
But again, like Sidon is just not being that aggressive. Like he's fighting in the middle a little bit, but he's not really making any moves to threaten either of these expansions from Protoss. So now we have a 4-base Protoss at 13 minutes.
Well, 4 base is misleading because the 2 bases, while they're finished, have not actually got probes.
Right.
Here comes the probes now, but there was a couple links down the bridge ready to start killing them, but they walk into the cans and get cleaned up. So a big transfer of economy over, and you can see immediately Sidon moving his army over to that side, wants to put pressure on that mineral base.
Yeah, I think we really have to see that from Zerg. We have to see some kind of like real attack here, that or take a 5th or 6th base. Because if it just sits like it is now, the Protoss is going to get ahead.
We're seeing a big engagement here. Protoss units all clumped up. There's a decent spread from the Zerg, but the Lurker's got to be careful. Very grouped together. If you burrow them together by a bunch of high tempo, that can be a disaster.
Yeah, definitely potential for big storms here.
But circling, trying to stay over to the right side, giving side that little access to that mineral base through that bridge. Taking a pretty good fight. A lot of the units not covering each other, so they're going to getting some free kills on some lurkers that are protected.
Nice storm there.
It's looking like it's going to be a bit rough. These fights are going pretty well for Pros, just because you can see like Zerg has these little patches of armies, but they're so spread out they can't like take advantage of the fight and go counterattack something, but they also can't help each other out, so it's kind of throwing away free supply. And both players do have a reasonable bank of minerals built up, so it's not the end of the world to be losing things here, but I feel like that's not what you want to be doing right now. With high tech finished, like if you're gonna play like this and just have these things, make those ultras and bring the fight to them.
Yeah, this game, I don't know if I like ultras as much. I feel like ultras are like a good finishing move for Zerg. Like, they won't help you win a close game, but they will help you finish a game where you're ahead. So I feel like they would have been better last game. But like, we have a lot of goons, we have some Archons, and like they're on even gas, so they should be. I guess Zerg does have one more gas geyser because there's a mineral lead base. I feel like ultras aren't going to be quite as strong here as they would have been last game.
You're probably right. An Observer going down to some Scourge, and the second one over there has to be careful to not follow the same fate. But we're seeing the upgrade that I was worried about in Game 2 that we didn't see from the Zerg. That transport for Overlords is in production. That's going to be a big deal because
my nightmares.
Yeah, unlike that corner position from Fighting Spear that's hard to break into, it's so easy to sneak into this main and start destroying all the production on this map.
Definitely. We see Maelstrom again. I really hope we see at least one Dark Archon here to cast it.
I haven't seen any Dark Archons get made. It's a good ability, but the cost of getting the Dark Archon when that's like gas and minerals, you really could be spending on other effective units. But it is a very strong ability, underutilized probably.
Definitely.
We're seeing a faster shuttle movement on the way as well. We haven't really seen certainly do a lot of drop play, but one of the big things you can do later in the game is Storm Drops destroys all the drones so fast, and there's like no real warning before you lose everything.
Oh yeah, I have a lot of screenshots where I get tons of kills with Templar. It's so much fun to do that.
Yeah, it feels great, but it wouldn't feel great for Side if it happens to him. He's
yeah.
got his bases. He's got a good setup as far as the economy goes. Got a decent amount of bases. Would love to see him start establishing the next one. But instead, he's still just kind of trying to control the middle, but not with an army that's really going to get anything done. So his passivity might be the downfall if he keeps letting Circling kind of build up his army and get to the point they want to get to.
Yeah, this Protoss side death ball just kind of keeps getting bigger, and we aren't yet seeing any high tech like incorporated into the Zerg army. Oh, we see some Overlords headed over. Yeah, I think it's setting up for a drop in the main with some Hydras and some Cracklings.
Yeah, it was spotted by Circling. The unit got killed very quickly by Hydras, but I mean, if you only looked real quick, you see a bunch of Hydras and Overlords. It should be signaling what it is, but you only had a little bit of time to actually see it before the unit got killed. So we'll see if there is that reaction from Circling. And looking like they're not adding any cans to the north side of the map, actually adding gateways. So I don't think they're anticipating what's about to happen. We are seeing another hatchery go down over at the left side main, so Side is really trying to put their foothold in the economy, but here comes Circling's army in the middle of the map, and that is intimidating for us.
Right, it's very scary. A good amount of storms spread out in there. A lot of goons to deal with this big Hydra count, and some Archons deal with the Ling, so this is a pretty dangerous army from Protoss here. I feel like this is what we're going to see, you know, if Zerg stays on the same base amount, doesn't really get any tech advantage. Eventually these Protoss units are going to ball up and just start rolling over everything.
Yeah, well, this is definitely going to be dangerous.
And the drop is going into the Protoss main.
Yeah, so Circling's army all out in front, so it's plenty of Lings and Hydras. They're going to be able to start really getting some damage done. He peels back with a small group of forces, not the whole thing. Not, like a couple of Dragoons is not going to be enough to clean this up. And now we see Circling retreating with a lot more stuff. Actually, losing these pylons is going to be a pretty big deal because it's going to severely supply block Circling.
Oh yeah, and so he's not going to be able to like spawn reinforcements from these gateways, so he's going to have to bring back units to fight this.
See him having to give up that position. He was setting up right outside of the natural side in here, but this drop is buying him a lot of time now to get established. We'll see what he does with the time here. We're seeing the Ultralisk upgrades underway and consumed as well, so getting those high-tech units is finally going to get inside into a better spot to fight this on. Everything gets cleaned up. Loses a couple pylons, a couple gateways. Still pretty severely supply blocked. And certainly not making a lot of pylons right now, so I think you're going to have to make a bunch of those before it really becomes a problem when he wants to build more stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that drop didn't do too much damage on paper, but it messed up Circling's position, like on the map and kind of in the game. Like he's gonna have to rebuild all his pylons. In the meantime, we see a big push here from Zerg, but it's a little bit disorganized. He gets cut down.
Yeah, it looked like it had a good surround. It just wasn't enough units to actually do it. And again, throwing away a small handful of army. He could consolidate all the forces, did a big attack. It worked well, but he keeps going in with like 2 control groups trying to be cute, and that doesn't work against the Death Ball.
Here we go. We do see Lings and Lurkers going into the 4th base of Protoss, and the units aren't quite yet. So many probes go down so fast.
Yeah, I was hoping for one big Lurker shot across the transferring probe, but
yeah,
it didn't happen in time. Gets cleared off there. A lot of the Lurkers very close together, so take a lot of damage from that one singular storm. That whole push gets cleared out without too much issue at all. And we're seeing, unlike what we saw in Game 2 side, now adding in a bunch of macro hatcheries, has the extra money, realizes
here
I
we
should
go.
get some production.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this little counterattack we're seeing from side down at the mineral only base. Keeps just trying to pull Circling around, make sure that Death Ball doesn't revive it as much.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here, really pulling at him from all directions.
A lot of damage getting done here, and for the cost of a couple Lings, that's okay. We actually see Circling kind of giving up and trying to push something else instead. Looking like he's trying to move over to reestablish this middle base that he took earlier.
Yeah, I feel like this is why you see Protoss get like Reavers at each base when they go to 4 or more bases, because you just can't move around fast enough to deal with all the ways that Zerg can hit you. You kind of need just strong defense sitting at each base.
Absolutely. But it does work a lot better when you have the ramp bases, so like it's a little harder for like middle only, but on these high grounds with that small ramp, a couple cannons and a Reaver, and you're probably set forever. We're seeing more upgrades for our Defilers on the way. Haven't seen them really get used yet. I'm trying to actually find if he has any on the map, which I don't really see any. But he's Plague, so when that gets there. But here comes a Storm drop, or just a Zealot drop. Well, that's a little surprising, but it's going to be enough to stop mining over at this left side base.
It's something that I've seen people suggest to me, like, you get to a point in this matchup where you have way more minerals than you have gas. So you might as well just make a shuttle and some Zealots and try something.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Even if you can... Like, if they have all their upgrades, they do a lot of DPS quite quickly. And if they're not killing drones, if you can kill, like, a production building or, like, the Spire, and they're not paying attention, like, those are things that can really set your opponent behind in a way that does mean something. We're seeing Circling now get a Stargate. I don't know what that's going to end up being for. Like, one of the late game things I guess you could do is probably Arbiters, but against Scourge, that sounds so much more terrifying than against, like, a Terran.
Oh yeah, Arbiters get to get eaten alive by Scourge. So like we saw this last game, Sidon got so many Hive Tech upgrades, and then it took him a long time to actually get the units out. I just saw some Defilers wiggling around in the natural, but I think he's got all the Ultra upgrades. We still haven't seen even one Ultra.
We're seeing another attack of this mineral only going to stop that mining again. Again, for the cost of one group of Lings, that's going to get a lot of damage done.
Yeah, and we have a push, an attack going into the 4th, and he's getting ready for drop in the main again. So Siden's doing a good job, like not sitting around anymore, not being passive, trying to find the Protoss's weak points here.
Yeah, and this one's going to be a lot better finding weak points. Because you already see it circling its supply cap now, so not going to be able to make reinforcements. If that drop goes to the main, it can kill as much production as it wants. But that attacking force to try to go over to that 4th base that the Protoss gets cleared out without too much issue. But you can see Sidon really sitting comfortable. Lots of bases started and starting to get saturated as well. But I feel like he should be taking more still. Like there's still the middle bases of the map. There's that mineral only in the corner. Not really doing much of any of these.
Yeah, look at he's trying to multitask here. He's got that drop going into the main. The Protoss army getting a little confused, not quite making it in there.
Still gonna be hard just to navigate around. There's so many buildings up at that natural. This is the part where maybe you start killing some of these cans to make the army movement a little.
Oh no, some of these overlords are still full, like they were like over buildings or something, so they couldn't drop. You could like double the Zerg units here.
Oh, we're seeing a little counter harassment from the Protoss over on the left side. He's got some.
Ooh, nice storm on the drones.
So we're seeing both players starting to get a little scrappy in these fights.
A bunch of drones go down, but the drop does get cleaned up over there.
Yeah, the drop in the main for Encircling's base. It keeps doing a little bit of damage, digging out a nice little hole over the side of this. And every time he gets to escape with these overlords, so it's just that looming threat that's always there. He actually didn't even drop everything. That's 3 overlords still full of stuff. That was only 2 overlords of units.
Oh, wow.
A couple lanes going towards that 4th base as well. Only 1 can here to defend it, so the lane's going to clean that up real fast.
So certainly has managed to hold on to these bases, but he's lost a lot of probes, and these bases are trying to get mined out, especially the one on the kind of fake high ground. Someone has less money to start with. Oh, but yeah, but the mineral only is getting pretty low too. There's only a couple hundred minerals in each one. I don't think he really has the ability to grab a base anytime soon. Looks like he's trying here with his probe, but there's a ton of Zerg units here to shut it down at this little high ground base.
Yeah, I would really, if there's going to be any one base, I would say that you would have the best opportunity of taking. Maybe that 3 o'clock, because that would at least stop the threat of these drops in your main as well. Like that can push the Zerg back and kind of do more than one thing at once. Plus the army's all still moving forward towards the Zerg base, so it's not like they're out of position trying to give you an opening and counterattack. Now we're seeing from side starting to use some of that bank he's got built up, building some lanes, but also starting to build those ultras, which I believe have all the upgrades they need. And now that the Defilers are on the map as well, this army that the Protoss has been reflecting for so long, finally looking like it might get out of control.
So many cracklings. You see a lot of Archons coming out, and they do that +3 attack, so they one-shot Lings. But, okay, it looks like it's enough for now, but the next wave is going to be here pretty soon. Also, I like we have all these probes here fighting. They're all plagued. Like, how often do you see plagued probes?
I mean, they don't take that much damage from it. They only going to lose 19 health.
Yeah.
We're finally seeing Pro, so trying to make an attack forward, but with a bunch of plagued units, they're all about half health walking into an Ultralisk.
Ultras, like a bad idea. Finally. They exist.
We're seeing this attack from across. Still a lot of units, but you can see from the left side, a lot of reinforcements starting to stream in, but they're not grouped together, so they might get here just in time to walk to their death through the grinder of Archons and Zealots.
Oh, but I don't think there's any observers left, so these lurkers that have been defending this base for a long time are finally going to get their value.
I don't know if you're paying attention, but did you just see the Zerg supply shoot way up because there's 17 Ultras in production?
Oh my god. Here we go. It finally happened.
Yeah, that back from side was sitting real pretty. Now you can see those minerals dropped a couple thousand easily. So a lot of ultras on the way, a lot of supply now. And as Protoss keeps having to trade a little bit back and forth, you can see not a lot of gateways given how much money they have. They're not going to be able to replenish as much as side with all these hatcheries all over the place.
But yeah, we're gonna see like more ultras than there are gateway units at some point.
That does seem like it might be likely, but I can't believe just having more than one control group of ultras. This is just silly, but actually turning away from that fight doesn't want to fight into these zealots, although I think that's still pretty okay to do. Like the armor
Yeah, I think
upgrades are
it's
maxed
just,
out.
but you might as well like group up all the rest of your army. Like you don't want just the ultras in there. They don't do that much damage by themselves.
Oh, I was mistaken. I thought the ultras finished the armor
Yeah.
upgrades, but there's only +1 for the base armor plus chitinous plating, so they're actually a lot squishier than I thought, given how much they cost. We need to keep up with those upgrades.
Yeah, it's so critical with ultras. But I think there's just too much stuff here from Zerg. We see like another wave coming in from the bottom. Yeah, like we keep seeing some 6 storms here, but they're just too much Zerg bodies here to hurt us.
And we're seeing, after that attack is cleaned off, here comes the Lings over towards that 4th base that Protoss had again. So finally starting to whittle through these money, and you actually look at all the bases, that was the only base that had money at it, so Zergling has a big bank, but shouldn't be cavalier spending it. It actually taps out of the game. Very well fought game 3, but Sidon taking that one.
Yeah, that was a good series. Yeah, both players are fighting pretty hard. All both of these long games here.
All right, so that's going to put our score up to 1 point for Operation Indecision. So fantastic job to hold on to that one, especially after how that first game went. Just tapping out of that one so early, that would have been a heartbreaker to lose it within the game.
Oh yeah,
that happened. All right, so we're going into our second set, and it's going to be a TVZ. So I'm excited to see this one. Always a great matchup to watch.
Yeah, even as a Protoss player, I'd say that this matchup is pretty good.
I mean, it's StarCraft. It's like it is the StarCraft looking matchup.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So we're going into that second series, and this is going to be between QuakeCom and My Life for Ire.
Oh, yeah, we talked about him earlier. He plays Terran.
Yep. So in the top left, we do have QuakeCom under name Lilisk. Not sure if that's an AK or whatnot, so we'll have to figure that out. And then the bottom right, we have My Life for Ire, and we got a TVZ on Overwatch. I really just want to see what build the Terran goes, because we do a lot of casting with the match of the week at like tier 0, tier 1. But when you're talking the lower level skill, like the tier 3, it's hard for me to say like, hey, you should not do the Goliath build because it's easier to control and not like lose everything real quick.
Yeah, I've heard that people say that the Goliath build is actually a lot easier than standard Terran. Like I've heard people say that like new Terrans should just do mech all 3 matchups and then bio for this matchup later if they want to.
I mean,
yeah,
have you moved bio around? It's impossible.
Oh yeah, it sucks. It's not fun at all. And we see My Life for Ire putting down this depot at the natural choke. I would say that points towards mech. Mech likes to get these early wall offs just because you get fewer Marines.
Yeah, it makes sense to do something like that on this map. I think this is a map where you can get like a nice secure wall that Lings can't sneak their way through as well. So
yeah, I don't remember exactly how it goes, but I'm pretty sure you can get a link tight wall.
I'm sure Nablime has a rhyme for it somewhere. He'll tell you later.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But actually building the barracks on the high ground instead of part of the wall, that seems a little surprising.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna lift it off. I'm not sure.
I mean, we'll see how this develops. It's so
Also,
early in the game, you never know. But this,
is CV going to the top right?
Yeah, that's a little confusing.
Proxy something? I'm not sure.
I really don't know. Maybe seeing if there was like a really fast like hatchery over there, but even that would be too fast right there like that. Maybe against like a Protoss or something, but not against Terran. But we see the Zerg just going for that hatchery first, then getting their pool. Nothing looking too unusual yet.
Yeah, looks like we'll see a 2-hatch play out of QuakeCom, and like I don't play Terran, so I don't know, but I've heard a lot that 2-hatch play is basically what you do nowadays. Like 3 hatch is still viable, but it's just not optimal right now.
Well, I think one of the big things is like what build you think you're playing against, like what you're, because the stuff that's good against 2-hatch usually isn't as good against 3-hatch and vice versa. So if you think your opponent might be doing a certain thing, that might influence your decision a lot more.
My life fire is setting up to put a command center at the natural.
I guess
So I guess probably not mech. 'Cause I'm pretty sure mech would be getting gas by now.
yeah, I would think so, but so maybe just some kind of Wonder Axe expand for now. But the transition could always change later. I know there's a part of the time where there was this biomech transition. It wasn't just bio the whole way through. But if you feel like, if you've been playing StarCraft for a decent amount of time or anything, going for like big bio play, the SK Terran, it's been around for so long, maybe it's just a comfort thing. It's like, I've been playing like this forever, why would I change it now?
So the SCV getting a good scout, seeing everything that QuakeCom has going on in her base. Seeing that 2-hatch play. See what he what My Life Fire does in reaction to that.
Well, they're starting to get gas going on the way, which I'm waiting to see if they're going to add on like another barracks or like go straight for academy, or is this going to be an indication that they do want to start getting some of those factory units just a little bit out of order maybe. And with this 2-hatchery layer, we're actually seeing a Hydra Den instead of the usual Spire you see, so going for Lurker Tech instead.
Yeah, 2-hatch Lurker, always entertaining to watch. These big dive-ins.
I mean, on a map like this, I feel like it's a good decision. Like, you got these bridges that are hard to maneuver around.
Yeah, so many bridges and ramps and little choke points and stuff.
Yeah, that Lurker Tech on the way now, and while we do see a second barracks on the way, we also do see that factory, so we're going to see what the tech choice is going to be, if that is just moving up to get a starport, or if he is going to build some actual factory units.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not... Okay, so we do see an eBay, but we should see like an eBay and
Well, what is going
Academy.
Is the Zerg main, are the drones not mining to you?
Yep, that's what I see.
Okay,
Probably misclick.
Yeah, well, that's a really dangerous misclick.
Oh yeah,
Especially if you
super unfortunate. You're going
uh,
for a 2-hatch build here. You need like every little mineral you can get.
Yeah. Alright, finally gets noticed and fixed up. A little unfortunate for QuakeCom there. But hopefully it wasn't for too long. It doesn't seem like things are too bad. But there's a good amount of lanes of speed on the map, so it can still put some pressure on. This wall doesn't look like it's been completed just yet. The Marines are stepping forward. They gotta be careful.
Yeah, with no stam and no medics, they're going to be pretty vulnerable to getting surrounded here.
Yeah, and we're seeing the machine shop on the way, and that building was built over on side gets canceled. I think maybe you're thinking that the link's gonna run by. But with the factory and a machine shop building siege tanks, so we are going for some bio with some tanks and stuff. I'm curious to see where this build goes.
And we have an academy going down, so it looks like it'll be probably bio supported by tanks rather than kind of like mech play with a couple of Marines in there.
Well, I think that's good intuition there. If your opponent's going for this Hydra or like, it's mainly gonna be lurkers, but you never know. Having those siege tanks is such a valuable tool in fighting this stuff off. But here's an opportunity for these Marines on the bridge to see if they get bait into the lurker shot. Only one gets killed because the lurker burrowed so far back, but now you can see him just pushing way forward.
Yeah, there's only one turret here, so there is some potential for the Zerg just run up here and focus on that turret, but with only 1 or 2 lurkers, I don't think there's quite enough damage to do that just yet.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very dangerous to try to do that with multiple full bunkers, and now here's that siege tank, but that's pretty far up. It doesn't need to be that far up the wall. And here's the signal to try and go in and fight this, but the bunkers shred the link so quickly, now the lurkers aren't going to be able to really get anything done.
It is going to hold this. Maybe lose a bunker. Yeah, just 1 bunker, then the rest should be repaired, I think. Okay. Oh, but the turret can't see the... That's annoying. There we go. We got A.
Just out of range. Fantastic. We do see finally Lurkers having to back off. One bunker go down, some of the Marines as well, but that's a lot of Zerg getting committed. If you look at the worker count now, there's no drones at the natural, and the main's not like flush with them either, so that's a lot of aggression from the Zerg player, and it didn't really lead to anything important.
Yeah, I think this 2-hatch lurker play is not really going to pay off for Playcom in a big, severe deficit here going on to the rest of this game.
Starting to see that transition though for our Terran player. Still making a couple tanks, but stop doing that. It's adding on more barracks and going into the bio upgrade. So looking like this will be mostly a bio-based force, at least for now.
Yeah, I guess one nice thing for Quakecom is that even with this big army from Terran, they just won't be able to push out for a while because they don't have any mobile detection. It's going to be really scary to rely on these scans against lurkers across the whole map. So that should give her some good time to, like, she trying to get this third base up, trying to get more drones. She's got a Queen's Nest coming up, so probably for more tech. Get those all too important defilers going.
Yeah, that Queen's Nest on the way. But I have seen some people experiment with actually getting some Queens for ensnare against a mostly bio force. It does seem pretty effective. I'm curious if we're going to see that here.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those things. Like, I feel like one Queen is like 100 minerals, 100 gas, and like I think they start with ensnare. I don't think you have to research that. So like, why not just get like one and try to throw down a good ensnare? It feels like it's like almost impossible for that not to be cost effective. Oh my god! So one of these lurkers was on like hold position. There we go. So now these Marines get cleaned up. I thought we were about to see Marines just walk over lurkers and no one shoot at each other.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Lurkers getting some big shots, and I just caught the tail end of it. Didn't really see that. Hard to see the dark blue on the blue map. So again, with players being super considerate to the casters and what colors they pick.
Yeah, it's that, like, the worst is like lurkers on lava maps. Like, you just can't see that. It's so miserable.
Oh yeah. Well, I mainly try to look at the mini map so I get an idea of the army.
Yeah.
So I see these dark blue dots on dark blue background. It's hard to actually see what's going on sometimes. But that hive's easy to see, and that's nearly completed. So if we go to the defiler tech, these lurkers might be able to really get something done here. Going through that dark swarm, there's not gonna be anything available to really push that off. And Terran's not really out on the map enough where if he can really get forward enough, that might do some really big damage. We're just seeing from Quakecom not a lot of units between the Dro deficit early on and these attacks that haven't been working so hot. It's just there's just not a lot of stuff on the ground. It's gonna be hard to get something done.
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim for Zerg, but like, I feel like especially in this matchup, Zerg can get a lot done with so little, just because like Marines are so squishy. It's so easy for Terran to make a mistake and lose their whole army.
Absolutely. Terran gonna be prepped up for these lurkers soon enough, though. Science facility just finishing now, so gonna be able to start at Radiate and get some science vessels in production.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely put a clock on Quakecom to get her defilers ready, and honestly, like, she'll need Scourge to deal with these vessels, but I don't know if she can afford that and to still get the defilers.
Yeah, we do need to see a Spire here, so that'd be a while away to try to transition to something like that. I think you gotta just hopefully see if you can get them out of position or try to catch them when they're being spawned. But it's gonna be difficult. Life for Ire starting to push out a little bit, getting a foothold in the middle of the map with that command center finishing as well, moving over to the third base. But there's some links here, so that third can get denied. But we're seeing Quakecom instead going in with these links, trying to catch some stuff. But reinforcements on the way might be able to clear these out before anything major gets done.
That's gonna hurt a lot. Quakecom's gonna need every single unit she can get if she wants to survive here.
Drone count's not looking terrible for what's been happening so far in this game, but there's just so little army. But luckily, Terran is kind of slow pushing, playing it safe, knowing that there was so many lurkers before. 4 doesn't want to just walk into a really bad trap. With that side for
Yeah.
flat, I feel like you should be feeling very comfortable to be aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like Terran definitely needs to be more aggressive. Like, I feel like there's no reason to be this scared at home here.
I mean, as Terran, you feel pretty comfortable right now. You got your third base up. You know that the Zerg's also on 3 base. So if you're even base, Terran probably feels very good right now. But like losing a bunch of your Marines to like one good lurker shot, that might be more scary than letting the Zerg have their stability.
Oh man, I just realized that I've been desynced for a little bit, but I can watch from your stream. That's like, I was like, wait a minute, Zerg has 16 supply on my screen. This does not seem correct, but it's yeah, it looks much closer on yours. So I'll just cast from the stream for a little bit, and we'll fix it next game.
Okay, well we'll have to see what. So right now I'm at 75 supply to 152. How accurate is that?
Well, I have 16 versus 113.
Well,
so
you said you were on the stream, so.
Oh yeah. That's about it.
Okay, so not too far off then.
It's like 2 seconds behind, I think.
Well, we're seeing these siege tanks trying to lay siege to the natural right now. Darkstorm's trying to protect things, but it's still siege tanks. There's that little bit of splash damage that might be able to get something done eventually. But there's no reason for any units to go forward into the lurker field. A couple of Marines are taking some free shots for fun though. And as the energy builds up, Radius is going to slowly be able to push this out here. I would love to see a little bit of pressure though. Small contingency force try to do something about this 12 o'clock base. Instead, really just fortify this attack on the natural instead.
And Darkstorm is like so broken. It's just so broken.
Yeah, now we're seeing that,
like,
that little group try to go up towards the 12. There's 2 lurkers at the top of the ramp, so they're going to have to be careful. Hopefully scanning ahead time before losing a bunch of stuff. Unfortunately, not losing most of the Marines to try to do that.
Oh, no.
So. But this siege on natural still really going to just be hard to deal with for the Zerg player. Seeing a little force trying to go around, still wants to put some pressure on the 12. A little group of lanes coming out, catching a couple Marines. A good little catch here, but has to get out before they take too much damage from the reinforcements here.
Good job cutting off that attack here.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though High's been completed for a while, the adrenaline upgrade just getting researched now. But QuakeCon finally having the pressure she needs to get that fourth base up and running over at the top side. Lurkers moving in to see if they can get something done here. And a lot of Marines in range, some of the tanks, but not quite close enough for all the tanks to be in range. But there goes that Darkstorm to keep them safe for a little while.
Run in there. Look at how many lurkers are stacked in that one cloud.
Yeah,
another one. Getting in range of the tank.
Yeah, moving forward quite a big distance here. Managed to get some good shots in these tanks. Clears out the bulk of this force. So for how strong that push looked, Life for Ire losing the position there, and we see QuakeCon managed to put them back and kind of alleviate some of this pressure a little bit. But while this is all going on, these 3 bases are still working quite well for my Life for Ire. Production back at home still really cooking as well. So the macro from the Terran not letting up at all, even though that fight, it went well, but it's still just, it's a long road for Zerg feeling comfortable.
Yeah, there's so many SCVs for Terran. Like, the economy's going to be so powerful. There's a 4th up for Zerg. Not really droned yet, but I feel like there'll be plenty of time before the Terran realizes it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a while, but Terran, I'm really just guessing that Terran feels very comfortable. So there's so many workers, 3 bases really well saturated, but like this is the opportunity if you need to take your 4th base. This is when you do it while Zerg's still pinned back and unable to do anything about it, because the main's about to mine out and the National's probably not too much further away. So can't be sitting on these 3 bases for too much longer. Life for Ire needs to take that next step. Oh, come on, Eraser! Yes! There we go.
Yeah.
I love that move so much. It's just like, it's good classic fun. You actually see the group of drones piled up, but not going to be able to get them. Link's trying to fight that little group of army that Life for Ire has, but doesn't get a lot done. But there's a lot of lurkers that manage to sneak around the left side. So I think they're going to be able to put some real pressure on this third base, which really is the only good base that My Life Forever has right now. This could be
Yeah,
devastating.
and there's no wall and there's not much of a defense there. So that base is definitely in trouble.
A little bit of bad communication trying to move up the ramp, so Lurker's moving in finally now.
We're too far away.
Yeah, but none of the SUVs getting pulled, no reaction from the Army. A small group of Bio going to fight this, but Bio ain't going to fight a bunch of Lurkers. Trying to kill off all these workers. Here comes some big damage. Yes! Love seeing this kind of stuff.
There we go.
Big damage. Gets some of this back for QuakeCon, but this Army's still very imposing up in the north part of the map. But at least not getting anything done really, and the time's been bought for that upper right base, starting to get saturated as well.
Yeah, I like that, she's not even trying to defend it, because I feel like at some point with a hidden base, you can't really defend it enough to protect it, so you might as well just gamble on the fact that they're not going to scout it.
Well, I think also a path of how you're going to defend it is you can get your Nidus Canal and transfer units that way, or just actually build the Lurkers in the base and then they're on the ramp. If you send units over, that is definitely not going to be able to be held.
Yeah, but even a couple of Lurkers, they would just die to irradiate. But I did forget about Nidus because Zerg is that broken.
Yeah, I would love to just move all my units between the bases for free all the time. That sounds
yeah.
fun. We're seeing My Life Fire moving a bunch of the SUVs over to that 3 o'clock base, looking like that's going to be the next expansion to be taken, but actually just long distance mining for now, not actually building an command center there. So still not liking the fact that there is no real second step for My Life Fire. Needs to think about that next expansion. But these fights still going pretty heavily in their favor. The Darkstorm is still just such a good streak.
Yeah, it looks like he's setting up to take a fourth at that 3 o'clock base, maybe.
He's got the SCVs there, but they're not building anything.
Oh no.
And you gotta be careful. You are seeing that money start to slowly go down because now the natural mined out as well. So there's no actual mining other than this long distance.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty bad. Terran is almost maxed out, so it's got a long time before it matters. But eventually, he's just gonna run out of steam.
Just floating the command center over instead. So
there we go.
Now is the plan instead of just building another one. But I feel like he gave up on that. And actually playing a little rearranging that the command center is being floated over to the third. So I guess another one was being made in the main because that wasn't one of the existing ones. It's a little surprising. I am a little.
So do we?
I was gonna say I'm still a little surprised though. My Fire has been sitting on this high ground, no pressure really being taken anywhere. So this 12 o'clock base has been untouched for quite some time. There's no pressure on the natural, so you see that it would be a good position for My Life Fire to do an attack, but instead you're giving so much time for QuakeCon. And here comes some more damage to these SUVs at that newly established base at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, there's just not much here to protect them. One medic desperately trying to heal them all. I think all these SUVs are going to go down. Yeah, look at how much that worker count has just plummeted for Terran. They were at almost 80 a short while ago. And I can't tell if we see any further tech from Zerg, like an Ultra Cavern maybe, something that would help actually fight this big army on the high ground here.
We got all the tech
Yeah,
you're looking for. We got Ultra's Cavern, Pilot Mountain, multiple evolution chambers, and here comes they're trying to finally go into this high ground to do a fight, but there's just not a lot of stuff. It's Ultralist, but the upgrades have been better for the Terran. They're already at 3-2 for the Bio, while there's only 2 of the armor upgrades for the Ultras, so they kind of get killed very quickly.
Yeah, they really need that, as much of an armor lead as they can get here.
These D-Matrices too gonna make things a lot more annoying, but unfortunately not on the units that are actually getting attacked, so they're gonna keep things alive, but they're not clogging up the Ultras for movement to the next spot.
It looks like that went pretty well for QuakeCon, considering.
The supply gap is still substantial, but has been lowered. It was about 100 before, and now it's down to 60. And since the hive tech is fully here and online now, that's also just a good thing. But you can see that QuakeCon has the problem that there's just not a lot of gas. It needs to find a way to establish that next gas base.
Yeah, we see a few more straggling units trying to come in here and take care of this Terran ball. They're not quite getting it done, but they're just whittling it down further and further. And you're taking more advantage of the fact that Terran is just out of income here. Like that fourth base was forced to lift. He hasn't resecured the location yet. I think that, okay, so that base is mining. It looked like it was out of money on the minimap. So Terran isn't quite out of it just yet. I mean, they still have a big army. They still have a big economy. They're just kind of, I'm worried about the future.
Well, finally, some ultras coming there with Darkstorm, clean up a lot
There
of
we
that
go.
high ground pod. Finally going to get that out of the area. I feel like it's been there forever. It started this family and second generations on the way, but Ultra is finally showing you that this was not the hill for them, pushing them back. But there's still lots of army for My Life for Ire, but you can see that money really starting to fall down. These to reestablish that third base, which finally some armies going up to kill those like two lings that were up there, holding it up.
Yeah, now, so QuakeCon has pushed back this push here from Life of Ire, so now there should be some chance to get at least one more base going, right?
I'm hoping so, but we've seen like that's kind of the theme for the night, that it feels like the players, especially when they're in the lead, they feel very comfortable keeping the lead they have, not pushing forward to keep getting more economy, keep getting more bases. So we got to see if that's actually going to be the step, and we're finally seeing QuakeCon go for that fifth base over at the 9 o'clock. We're sending a drone there, nothing there to stop it. So looking like QuakeCon's doing a better job getting these extra expansions, even though Life for Ire had control for so long.
Scourge trying to get picks on these vessels, but just too many Marines underneath. Oh, was there an Eraser at the top? Yeah, I think there was. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, we're seeing one of those vessels has 12 kills, so definitely got a pretty good eraser off and minimize that drone count a bit. There's nothing up here to really defend these, though. If you could just send a couple Scourge that way, that'd be a big value kill.
Yeah, it's real scary to just leave him there. All right, we see one more Eraser, but trying to get these Lings and the Defilers here.
Yeah, here comes some Scourge. Finally, they're spawned out. They're going to be able to go in. They're indecisive, though. Just go and kill it. Actually, one of them dies to the Radiate.
Nice. There we go. You do see some vessels go down.
Yeah, we're seeing a small force from My Life for Ire moving towards the left side of the map. That expansion trying to get taken, but there's no defense here at all, so I think that's going to get canceled from QuakeCon. But like, where's that move from My Life for Ire to actually secure that next base? Like, even this base down to 6 is like about 1/3 of it left, so you gotta think what's the next step's going to be.
Yeah, both players are. They're not going to be able to kill each other for a long time. It's going to be about just securing the future, getting more income. We see that the Terran shuts down that base from Zerg before it gets started. Another Eraser here, driven off by a Spore Colony, but honestly, just sit there and tank it. It's worth it to kill those drones.
I mean, I would think so, but Science Vessels are just one of those units that if you can keep them alive, they're worth their weight in gold just because they keep regenerating. We are seeing an attack over the 3 o'clock base, trying to push up with Dark Swarm, which is going to work wonders against this. It's still just really tanks and Marines, so Link's going to be able to get in here. Here come the Ultras behind. The D-Matrix goes down, but that ain't going to be enough to really stop this as the Ultras get in the mix.
It seems like they were. My Life for Ire was able to pull far enough away from the Darkstorm, but I guess he's deciding to retreat because he lives out the command center and runs back. Oh no, D-Matrix on the Ultra.
The one thing you never want to D-Matrix, if there's any one particular thing. But so a lot of damage gets taken out of this third, but you can see the next step for QuakeCon, some links down at that base in the bottom. There's a couple siege tanks here, but that's it. Not a lot of marines or anything. And we're still seeing this science vessel trying to move around, see what they can get. It's going to get an irradiate on one more lurker, and doesn't die of the spore colony. That's nonsense.
Hacks. Oh, so we got Dark Swarms and Lings going into the third base of Terran, picking off those tanks. There's a handful of Marines left there. That might be enough to clean up the small group of Lings that's left. So this base lives through now. Oh, we got a bunch of Ultras coming up the ramp, though.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a good amount of units here. Could be able to clear side, cut down that worker count again, it seems like. And we're seeing Fire still trying to move out around the map a little bit here, but having so much trouble actually holding these bases. The 3 o'clock's been lifted for quite some time. Stuff down at the 6 o'clock is getting killed off. There's plenty of army over on the left side, just making sure that Breakoff doesn't take their next base. But I mean, at some point, like, what's the plan for Terran here? Because that giant lead that they had before, it's gone. Like, now the supplies are even, just because I feel like Terran waited too long. Now, like, all the ultras are aligned, the filers, all the upgrades. Like, late game Zerg is one of the hardest things to deal with. I'm curious what the plan's going to be for
Yeah, it's like in this matchup, like there really isn't that much of a late game big choice for Terran. Like there's, I guess you could do like the whole mech switch thing, but that's really hard to do even for like pro players, let alone someone in CPL. Yeah, there isn't like some big unit you bring out. Like once you get the vessel, like you're pretty much done teching in this matchup. But Zerg keeps teching, they get all this high tech. It's really hard to deal with as Terran if you don't have a big advantage from the mid game. We have like Defilers and Scourge and Ultras just running across the map, looking for targets to kill.
Getting some good exertion exits at that natural.
There you go.
To push in, but this has to be a push to actually get into the production if you're going to keep trying to attack here at the natural. Not really in love with this decision. I would like these little pockets of armies kind of scattered around the map. That'd be a slightly good target, but you can see my life for Ire 23 minerals and it's not moving at all anymore. That base down to 6 is gone. The base over at the right side is not mining. There's only a couple SCVs there. So Bionic Fire had such a stranglehold in this game, but like Raycom's just doing a good job staying in it and managed to claw back. And now Bionic Fire on the back rope.
Yeah, I feel like it's much harder for Terran to come back from these kind of situations than it is for Zerg. Just like I was talking about earlier, like it's so easy to lose your whole army to a couple bad lurker shots or a bad Dark Swarm.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just hard in general. The Zerg spells are so impactful, and when you do these long games and things keep getting drawn out, and there's so many fights all over the place, it's hard to keep your focus and react to how you know you should. Like, things start getting a little sloppy. You can see here, Link getting in, killing off some tanks, killing the Marines, and now the lines of production are open. If the Links just want to stream across the map, which that's the plan for QuakeCom right now.
Yeah, not gonna give my life for Ire the unbreathing room that he might need to get back in this game. Just constantly throw legs at him. Even if each trade is bad, eventually it's going to make progress. And look here, they've gotten on top of the barracks, and that's almost impossible for Terran to come back from. Yeah. And there you go.
Yeah, game one going to QuakeCom. After I would not have thought that Zerg comes back in that game. That was nuts for them to stay calm, stay in that game as long as they did. So definitely a good job there for QuakeCom to stay in. But now we're going into game two, which I saw it in chat a little bit. People like spoiling a little bit of fun. You're in for a treat on this one.
Oh boy, I'm gonna get some water while we set up. You can wait, or you can just introduce the players while I do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah. So in the top right, we have My Life for Ire and the Orange Terran. In the top left, we have QuakeCom and the Blue Zerg, and we're playing on Fighting Spirit. So, I'm curious to see what the play is going to be from both players. I feel like we did see My Life Fire have a really strong advantage early. No, you can't, Dan it. I'm all the way up, as high as I can go. I'm also not feeling particularly great, so I'm doing the best I can. You're going to have to just work with me, buddy. I know my mic always quiet. It makes things difficult, but I try my best. So, but we're curious to see from My Life Fire had a good position and just didn't keep expanding, didn't keep pushing that lead. Had a foothold of the high ground, but didn't really do anything with it. I mean, Overwatch at least is a small map. You can't really afford to do that here. There's so many more bases to take, so many more avenues to move. So I'm curious if we're gonna have the same kind of problem for My Life Fire here, or if there's gonna be a different plan given that the map layout is so different.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, at least for me, and I think for a lot of people, that is like just one of the hardest things in StarCraft. Is like when you're watching the replay, like you can know like what the right choice is, but when you're in game and you're dealing with like a million things and you can't really see what's going on in their base, and you really don't want to look like an idiot and like charge over a bunch of lurkers, you don't really know when. I guess it's a lot harder to know when to attack and when not to attack. So like I completely sympathize there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're seeing both sides. It's easy for us to make our judgments about what things should be happening here and there, but I know in the moment I have that fear all the time playing Protoss. It's like, especially Zerg, it's like, oh, I can go kill them right now. They have no defense, but it's scary to go on the map and actually find out if they have no defense. You get caught out, and then things go really bad. So
Oh yeah, I have.
It's very easy to just stay conservative when you aren't sure.
Yeah, like I have so many replays where I could have won. I was like 100 food up, and I was just scared, so I just hung back. And then I also have so many replays where I tried to attack and I died horribly, so I still don't know what to do. I like so we're seeing My Life Fire do kind of the same like SimCity that he did last game, where he built the depot down here in the Natural Choke, and then put the barracks up here in the main. I'm not 100% sure of what that's supposed to be for, but I like that it's like consistent. So like he must have thought about it and did something. But we do see 2 barracks on one base here. That's very different.
Are you seeing the thing on the left side of the base of the game though?
Oh, what? No, I did not see the bunker go down. Whoops.
I feel like this is not quite how you want to be doing this strategy. Doing the bunker rush like this, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing stuff like this, but with no Marines to actually support it, like the Overlord saw everything, it's like, okay, and then it didn't really get anything done.
I think that was completely fine. Like he canceled the bunker, so it was only a 25 mineral cost, and that was a lot of mining time.
I guess you're right. I'm just thinking like you actually wanted to get some damage done, but that's damage enough. Actually, the second Rax that was being made getting canceled, I guess, just to get this, seeing opportunity to get this command center going instead. So, interesting decision from My Life Fire, but paying attention and making the choices they want to make.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens this game. Other than the little bunker shenanigans, it looks pretty similar to last game. QuakeCom is going for that 2-hatch play. My Life Fire is going for a similar, looks like a barracks expansion with a quick gas kind of build.
We saw a similar kind of opening, so I'm curious if it is going to be more traditional, kind of like a couple, you get your like maybe 2 barracks, you get your academy, go for your upgrades, or if it is going to be that quite early factory we saw from the first game. A couple lanes trying to move across the map, walking into some lanes, again some free kills there. So without the lane speed, those lanes really don't want to be staying where they are right now.
We do see a factory down, so very similar to last game. The links do get cleaned up, but My Life Fire decides not to push out, and there are 2 creep colonies going down. So I feel like QuakeCom probably would be safe if the small mana Marines did try to attack.
It seems that way. The lair nearing completion, but unlike what we saw in the first game, no Hydra then nearing completion as well. So I'm thinking this time we're trying out the Spire plan, see how that one works out. Let's see see if we get into a better spot from the get-go rather than having to claw back from that big deficit we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, I feel like Fire did a pretty good job holding off the two-hedge lurker, so I know I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that again. Don't see any sign of what that tech choice will be just yet.
Yeah, a little surprised. Finished the lair so quickly, but no actual choice made. Maybe looking for some kind of information, but I don't think the information you want is just seeing Marines show up at your base.
Yeah, so we do see the Spire go down.
And finally going down there. And the Engineering Bay finishing up here, so definitely no threat of being unprepared for Mutalisk as that ends up happening. But we're finally seeing that siege tank on the way, siege mode also, so very similar plan that Life Rider had in Game 1, doing it again in Game 2.
Yeah, I like it. Like I mean, I don't really know Terran, so I don't know exactly what the ins and outs of this build are. But I like the commitment to one build. Like even if it loses, like just because a build loses once doesn't mean you have to get rid of it, right? Like just do what you practice, and that's probably going to give you the highest win rate overall, even if it doesn't win you every single game.
Yeah, even if like it's a little offbeat or maybe like if it's an older strategy, something that's a little unoptimal, it's doing a build you can execute very well, especially at these lower levels, means more than anything. I'd rather see someone do their build well than like try to do a build that's probably stronger but not be able to execute it properly. That's one of the dangers I think that a lot of the tier 3 players might have trying a lot of bio play, just because it is hard to manage. But if you can handle it, it's the way to go. And
Yeah.
Overlord pickoff is going to be a nice big deal. Right as the mutas are trying to get made, they don't have a whole lot of money you can spend on Overlord.
Yeah, that is gonna feel pretty bad for the Zerg. His third base is getting up though.
That's good to hear, but that eBay's been done for a while, but there's still no turrets on the way. Muta's now hatching. There wasn't a lot of them, but still, I feel that's a little greedy to not make that defense. Like, just put a couple of the turrets up, at least slow it down, because you see the Marines as they're trying to move out in the middle map. Mutas are a very big threat, both in the middle map and back at home, trying to get some extra damage.
Yeah, that's really gonna feel spooky, especially like if it was some kind of lurker play, you would have seen that by now. So I feel like you should know to start throwing down turrets. And there was a scan in the main of Zerg. We see a handful of turrets going up. I don't know if it's going to be in time yet. These mutas are just making a beeline for the Terran natural. They might. Oh, I think the turrets are just going to finish.
No, they should be able to stop the reduction here. We gotta be careful about the placement. Didn't focus fire the SCV in time, so ends up actually getting the turrets up. Mutas have to back off here. We're seeing My Left Fire move way down to the bottom left, where there's a base with no reinforcements, but it's finished, and he's going to clean it up, put Zerg back on 2 base.
I like this too, because like he didn't even scan this base. He just like knew this is where the base was going to be.
This is kind of where you would take it, because they're one
Yeah.
being established, so that would be the place to go if you're going to take your third. You don't expect towards Terran at the 12, so.
Definitely, and you want this one ramp base so you can hold off with lurkers more easily. But I like the a confidence from Terran to just know that.
Yeah, and we're seeing the mutas go in there. They're going to be cleaning up that base that I issued. There's some mutas over in the base. They're actually on, like, what are they?
What?
Stopped?
Yeah.
Why aren't they shooting at
Yeah,
that
was weird. I was like, oh man, did I get desynced again?
No.
There we go.
So I'm going to take whatever damage they can get. I mean, SCVs are always great. But getting on top of the production useful too. Or if you can just kill some Flight Eagles. It's free damage. Take it. We're actually seeing some upgrades for the Mutos well in that flyer care base. So making sure these units can be a little more robust, but getting caught out by a Stim Marine actually loses a handful of the Mutos and doesn't even kill the Engineering Bay. 15 health left. Let's see if it burns. No, the repair's just in
Nice save. So you're saying that Zerg does not want to do it earlier, but she's done it now. She's trying to take that 12 o'clock base.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get another base going. So if you're not comfortable, you
Yeah.
the lower side of the map established. I think you just gotta take the one you can get, but it's gonna be so hard to actually defend this. It's a problem, especially since this is Terran that does actually get the siege tanks, gets a nice setup position. They can get some vision up on there and just siege that down and make it We see the Mutas trying to go back in, only up to 7 though, so you gotta be careful with these turrets. It's gonna take a lot of damage if they're not careful. A couple more reinforcements, so I ain't gonna start respecting this, but there's no repair of the turrets. It's gonna be hard to get back to them. Okay, I'm trying to talk louder, guys. I'm doing my best here. Sorry about that.
There you go. All right, that's not a letter on my end anyway.
Yeah, no, I had the mic a little bit away.
Okay, we might be able to boost it in whatever program you're using too.
I got it boosted in OBS already. So,
Okay.
I'll have to look at it later, but not.
Yeah,
Can't do no game. I'm just gonna have to talk real loud. It's okay.
Get that esports passion, a Korean caster passion.
I don't have that. I got that smooth radio voice.
There you go. All right. Fair enough. So some lurkers trying to go to the Terra National, just getting absolutely bopped here.
Yeah, walking straight into vision, so not getting anything done. While my Life for Ire over on the other side has that one sea tank starting to work their way through the sunken colonies up at the National, and there's not a lot of units for Zerg to actually come and defend this. I don't know where they're at. Supply's there. There's definitely units, but like, again, is it just these mutas and like one lurker?
I think it might be.
This muta fight right on top of some stim marines. Unfortunately, no medics with them, so just these marines do eventually get cleaned up, and it's going to be able to repel the attack. It takes a couple mutas as a loss.
Oh, and there were lurkers like outside the ramp or the bridge of the Terra, and they got a bunch of kills.
Oh, that's great. I missed that. Got 6 kills on the one, so definitely a big pick off here. The muta's going in, trying to get a couple more marines here. I would love to see some medics with this army. I don't like this marine tank thing. It seems like more of a StarCraft 2 idea than the StarCraft 1 idea.
Yeah, this is really heavy on the tanks compared to most Terrans. Like usually, it's like if they want to get tanks, they go up to Starport and then start making things out of their factory. They don't like it this super early factory. But for now, this is looking roughly similar to last game, even though it had a different route of getting there, where Quakecom is kind of barely surviving, but she is getting the space up. She's getting it droned up. She does have some defense there.
I mean, the biggest difference, though, between the other games is My Life R had a really good spot on the map, but after it gets cleaned up here, like, the army's intimidating, but they are still pinned back at home, not really moving out, trying to secure the ground.
Where are these links going? I guess they're just looking for hidden bases, maybe.
I guess something like that. Finally, here comes the command center, moving down towards that 3 o'clock base, getting that easy Terran third, which is going to be so hard to attack once it gets established, so we're a short distance away. My Life R gotta feel comfortable there. And a bunch of scans going down, trying to see what's going on Zerg's side of things.
Has My Life R scouted the third base at 12? I feel like maybe he hasn't seen that. He's really confused about how Zerg is still operating so smoothly.
Yeah, there is a scan of siege creep, so they are aware of it now, but I think that's just very recent.
Okay. Alright, so this third base from Terran is getting online. He's doing a better job than last game of defending it. He was getting a bunker, a turret. I feel like you could. I don't know if it's laying tight, but you could do a depot wall that they do versus Protoss. That's always really annoying.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's actually laying tight or not. I know it's good against Zealots, but that's because Zealots are big, thick, chunky boys. Here, a couple links trying to move up, but there's plenty of Marines here in a bunker even, so they're not going to get anything done. We see My Life R sending out that one science vessel. Gonna see what's going on. I feel like it's very bold with no reinforcements, just sending it out, but it does spot that there's no lurkers on the path, so gonna make sure these bios stay very safe.
Nice. We see a bunch of lurkers out for Quakecom. Oh, 2 defilers do pop. So getting that critical point of hive tech here.
Unfortunately, Consume just getting started. Looked like the
oh no,
a little bit late on that, and the push is already kind of moving out, but Life Fire going a little slow might buy the time they need to get the energy and get Consume finished, but it's still a ways off.
Terramy's slowly inching up here. We got the Scourge going for this vessel. Oh man, just barely survives there.
Yeah, he connects with one, but doesn't get the second one, unfortunately. Now, this army, I don't think was far enough. Did it see that drone that's moving down to the bottom left? I don't think so. I think it just barely.
I don't think it did.
Alright, so we're seeing Quake. I'm going to try to get that base again, round 2, but you got to have to deal with the threat at the door here. Consume about to finish, though. The push didn't give enough time for Dark Storm and Consume to finish up. It loses the mutas to these Marines here, so it needs to be careful. It's starting to siege through, but here comes that Dark Storm. Let's see if the Lurkers can get in and deflect this push.
There they go. They do get shot by tanks a little bit, but they make it under the cloud. Clear out that little area. More Scourge trying to get on these vessels, but they pull back in time. Oh, never mind. That one goes down.
I'll definitely say, for the most part, good vessel control. Try to pull them back into the Marines to keep them alive. So they're doing a good job with that. Lots of Scourge against.
Oh my god, this irradiated Lurker runs back into the middle line. It kills a Defiler with Irradiate. Oh my god.
Oh no, that sounds tragic. How'd that happen?
Value.
Value, not value.
That's value for Terry. That was nuts. That was like the worst case for that Lurker, for how it would have run from that Irradiate.
And now we're seeing another reinforcement for My Life for Hour moving out onto the map. It's a lot of units here, so this is an impending force. Going to be able to get something done. I'm hearing some scans, checking out what the defenses are like up at the middle base, which sees a couple Lurkers on the ramp. Doesn't really want to push their luck there. But side vessels can help break that open if they want to go for it.
I love that he built a turret here in the map, like it's a PVT or something. I don't know if it'll matter, but it's very cute.
I mean, if it helps kill Scourge or gives you that detection you need,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the value of that kind of stuff is, but we see that the turret does not last very long. This Terran's getting pushed back here, but it's just not a lot on the map for QuakeCon to actually fight this off. So the little exchange is going well, but we're going to a situation kind of like we saw in Game 1. Big lead for the Terran player, but what is he going to do with it?
Yeah, it seems like he's been more active with the army, like trying to push at the natural here. He's getting pushed back by Dark Swarm. At least he's like making more aggressive moves.
Yeah, one of the big things I'm seeing is just a lot better usage of the vessels. Before they were just kind of doing these little erasers, which were annoying and effective, but using the raids on the defilers, on the Lurkers to keep the field under control, I feel it's a much better use.
Oh, so some Zerg units trying to run out to the Terran army, but there's no Dark Swarm yet, so you're gonna get chewed down by all these Marines and tanks.
Yeah, I feel like there's supposed to be a defiler there, but unfortunately nothing here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of units for free. This is not the situation you want. But from the backside, the Lurkers leapfrogging a little bit, going to be able to get some damage done, but there's still just so much stuff here. Outside of Dark Swarm, it's the only chance you're going to have. But Terra keeps fighting into it, so it's giving you the chance you need. Get some free kills to help you up the supply, which is still tragically behind for the Zerg player.
Yeah, but just like last game, Terrans is on a one mining base here at the third. The main and the natural are out, and Zerg is getting this sneaky little fourth base out at the bottom left. See one more Dark Storm going down. Just this handful of legs is so deadly. Oh, they go just like 2 inches out of the cloud and they die.
Yeah, a little too far there, losing some more units. That, I mean, it's just hard to like be able to lose things right now with a situation like this, but like we're seeing it again. I was stressing it the first game that it's just you see this Terran with all this map presence, a great army, like big, scary. Hey, you got to deal with this army. This is your opportunity to expand and grow your lead. And just you see Terran not doing it. But now, this ball of time, here come Ultras. They're gonna be able to help fight this off a lot better.
There we go. Just beefy enough not to get cut down by these Marines, and they managed to make it under the clouds. Although they do get irradiated. I think it will be cleaned up at great cost here. Oh man, 3 defilers getting caught here. 2 of them getting irradiated. I guess there must not be energy for another irradiate here. Whoa, do you see this irradiated creep colony? I guess like the drone must have been irradiated.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I thought
the creep colony saved the drone.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. One side also goes down to some skirt. Here come a couple Ultras, but after they kill these 2 Marines, they're going to be in the medic wall, which is just the biggest pain for them to deal with.
Oh my god. Oh, don't irradiate that Ultra. Oh, okay, never mind. It died. I thought it was going to just use all its splash damage to kill all this bile that's left. So that Terran army has been broken now. I mean, I guess there's a lot of supply left, but it's all in these defensive groups. And Zerg has the map control for now, anyway.
Yeah, it does feel like that the Terran player has been doing a good job trying to macro and keep the supply up during all these fights, but doesn't actually reinforce the army midway through. So a lot of stuff staying at home that could be useful right now. But one of the big things that's going to make QuakeCom's life a lot easier. Here comes that Nidus Canal down at the bottom left is going to make transporting units to defend this base, if it ever gets pushed, so much more possible rather than just having to give it up again.
Yeah. We do see a 4th command center just finishing in the 3rd base of My Life for Hire, so we could lift that probably down to the what's this, 4 o'clock?
Yeah,
4 or 5 o'clock.
I guess that'd be 4. A little surprising to build it up like that, have to fly the extra distance.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just happy that the base is being taken, but it is a little surprising that you wait for your army in the middle map to get cleaned up and for you to get repelled, then you're taking the expansion. Just
Yeah.
it seems like one of those afterthoughts, like, I knew I was forgetting something. Oh, right. And then they just realized it afterwards when the fighting was done, which is a little unfortunate. Now, here's one of the big things that I think is going to help Zerg take these fights a lot more effectively if they get to that point. Plague being researched going to help any of these small units mow through these Marines so much more easily.
Oh, yeah.
And especially the science vessels. They're always very group. They get plagued. That's going to be a nightmare to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
One unit can just cleave through the entire cloud in like 2 hits. We're seeing
That's why the Wonder
a
Woman
couple
is
units trying to force an engagement here from the Zerg, but not getting a couple Marines here, but Wildfire pulls back pretty quickly, doesn't lose a whole lot here. And the raids go down, they're going to get some of these more high value units, the Lurker and the Mutilist particularly.
I don't think Zerg is going to be able to break the Terran base, though. These defenses are too strong. This is not without any high-value Dark Swarms. There's so many Marines here just waiting.
I like the decision, though, from Zerg. This is the opportunity. If you're going to attack, this is the one time I think that you should be pushing it a little extra hard. The Zerg, for a small time, actually has the armor lead over the weapons upgrades. So this might be the chance for Ultras to really pull their weight, but I just think there's just not enough stuff. The idea of the attack was good, but when you just don't have a lot of units, it doesn't really matter how good the timing is. And here comes the giant cloud of science vessels, the eraser drones at the 12th, and we're gonna lose a bunch of drones to the power of science. This feels terrible.
Yeah, that looks like the whole mineral line gets cleaned up.
Meanwhile, QuakeCom down the bottom left, taking that natural base as well, so starting to establish a little bit more bases. And if the game keeps going on like this, mirroring very similarly to how it was played in Game 1, I think this is definitely going to favor the Zerg a lot more, just because like, it got to a point in the last game where it just wasn't a comfortable base to take, but a Fighting Spirit, there's so many more bases Berserk can take before they have to really start worrying about what Terran's going to do about it.
Yeah, Terran, he's had a fourth base up for a decent amount of time, but only just now getting these workers transferred over. So he basically has 75 workers on one base right now, just barely getting that second base saturated. I don't think Zerg has seen it yet, but if they did, it's so open, and there's only a handful of Marines to defend. But in the meantime, a small attack trying to get into the Terran base, but it gets cleaned up, keeps the 10 vessels alive there.
That's so many science vessels. And you're getting a lot of value out of these irradiates. Like, I'm looking around some of these vessels, 12 kill, 8 kill, 3, 5, 4. Like, all of them have kills to their name. These irradiates going a very long way. And the gas investment paying for itself well over. And with a giant bank from Terran, I feel at some point, you gotta make a play. Like, you're about to hit max, you have a ton of money, just make an attack, even if it's a bad trade, like, get something done, because you have the money to remax. You're just giving the Zerg opponent time to get back in the game.
Yeah, I felt like just a few minutes ago, Zerg was at 26 drones, and now she has 44, so her economy is definitely back online here. We do see another Terran base in the bottom right, so he's gonna get back up to 2 mining bases basically once his third mine's out, which is really all you need is Terran. But it looks like Quakecom has sniffed out these bases in the bottom right, because she's got this army group gathering outside this fourth base here, and there's not much here from Terran to defend. Just a couple of bunkers.
Here comes Racer Part 2, the sequel.
Oh no! Oh, the burrow! Nice burrow.
Does that actually stop them from taking damage?
Yeah, I think they don't take the splash damage from the road. I think.
That's really cool. Bro, that was a great research. A good reaction to this eraser play we keep seeing from.
Yeah, very nice.
Terran.
I think it's similar with Reavers. Like, Burrow is a good counter against Reaver drop because the burrowed ones don't get hit by a splash.
And we're actually seeing, since the eraser is not going to work, the science vessels on the side, we're actually just irradiating units straight up and taking lesser exchange. But while all this is happening, we got a Dark Swarm push down the bottom left, going to shut down the space. The science vessel's nowhere nearby. There's nothing to answer Dark Swarm flanks and markers.
This base is done for, I think. A good amount of workers with it too. If Quakecom figures out there's something at the bottom right, which it looks like she is going to do, the fifth base is in danger as well.
Yeah, immediately gets lifted. Doesn't even want to deal with that opportunity. But so many SUVs going down to links. There's plenty to lose, so I actually don't mind them getting killed as much. But that's a lot of damage, even up with the supply. Pretty hefty amount here. Actually, that lost like 30 SUVs. That's more than I was expecting.
Oh yeah, that was a lot.
And we're seeing some science vessels up at 12 o'clock and a bunch of drones that don't exist anymore, so I guess another eraser happened.
There's a lot going on the map. So that Zerg army does get cleaned up, but not before it shuts down these 2 bases. It kills so many workers, and now Terran has no mining going on again. He has a pretty big bank to help him survive, but it's kind of looking like last game where his income is just constantly under threat. Oh, all these workers!
Yeah, they do manage
there was one lurker left.
Oh, there's so many freaking workers here. Link's trying to get some damage on them. The big amount of the army gets cleaned up though for the Zerg here, so these science vessels hanging around, but you can actually see a lot of trading going back and forth for both players. But the supply kind of getting closer and closer to even. It was behind over 100 before, and now closer to like 60. So we're seeing the same thing we saw happen in Game 1. Just Quakecom taking the patience needed and clawing her way back in the game. And with all the attention down at the bottom right, we're seeing the transition, trying to send some small forces up to the natural, but that's still the rally point for all units, so there's plenty of Marines just waiting there for the links to show up.
You have a Dark Swarm? Do we have one more? No. So Lurker's gonna clean up a few Marines, but not gonna do any killing blows or anything. There's so many vessels, like all over this map. There's 2 separate clouds of vessels. Oh, this is a lot of lanes coming in here. No Darkspawn though.
There's a lot of science vessels. You're making a point. Like, I don't know when is too many. Like, because this is nearing 2 control groups. Like, that feels like too many, right?
I don't know. I feel like if you're getting value out of them, like why stop? I mean, so some of them are at max energy, but he's been pretty active with, with erasers, with killing lurkers, with killing ultras and defilers. So like he's definitely getting good use of them. Nice bro here in the bottom left, keeping these drones alive.
Yeah, good reaction for both the bases to not get cleaned up here, but with no real, like, you see this giant cloud of science vessels, there's no ground force. I'm surprised there hasn't been a pack of Scourge made to go after them, because it's not like the Marines are going to be able to save them this time.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
And looking like we are actually seeing a bit of a transition from the Terran player, making a command center, but also adding on a couple more factories, so might go back into making some of that siege tank tech from early in the game.
Yeah, he definitely likes his tanks. He's still making bios. So I don't think it's like a full switch. Probably just more factories makes it more tanks. More science vessel harass up here in the 12 o'clock blaze. This is like no one's gonna be able to live in this base for like 40 years or something. There's been so much radiation here.
Maybe this could finally be the thing that gets fighting spirit out of the map pool then. It's no longer safe.
Exactly.
Like, this is...
Oh, Scourge in the Zerg main. Oh my god, so many vessels. That was like 8 vessels just died.
But don't worry, there's a whole 9 more.
Don't worry, it's the whole second group.
It's a little unfortunate we try this. I think these ultras are actually glitched in that whole area trying to maneuver.
Yeah, they...
A couple more Scourge coming through. This vessel count actually got whittled down pretty significantly between all these Scourge, so I think
yeah, it's whittled all the way down to like 15 or something. There's another cloud in the main of Terran. Or just outside the main. Like, I've never seen this many vessels in one game.
No, this is ridiculous. How much supply is a vessel? I honestly don't know. It's probably 2 or 3, right?
It's like, I'd say 3 or 4 is my guess.
I have no idea. It's a lot. It's a lot of units that they are doing damage, but you can see this. It does have an impact, but with the transition trying to go back into Mutus, a Radiate's going to be definitely good tech to get rid of them. There are a lot of vessels taking some big damage here. Let's see if they get cleaned up before the Radiates kill everything.
So Liquipedia says vessels are only 2 supply? What the hell? That's so broken. Terran is so broken, guys. I can't believe vessels only 2 energy or 2 food. It's ridiculous. Arbiters are 4. I think Defilers are 4.
See, now you're talking like a pro ass player.
Exactly. Come on, 2 supply vessels. Come on.
Yeah, vessels are a lot of gas. Good thing there's all these.
Oh, Defilers are 2 also. What? All right, so just Protoss just gets hit with the 4 supply arbiters.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, we're trying to see more action. Trying to still try to get the Zerg through this bridge by the natural. There's still just so many units. All the units get rallied in this area. I feel like if you actually got the Darkstorm push across the bridge, it might work out well. But with all these vessels here, you're never going to survive it. Everything's going to get irradiated.
Yeah. I also feel like that attack should just be focused on the bottom right, where the actual mining is going on and the defenses aren't quite as strong. Especially because like my fire hasn't shown any urge to like move out.
Yeah, I think you are just kind of attacking into maybe the worst spot possible. If you're going to do something like this, at least like maybe sneak a Defiler forward and plague them all. Then maybe you could have a chance of actually getting some big damage done. But with all the Marines just at full health, there's siege tanks in the back, there's a million vessels. Like, I don't know what you think's actually going to happen. A couple Marines going up to clean up these lanes that are outside the bridge, and they're trading pretty evenly, but the Marines do clear everything out. And we're seeing that a command center that was made for the 6 o'clock base starting to get that base online a little bit.
Yeah, so this is what they call a split map scenario, I guess. And actually, yeah, Terran with this most recent base is actually ahead on bases, which is always going to be scary for Zerg. Oh my god, look at there's like 5 Defilers just got killed in between the Zerg, Natural, and third. Absolute brutality.
I mean, you're saying this is a split map scenario, but like this drone over at the 9 o'clock still didn't actually make a hatchery, so
Yeah.
that's some gas income. And unlike my life hour, who's sitting on a nice bank of economy, the Zerg is on scraps right now, trying their best just to stay in the game.
It looks like Quickcom is headed towards the bottom right part of the map, maybe? Getting caught out by some Marines here, but should have enough to clean them up.
Finally a hatchery going down over that 9 o'clock base, but there's just so little resources. I think this is the time, maybe as QuakeCom, stop attacking for a little bit. You gotta get your own thing situated first, because all these attacks are going into units that you're just not able to kill through. There is an opportunity to kill this 12 o'clock base, but it has to go there and actually find it first.
I'm trying to get in here, but there's 3 bunkers and tanks up on the cliff. That's gonna be really hard to do without any Darkstorm.
Even this transition to getting some more areas would be good at picking off some of these tanks, I think, but it's still so risky because all the areas are just are vulnerable to getting irradiated. So this giant vessel strategy, even though we've never seen something like this before, is actually kind of exactly what the Terran needs right now, I think.
Yeah, it's so powerful to just be able to delete units. We have another eraser at the bottom bases.
Burrow goes down, nothing good.
Yeah, but a nice burrow in the spore colony that is driven away there.
Yeah, finally adding the spore colony to help deflect some of these. I'm surprised that just wasn't, the spore colonies were just added a while ago to start deflecting this. 4 health, I can't believe it.
Rude. It's probably about to fly. Nope. He turns around, does not fly into the spore colony.
I try to adjust the volume the best I can. Hopefully that helps you guys out. Sorry,
Nice.
had to stop observing for a sec to do that.
So I feel like we should see battle cruisers here from Terran. Like, from what I know, this seems like the right situation to use them, where you just force Zerg to spend gas on Scourge against the BCs, and like, Wickham is already struggling to get gas. To make these gas units here.
I mean,
And plus, I
think
just want to see BCs.
yeah, I know BCs are fun, but really the thing is just at this point, you know, your opponent until just now it was been running on fumes as far as money goes this whole time. It's just being an attack. Like any attack, trade at any value, replenish. Because like when you're sitting at 10,000, 5,000, it doesn't matter what units you have. Start getting some damage of it done. Like just build a couple dropships, throw some Marines down the corner. Maybe they kill the base, maybe they die immediately, but get something done. But you can just see my FR just being so passive here, which I mean, giant lead, but the giant lead was there in game 1 too, and we saw what happened.
Yeah, I like we're seeing this command center fly to the middle, and even then he's not pushing out to defend the base.
Yeah, this
Command center
is
just
silly.
flying there by itself.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough situation here for Zerg, but I feel like if Terran just wants to keep giving them the time to do this, it's not gonna be that bad. Like, eventually things are gonna happen, and this command center in the middle, spotted by a Ling, and here comes a giant group of stuff, but none of it can shoot the air. So, don't put the Scourge into the Scourge crashing into the building. You need a couple more of those to make that work.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing more drone harassment down the lower left, so, and even this eBay floating into the top middle, getting an idea what's there. I think maybe was thinking if they wanted to try attack there. But we still just see the same thing that we've been seeing all game from the Zerg player. Looking like they just want to force their way through this natural and attack where all the army is. I guess if you get the Darkstorm set up and a big shot, it might work, but I feel like you're never going to actually get it happen.
Yeah, I feel like it's so hard to get the fighters close enough. Although, right as I say that, he does or she does get one, but it's just not enough. There's just so much here from Terran. Alright, so what do we see on the map? Another base has been cleaned out of drones by Irradiate. The new Zerg base starting to mine gas. Not many drones here for minerals.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be
A long game, I think so. So that
grindy. Like, it's going to be hard for either player to actually end this game. Life for Ire has the tools to do it, just for whatever reason, it's just playing very passive. And like, I get the idea that you're ahead, and it's like, well, the only way I could lose is by taking a really dumb fight. But I think letting Zerg get to absolute max endgame Zerg is another way to lose. Like, your bank's not going to matter if he wipes everything, and then there's just nothing left.
This middle base is just going to get up. Not that it really matters when he already has almost 20,000 total resources in the bank. But I'm just surprised that Wacom keeps going for the front when this base is here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it seems a little bit weird, but maybe the idea is that if they can get control of the natural, and especially the bottom of that ramp, then all the reinforcements get made, it would be so hard to actually get out of the base. But even that
Well,
just
she's
seems...
about to make it up the ramp here.
Yeah, finally busting their way through. Lurkers getting placed near the ramp and not all the way there, but I think the problem with this strategy is that if you do eventually get there and you get enough, we actually see the Defiler eat a Lurker to protect the other Lurker. True community there.
For the greater good.
Greater good. I'm finally getting something in this base, but there's so many sign posts on the map, I'm surprised the Lurkers that got up the ramp aren't already irradiated.
Yeah.
Actually forcing some lifts on these barracks, a little bit surprising. Like, this shouldn't be doing the damage it is, but apparently it's going to. We still have like 2 groups of Marines that are below just not being used at all.
Yeah, I'm just surprised how much damage this is doing. It's gonna take a long time to rebuild all these barracks.
Yeah, definitely surprising. And like, this is also a situation the Terran's been ahead for so long. But you see, like, the other main they took, they didn't start replenishing production buildings there. Like, that's something Protoss has to do. They have to make a lot of gateways, so you can take that fight and then just immediately, like, get the production back. And we don't see Terran doing that as well, staying on the same amount of production for probably the last 15, 20 minutes now. So we're seeing some comments in the chat. You gotta remember, this is tier 3. It's one of the lower end of our CPL. So there's definitely a lot of players still learning the game, learning the basics. And learning how to close a game effectively is a skill, and it is hard to learn for a lot of players.
Yeah, let me know when you figure out how to do that, because I haven't figured it out yet.
We put Protoss, Arbiters, man. What else do you need?
Oh man, I'm so bad at recall. I'm like worse than a new player at recall. That's so bad.
Well, we're seeing finally some of this little Zerg attacks going through. And actually, the production ability is not even mattering so much for the Terran because there's such a supply deficit. They're like behind food by a couple supply depots. And there's no supply depot, there's only one in the making. That's not going to unbreak this for a while. And as the CC in the middle goes down, it's just, the hole's getting deeper.
Yeah, it takes so long to get these depots up and the barracks up, even if you have unlimited money.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're still, Zerg's finally trying to get something. It's just exactly like what happened in game 1, that eventually the Zerg took that lead. They were down by so much, it just clawed a little, and then when they finally like got them supply blocked, and now the damage started actually matter and starting to add up a little bit. But unfortunately, unlike game one, the money hasn't run out as quickly, so there's still quite the bank to work through. But you can see from the Terran, this game's been going on for a long time. It's hard to stay focused for this amount of time, where it's like you should be building a bunch of supply depots, you should be rebuilding your production, but we're not seeing any of that from the Terran. While Zerg keeps trying to get these attacks, now focusing on the bottom right.
Dark Swarm's down, taking down these bunkers. Probably will get cleaned up before it does too much damage, but starting to make progress there. Yeah. Also, there's one Ling still in the main of Terran, and it's just slowly killing everything.
Oh, there's one at the south too that's not killing anything. Actually, irradiating the Ling. I mean, it gets the job done, but a small attack down to 6 o'clock as well. Gets cleaned up by Marines, but I feel like the SCV count is getting dwindled, starting to get hit, and still supply blocked with no supply depots still being made. We're seeing the Terran, like, as far as this game has gone, like, just not having the focus. Zerg looking like, even though the spot's worse for Zerg, the way they're playing it, I wouldn't be surprised if Zerg wins this one too.
Yeah, we've seen this giant ball of Marines and medics just stay here, this area, even after like the main is dead. They're just sitting here.
Yeah, I think that might be like one of those. I moved the army out of the way and then re-hotkeyed your stuff, and then they just get forgotten about forever. One of those that if the player sees this cast, they're gonna be like, "Oh no!" Like the whole time.
I've been there.
Yeah, I had one of those happen where I had a unit on a bridge blocking all of my army, so I had like 40 supply in my natural. I was like, if I had that for the attack.
That happens to me whenever I morph Archons. They always find the worst possible place to morph. They block all the pathing.
Oh, for sure. So finally, supply unblocked for Terran. Production game back online. Still just Marines and tanks, not medics, not anything. But a big Zerg army going down to this bottom right. We've got the Filers, Lings, we've got some Ultras here too, so we're going to be able to push forward. And there's just nothing here. There's some tanks at the high ground, but that's about it. We're going to see if they can stop this before Zerg cleans up this base.
Yeah, the tanks are falling. We see one wave of Marines come out. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Vessels are trying to irradiate everything, but it's going so fast.
Ramp with everything getting to the base, but the moment it walks out of the Dark Swarm, everything dies to that bunker. There's only one Link still alive, and that gets cleaned up shortly as well. Can this Ultra get the job done at 6 health? Finally gets cleaned up, but the front of that entrance is now closed off, and you see Link putting pressure on that CC, gonna take out this base.
Might be right. Yeah, it looks like more Marines are going to come in here. Definitely this base of the 4 o'clock is the main danger. Bottom right, the Marines are trickling out of these barracks. I don't think it's fast enough. I don't think they can group up in time. Yeah, we got lurkers and Lings right on top of these barracks again.
Yeah, and like we're not seeing the attention thrown this way, but if you wanted to go back into that main and clean up the rest of these buildings, now there's nothing there to stop it. But if you can shut down all the production from this bottom right, we're actually even seeing that the units are, some of the units giving up that, going towards that 6 o'clock, trying to shut off all the Terran bases. There's still a giant supply to work through, but if you can starve Terran into no actual mining bases, eventually it's going to happen.
I think we're seeing it right now. I mean, all this production is going to go down. The vessels can't throw out irradiates fast enough.
Yeah, I'm just a little curious what the plan's going to be, because if you lose all this production, like, where are you going to rebuild the production? There's no, like, there's that army that we keep looking at that hasn't been used. That can be used to help reinforce this, but if that keeps forgotten about for the rest of this game, which it seems likely at this point, like, you're never going to be able to protect to build it, regardless of where you try to do it.
Yeah. As long as QuakeCom stays on top of it, it should be able to prevent any kind of rebuilding.
seeing some Scourge get some more connections, trying to whittle down this vessel count. Feels like the vessels have been the only consistent thing through this game, really, like, getting some pressure on. But even those, like, the ones in the bottom left haven't been harassing as much as they were before. And there's just smaller clouds all around as Ultras move their way through and just walk right into Marines, fight them in one-on-one honor combat.
Like that. Oh, look at this SimCity. These Marines are like, I don't know if this is on purpose or not, but these Marines are like in this little pocket here where the Ultras can't get them.
That's obnoxious. Eventually that factory will be burning down, so that won't last too much longer. Gets taken out. Access to the Marines is finally here. We're still seeing Zerg trying to send some units. Here comes the Defiler for that 6 o'clock base. They can push through with a Dark Swarm to get through this little bunker and siege tank line. Maybe we can shut off that final base, and then Terran's going to be really thinking about what the plan's going to be and how it got to this point.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a critical, just being too passive. I mean, we talked about it already, but and now at this point, like even if he starts to be more aggressive, it's just too late. Zerg is too established, and Terran is too damaged here.
Yeah, we're actually seeing Zerg take that middle base now, having the opportunity. There's no presence from Terran on the map, so why not?
Exactly. Oh, this poor Ultra is stuck here.
Well, they attack to the 6, pushing through. That siege tank dead. There's just a couple bunkers here now, but as far as the Dark Swarm going to cover it, it's working its way through the engineering bay. And Radiant goes down trying to help, but here comes some Scourge to clear out that science vessel. I think if Zerg just keeps streaming stuff over, they can clear that out, but Terran's got to start establishing their base. You can see up at the top right, they're trying to remake all this production. And that money went from like 12k, now it's down to 8k, it's falling fast.
Yep, it is a finite amount of money. Basically, mining has stopped here.
And here comes one group of Lings, and with no units made, the Lings will be enough to clear this out. There's only a couple Marines here. Let's see if they're enough to actually get that done, but I don't think so.
Marines get it for now, but now QuickOp knows there's another set of barracks there, so she can send Marines that way.
So, I mean, we've been harping on the Terran and like how the game got to this state, but I think this is a good example of game, just for especially for a lot of players. Like, why staying in the game until you're actually eliminated or the game's actually over? Because this lead looked insurmountable for a long time.
Oh yeah,
but that's like your opponent can always have the opportunity to just throw the lead away, and we're seeing that's exactly what's happening here. There's still money in the bank, but I don't think there's anyone thinking that Terran's actually going to come back and win this game at this point.
Yeah, QuickOp definitely played it correctly. You know, kept the pressure on, kept aware of the map.
Even with all
clutch
those,
holds.
Even with a lot of those attacks, there, we were like, "Why are you attacking into this army again and again and again?" Eventually, got enough Dark Swarms and managed to break through, and then that really set things in motion. We could be able to kill off all the production, even though it did get reestablished. And now, if you look, that army finally got sawn. Oh man, it finally got moved.
Amazing. It's just like a fantasy epic where like, or I guess like a sci-fi epic where like the best soldiers get put into cryo sleep for the true darkest hour and they get woken up.
I mean, this definitely seems like the true darkest hour. There's a lot of supply still for the Terran. The production kicking back in, really getting things back up, but it is almost entirely Marines at this point. So without any actual support units, it seems like it's going to be risky, especially since we've seen all game from Wacom. They're pretty good at using Dark Swarm lurkers and Lings. They're familiar with how to play it.
Definitely. I mean, you just have to be as a Zerg player. It's so powerful. Yeah, that bank from Terran is just being burned through. But let down the less than 4,000 minerals now.
We're still seeing that all the Zerg's mine bases pretty much still have minerals at them because of how low the drone saturation is. So managing to run on fumes and still get a lot of stuff done. But here comes the cloud of vessels. It's back in action, seeing if they can stop some things. But plenty of Scourge.
A good amount of Scourge here and Spore Colonies.
Alright, so let's see what the plan is going to be from here. Lots of production going down. The army going up pretty fast, but still with just mainly Marines. And I feel like we're going to get right back in that spot that Ira was at before, that they have an army, but they're scared to move, and it's just going to hang out on that top right. I just don't get it.
Oh, well, he's going down the ramp. He's made a little bit of progress. Oh, he's crossed the bridge. This is a new milestone. It's like the first time in like 30 minutes. He's headed towards that middle base, and it is actually in danger here. There's not much ground defense here.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with what we saw from Quakecom here. Just putting up a couple spores to stop these science vessel harassment groups. But really, like, there's no committed defense. You can always run the drones away to another base. You don't have to go crazy. But as I say, that moves a couple lurkers in. The Marines not getting pulled away in time. Actually, most of them just getting killed. There's a lot of Marines waiting for these lurkers, but still does a good amount of damage to an army that needs to be rebuilt a little bit from the Terran. The supply, the bank now actually dropped down to about 1,000. Gotta run out of money pretty soon.
Trying to rebuild some SCVs in the 6 o'clock here. Oh, there's one crackling killing all these Mistral Marines there. There we go. It does get cleaned up.
You see this one guy spinning at the 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Awesome. But there's still a reasonable force on the map for Iron. It's like, what, about two control groups of Marines, 2.5, plus a couple science vessels, so like, this is a pretty dangerous force. Going in with lanes one at a time, they're getting mowed through. Still needs to play the game cautiously, use defilers, use that Dark Swarm, that tech advantage that got you to this point this whole game from Quakecom. Now kind of forgetting the fundamentals of what they did to get in this position, and now going to lose the middle base because of it.
Yeah, she still has 2 mining bases though, although not an army in position to defend them. Are we about to see Terran win this game?
I still don't think so, because if you look, Terran's mineral is now basically depleted, and even though there's been a lot of production in the main, if you look, there's at least 2 control groups of Marines just hanging out there because they don't have rally points. Plus, like, almost a group at the natural.
Yeah, I'm just worried that he's gonna go kill these mining bases and Quakecom's gonna leave. I just have this this strong feeling that that's.
If you were in a game for 58 minutes, would you just leave? No, you're gonna. No, I'm gonna make you kill every freaking building.
But I'm just worried. I don't like. The mining is basically stopped for Zerg, and we don't see enough units to defend these bases. Like, there's a handful of ultras and some hydras that aren't even lurkers yet. I don't think I saw it. Yeah, okay, we see 1 defiler, so there could be a Dark Swarm. But see, like, one of these bases is down already.
Yeah, I mean, there's still the 9 o'clock that's effectively mining, so that's still 1 base is better than nothing from the Terran player. Although it's starting to get some of these minerals out of that natural, but these patches are all so low already. That's going to run out very quickly. I would prefer reestablishing the 6 more importantly than that natural from the bottom right. Now here comes a big group of Ultra Ling moving across the map again. A couple lurkers and a defiler with it. That's just the force you need. And with Terran moving all the way up the main, now they're trapped.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get out of there now. Soldiers charging in there without waiting for the defilers and lurkers.
I mean, it's okay. The D-Matrix is going down. Going to slow down these ultras a little bit, but let's see. Where's that Dark Swarm to protect these units? It hasn't been done yet. Finally, 1 goes down, but as everything's getting irradiated, unfortunate. I'm surprised. Like, we've been in this game for so long, so much importance on this defiler and this ground army. I don't remember seeing a single plague. Have you?
Yeah, I don't think we did.
That would make these fights go so much easier with the bio because there's just not a lot of medics. There's nothing here to really mitigate that, and especially these science vessel clusters. If you can drop those down to 1 health.
Oh yeah.
We're still seeing a little bit of units being made from the Zerg. They're still having control of the map a little bit here and there. And here comes some Scourge trying to find a science vessel, but flies to the Marines instead. Unfortunate.
See, I don't know. Terran's getting their position back though. Like they lost that push, but they're still significantly up in supply. They've got these bases mining again. I feel like My Life for Hire has kind of come back into this game.
I don't know, man. This is comeback in this game is not the term I would use. It just feels like both players they're stubborn, and neither one wants to be the one to say, all right, give up. Like neither player in a good position here. Now, who's going to be the one that tells here, because you got a little group of Marines. If they go up a ramp, this could be the opportunity to get the links, get surrounded. You have that high ground miss chance to help mitigate some of this. And here comes an Ultra to help block off that ramp. The Marines aren't going to get up this anytime soon. Meanwhile, I see a small force in the middle of the map trying to move down as well. But here comes the Marines trying to go through the ramp. One D-Matrix Marine versus one Irradiated Ultralisk. Yes, I pointed out in the chat, this game's wild, but neither player is giving up. It is grand finals. Every game matters, so regardless of what this game looks like or how we got here, both players making sure they're playing as hard as they can, and I can appreciate that fully.
Definitely trying their best here. We have a little group of Lings headed toward the 6 o'clock base, but I think there's enough Marines there to defend it.
And it definitely seems that way. Now, our supply is kind of skyrocketing because we see the same thing we saw early in the game from the Zerg player. It's just a lot of these small fights keep moving forward. And it's like you don't have the full set of army, the things that got you back in here. You're just kind of donating one controlled group of a thing at a time. And if QuakeCon built up one big force and went for something that was a little more like balanced, like, you know, had the defilers, had the links, had everything, it might work. But these little pokes is just kind of throwing away the small amount of money that's available to her.
Yeah, I mean, she's down to one binding gas, really. I mean, there's a couple more that are depleted.
Yeah, minerals being the bigger key here, I think, because at some point you do still need to be able to like make these links, make these units. They do cost money. It's not just gas for Zerg here, but having enough for a defiler would be good. But we're still seeing lots of links being made, but still just links. There is one defiler made, and it actually gets burrowed. That's smart, making sure that Assange doesn't just see it immediately.
Okay, let's see if QuakeCom can defend her last mining base here. A group of unsupported Lings comes out, gets some decent trades on these Marines. There's a defiler here. Do we get a Darkstorm? No. A Plague. We saw it.
Alright, we got one Plague. Hits a good amount of stuff. It hits 3 of the vessels and about half the Marines. There's no medics with this army, so that's going to be permanent damage. I feel like that could have been a way to really whittle down this army, especially since it's just being made as Marines, no balance to it. With the Marines, there's no issue to stop them walking straight up into that 9 o'clock base. They should be able to clean everything up. Things get burrowed, so hopefully they don't get killed, but there's got to be scans available at this point, right?
Yeah, and there's all these vessels here too. Now the spores are gonna go down.
Small poke from behind, but still just so many Marines here. Just the raw amount of fire that you'd have to walk through. Lings alone aren't going to get through. You're going to have to use defilers or attack somewhere that this Terran army isn't. Try to like do counterattacks, get some production killed or something. But we see now from QuakeCom 3 minerals, and I don't see anything mining anymore now.
I think we're going to game 3.
I can't believe it.
What a game.
It is looking like game 3, but as long as this game is gone, I am not saying anything until it actually happens.
Yeah. Yeah, who knows?
Oh man, So, still like just attacking with these little groups of units. So you're finding stuff that's plagued, you're going to be able to get some damage done, but the money means so much more. And I don't know what to do.
Really?
I don't think that is a fair sentence to say right now.
Oh, no.
That's a brutal one. All right, so game 2 done, and I saw a request for it, so we're gonna throw up the units killed to the tab. Lots of
God.
stuff dead. So honestly, for as long as that game was, QuakeCom really impressive to stay in it and really actively try as long as they did, and almost I thought they had it. I really did. So very close, almost happened. But we're going into game 3. And I'm going to ask you, because, you know, you play in CPL, you know what it's like. You just played an hour and a half of 2 games of a best of 3. Are you even ready for game 3? Are you are you dead?
100, I would not be surprised if this game was BBS versus Pupil. Like,
Both players just having none of it.
exactly. Both players are like, all right, forget that. I'm not doing that again.
I mean, so we did see early in that second game, the Terran player was aggressive early, but when they got situated, got those 3 bases, that's when they really turtled up. And so early in the game, there's still plenty of opportunity on Sylphid to get some things done. We'll see how this one turns out. All right, it feels like it's been a while since I had to do an introduction. In the top middle, in the purple, Life for Ire switching up the color, going with the purple Terran, and in the bottom right, QuakeCom sticking with that dark blue. Looks good on the Zerg. And we're in game 3 after a marathon game 2. Even if you weren't like, I'm gonna cheese them or do something really like aggressive or all in or anything, like just how would you process like you go and scout, and now you gotta like think about a totally new game, or like
I know
you make your muta and you have to do like muta micro like. No one's gonna be in this game is gonna be running like at a high capacity. You gotta be done after this. Like you gotta.
I wonder like how long they had between games. Like maybe like in between games they're like, all right, you want to take a break? You want to not play another game right now? So who knows? Maybe, but they probably just played it right after. But like if I played an hour-long game and my opponent was like, hey, you want to take a break? I would absolutely be down for that.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I've done that before. Like if I have a really rough loss, or even I'll have like a half hour game. And I'll be like, I need like 5 minutes. Like just
Yeah. Just get your brain reset.
Yeah.
Do you have this like I have this experience sometimes, especially like in long games, where in the moment of playing the game I don't remember how it started. Like I couldn't tell you like what build order I did or whatever to get to that point because I'm just not even thinking about it. I'm just thinking about what's going on in the game right now.
I can say I'm not so much that, but I could definitely be like, oh man, was this the game where like I did the drop and lost the shuttle to Scourge? I'll blend all those little details together. But it also helps that most of my openers are very similar. It makes it easy to remember what I did. It's like, what did I do against Zerg? The same fucking thing. We're seeing the hatchery first from Zerg again. Not committing to the 9 pool or anything crazy like that. Still just go for it. And a refinery getting that gas steal against the Zerg. So this 2-hatch play that's been kind of the stable choice from our QuakeCom. I don't think that's going to happen this time. Pulling drones to kill it seems bad. Just make the lings and wait. So we'll see if this is actually going to be like a 3-hatch play, since you're going to have to wait anyway.
Yeah. I'm amazed that like there's no cheesing going on in this game.
The Blime, I am proud of you, but you missed the marathon, so no, I'm not proud of you. We do see a couple drones picking at that refinery, though, so looking like they are trying to value getting that gas. I mean, it's going to be an easy cancel, but it's going to just take up so much time.
I feel like you just get the gas at your natural. Like, it's going to be later than normal, but you won't have to kill anything, and you can just kill this refinery lings later. Although I don't know if I would have thought of that after playing an hour-long game, so I can't really blame anybody.
Does this Overlord go down? It barely gets killed by Marine before it gets out of range, so that gets a pretty severe supply block. And having to use some of those drones to stop the refinery, eating into the mineral bank, like this is already setting up to be a lot better for the Terran, I think, than the Zerg. This early game not going the way of QuakeCom. And it gets the cancel on the refinery, doesn't let it die, and finally gas going down. And we do see a hatchery down at the bottom, so it is going to be 3 hatch, but that is positioned kind of out of the way. That is a little less obvious, so I do like the adaptation and realize it's like 2 hatch just isn't going to be fast enough. It's not going to have it. You need to just get the extra units and not be tricky this time.
Alright, so it looks like My Life for Air is doing a similar build to what he did before. He's getting the expansion, probably getting up to these 2 barracks, and then get a factory.
What is with this flying barracks, though? Like, why is this here?
I don't know. Maybe he's like checking to see if there's an overlord over there. I don't know. Oh, but Lings are gonna get in.
A lot of Lings are getting in, even if they're slow. At this point, like, there's just not enough stuff, and you gotta just try to make some barracks, but they're going straight for the SCVs. I would focus more on the Marines first, and rather than just trying to trade what you can here. But a little indecision, the Lings get cleaned up very quickly from those Marines. Barely takes any damage at all.
I pulled there from My Life for Air.
Is that for real, Snipe? Did they actually play Game 3 the next day?
That's amazing.
that is awesome.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
That's actually awesome that they both agree on. It's like, listen, can we just fresh Game 3?
It's good to have that insider knowledge. So we actually don't see that a factory yet. Seen eBay up here, but
and in the Academy. So this is a much more normal kind of build that we're seeing from the Terran. 2 racks Academy. It's going to get those upgrades and that maybe that +1, and it's going to have a pretty strong timing. But I think this is the kind of thing their plans like I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be in time and ready to deal with the 2 hatch lair play. But you stole the gas and put them on 3 hatch anyway. But it forces out some creep colonies, and all the Terran moves move back, free damage to the economy, having to make these sunkens, and it's not really going to do anything. So Terran got to be feeling pretty good about that one. Spire goes down, and we're going to see if things are ready this time. You already see the turrets already on the way at the front, so definitely going to be ready to defend mutas because they're very far away off.
Yeah, we saw this last game, if you remember, from our previous lifetime when that happened. Like, he got this turret up here to stop lurkers like really early, and then he just barely got the lurkers in his to stop mutas in time.
Yeah, it was very delayed. I think it was one of those like after seeing the lurkers in game 1, just blindly assuming, oh, it's lurkers again. You're not a muta player, just trying to peg them into that hole like that. I think going to be a little easier to defend this stuff this time because you do have this a better bioforce. You're not eating it into it to get these tanks or anything. And you see that the infantry weapons are already on the way, stims on the way, and medics being produced, and actually adding on some extra barracks here. So this bioforce is going to be looking very intimidating.
Yeah, we do see medics pop out too.
Yeah, and we see 2 scans, 1 in the main, 1 in the natural. So has an idea what the tech choice is, and saw the creep, so it knows about the 3rd hatchery as well, but doesn't have an idea about this extra base being taken down in the corner.
Yeah, and that once lurkers are out, that position is going to be very hard to attack. Just one narrow ramp to get up there. Those bases on this map, these like little high ground bases, they're so strong. I feel like every matchup they're so good to get.
Well, we're going to see an interesting clash here. Despite the goofiness of the opening a little bit for the Zerg, we are getting kind of the setup you're looking at from just getting 3 hatch muta. We're going to get that 1 control group really quickly. As Life Riders pushing across, everything's in a line. If these mutas try to pick some of this off, it's going to be great, but they're actually just going to pass each other.
Past each other. This
is going to be real dangerous. There's 3 sunkens here, but that's a lot of bio. This is a little dangerous, and I think the mutas do see what's happening here and recalls the rest of the flock.
Hard to harass this bio ball. Some decent micro, but taking a good amount of damage here. But just buying more time to spawn more units to keep the Terran off of the sunken colonies here. picking off a few. Well, nope, not quite picking them off, but harassing these Marines. They're getting that muta micro going.
Yeah, trying to get whatever little advantages they can here. Takes a lot of damage on these mutas. Some of them starting to get pretty bruised. And the Marines going in, they're trying to break through the Sunkens, but I think this is a lot. I think Zerg can repel this out too much. Loses one Sunken, but plenty of mutas still here, and a lot of the force from Terran gets cleaned up. With no reinforcements on the way. I think Zerg's got to feel comfortable that they survived this push.
Yeah, she did hold this push, but she lost like half the mutas to do it. So I think Terran's going to be okay with that, especially with this big group of reinforcements leaving now.
Yeah, this is something we saw from the other games. If that reinforcement group came during the attack, I think they could have done a lot more damage, but not being good at reinforcing during the fights. So was trying to find an advantage here, but the Queen's Nest for the Zerg player already finished, so looking like maybe it's going to be a hive rush to get Defilers, or maybe something else instead, a Greater Spire or an Ultralisk Cavern.
Yeah, I saw that. We see Queen's Nest, but no Hydroid. Is this like crazy Zerg or something? I don't know if it's gonna get online in time. I feel like Quakecom is really gonna miss those lurkers right now.
Yeah, the mutas being split into two smaller groups. One of them takes a lot of free damage, trying to use the mutas to fight their way through, but the Sunkens trying to get through this. There's just so much bio here, and Stem's such a powerful ability, but I think the Sunkens, with them barely hanging on, one of them below 100 health, enough to repel this out again. But let's take a look back at the base. Reduction from Milo for Ire hasn't stopped yet. So even though we're trading all this stuff, like the army is actually not that big for Terran, but the 52 SCVs, big economic lead right now.
Oh yeah. Very healthy economy here for Terran.
You can see started to add on some more barracks. Got a factory earlier, but it's just to get that starport transitioning into a normal SK Terran. It looks like it can go back into building those science vessels. It's going to be great.
Exactly. Maybe you'll see like 20 vessels this game.
The amount of vessels we saw that game was just unbelievable. But throughout all these attacks, things getting traded at the natural, that third base from Zerg completely untouched. But now as you get scanned, here comes the army going across, trying to add on another creep colony, but with no lurkers and no units there. I think when this group gets there, that third base is going to be eliminated quite quickly.
Yeah, without any lurkers to hold this ramp, Threens will just charge up and dunk on these two sunken colonies here.
Yes, the score is accurate on screen. We've only gone through one set. This is game 3 of the second set, and we have 6 sets tonight. Here, we're in for a long one after that.
Boy.
Game 2.
Yeah, these songs do go down. The third base is definitely going to go down as well. Just too many Marines here for Quakecom to deal with.
Yeah, this all the drones getting killed off here, the hatcher going down. But Zerg back down to 2 base here. Drone saturation not particularly great, but we're rushing towards that Ultralisk Cavern. There's a decent little gas bank, but I don't know about this one, because if you're taking a look as you go through, like the +2 armor just getting started now, while the Marines already have their +1 weapons, so they're even on the normal weapons versus armor, and you're not going to be able to make a lot of Ultras, so I feel like just the production that we're getting from Life for Ire, you're already up to 122 supply and starting to add some tanks in the mix. I don't think a couple Ultras is going to be enough to really pull this one back. And this isn't Defilers, this isn't Lurkers, this isn't Finesse units, this is Muscle, and I just think Terran has more of it.
Yeah, I don't really know the details of this crazy Zerg style, but I'm pretty sure you just need the third base alive to really just get the critical mass here. So these Lynx trying to get out on the map, but they run into this push here. I think there's just too much here from Terran. Maybe if the Terran gets too split up, I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, this is getting split up in a way that's favorable for Terran. Lots of Marines getting free shots while a whole group is setting up outside that natural. These Lynx now, they're going to try to get back, but they're not going to make it back. And there's only a couple Sunkets here. Still no Lurkers. Terran could just move in and be fine. We see him mow through those sunken colonies. They're finally going down. Doesn't lose a lot. You can see some straggling units, but still so much here for Terran as they push forward. And I think it's going to be able to clean out the natural. I don't know what Zerg's going to do from here. There's some Ultras on the way, but with no supporting units, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I think Mile Fire has closed out this game and the series. There you go.
Oh, wow. That was a series. I'm genuinely surprised about that game too, but My Life Fire, that game 3 looked so much more solid. Maybe having that day break was
Yeah, you got some coaching,
yeah, a little
but
coaching.
that was a very hard-fought series.
Alright, so we're
Kudos
gonna update
to
the
both
score.
players.
It is now currently set score 1-1. So long matches so far. Hopefully, as we do the other ones, they're gonna pick up a little bit in speed. I can't do a bunch of 1.5 hour sets tonight. I got work tomorrow.
Yeah. I need a break. Like I close like 3-minute bathroom break after that series. Do you
No,
want to like host the next game and then I'll go, or what do you want to do?
just join in. I'll get things started, and you can just jump back in the mix.
Okay.
When you're ready.
Okay. So, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, so
All right. I'll be right back. Thanks.
no, you're all good. So we're gonna be getting into set 3, and we are who we got? We got Buenaventura versus Pancake Princess. So we got ZVZ. This can't go an hour, right? Like it's impossible. But we do have Buenaventura in the top left with the light pink, the carnation, the cotton candy, and Pancake Princess in the bottom right in the magenta. So overlay. Thank you. That's why you have the chat easily readable all the time. So ZVZ, I love this matchup. And it's gonna be fast. Honestly, there's a chance that it'll be over before my co-caster gets back. That'd be hilarious. But we're seeing what we're going to see from these players. If it's going to be like 9 pool speed, some kind of fast tech. If one is going to be bold enough to go for that 12 hatch, which seems to go 50-50 on how well that goes. We'll have to see. And we're seeing from Pancake Princess building that Overlord, so at least going to be an overpool, something a little more economically focused. Wayne, on the other hand, saving up for that spawning pool, going to be going for that 9 pool instead. Now we're going to see what the thing is going to be from Wayne to get here. If it's going to be some kind of really early gas, or is it just the 9 pool just to get the links? On a 2-player map, that's not a bad decision because you know exactly where you're going. It's not like Fighting Spirit where you might not find them in time. You can try to put the pressure on. Pancake Princess adding on more drones, so now up to 11. Looking like it is going to either be a very late pool or actually going to be that hatchery play. And looking like it is just a late pool, trying to get the economic advantage. Which, if Wendy makes the links from the 9 pool and goes for the attack, I think that's going to work out well. The links from Pancake should be available in time to defend this effectively. But that gas is now finished for Buenaventura, so he can make that choice. Does he want that link speed? Does he want that super fast lair? It could be all sorts of things. Everything's just a little bit faster for Buena, but the Pancake is going to have that defender's advantage if they choose to use it. And we see 3 sets of links on the way from Buena, so he's going to make that first attack, using that 9 pool effectively, wants to make sure going to get something going, and a hatchery at the expansion this late. I'm not as sold on this. This is going to be a little harder to defend, I think. We'll have to see how this turns out. Now we do see from Buena back at home, he is going to get that lane speed, so not getting that lair, wants to really make sure that lane advantage is there. But he's going to have to do something with it soon. If that hatchery gets finished and that larva advantage starts building, it's going to be hard to outlink someone that has more larva available to you. And you see Lynx going to the map with a couple drones here to help, so the damage should go for Pancake. Gets a good surround on Buena's Lynx and wins that fight a lot better than I thought. Actually, all 6 Lynx surviving. Fantastic from Pancake, only losing that 1 drone. You know, a couple more Lynx getting made. You go back to what Buena. Now he has to stay on his ramp and be defensive while that lair is on the way and see if he can get to Mutas and get something done with those. But we see the Lynx on the way for Pancake, going to put that pressure on and see if they can get something done. But I think Buena can hold this ramp. Sets up that little wall, makes it hard to get a surface area. I think you can do a little concave, it's a little more effective, but this should be plenty fine. And we see lane speed on the way for Pancake. Still no Lair, so that Muta advantage for Buena is going to be there for a sizable amount of time, assuming these lanes don't get anything done. But it's a pretty even amount of lanes, and plus having to work their way up the ramp. And I think some of the Pancakes are actually bruised a little bit too. Losing a lot there, and now Buena has the advantage. But also has lane speed for a short amount of time. You see the lane production for Buena has stalled out a little bit while they were saving the money to get that Spire on the way. So Spire about halfway done. No anti-air anywhere even remotely in the works right now. No Evo chamber. The Lair's not on the way. Now with 2 hatcheries, a larva, I think it is just going to be committed trying to do a Ling all in. And as I say that Lair gets started, so of course that's my kind of luck. And the Blime's not here to be wrong for me, so I got to do it myself. Good amount of Lings though here at the ramp, going to be able to outnumber that. It pushes it back. Now there's no Sunkens here done, one on the way, but it's still a bit off. Not a lot of drones here either. All the Lynx going down. Are we going to be able to get the damage done before the Sunken finishes? The Lynx try to surround it. Sunken down to half health with a couple of Lynx going down. Some of them getting like a little lost in the shuffle. And the Sunken survives with 34 health. Going to repel this, but here comes wave 2. There's no mutas on the way. The larva had to have gotten used. Or the one muta on the way. Like there just wasn't the money for Buena to get things done. That Sunken going down now. You can see here comes these reinforcement links from Pancake. This advantage is going to snowball very quickly. Buena's got to figure out a way to defend this, and one mute is not going to be able to defend it fast enough. Links start getting killed very quickly.
Looks like I made it back just in time.
Just in time, yeah.
Yeah.
I see the drone's trying to run around, trying to not get killed, but it's still just the one singular mute. It doesn't even have enough money to make another one, so I think Pancake choosing to go for that the Lynx, not completely ignore the Lair, not off into the air game, just kill them right before it really gets online. Gonna work out quite well here. If that last drone goes down, there's definitely no hope for building anything else. I can't believe this drone is still alive. This is hilarious. How is this happening?
This little dinosaur egg. Oh no, he went down.
Alright, finally goes down. 37 minerals. That means no more units on the way. And Buena taps out, knowing one unit's not going to get the job done. Much faster game.
Yeah, it's a hell of a way to follow up that last series.
Yeah, there might have been intentional...
Intentional scheduling here.
Yeah, I was like, how about the ZVZ after that? That sounds fun. Alright, so Pancake taking game 1. We're going to be going on to game 2. Curious how the openers are going to go this time. Now on Fighting Spear with that 4-player spawn, you can't just know where your opponent is, and they gotta like have that gamble of, well, did I find him with my Overlord? We'll see. Well, let's get into game 2.
Alright.
Alright, in the top right, we have Pancake Princess in that magenta, currently up 1 game in the series. And in the top left, we have Buena Ventura in that nice cotton candy, super light pink. And we're gonna see if the openers are gonna be very similar. I think 9 pool is fine no matter what you do on any kind of map. I think if you want to do 9 pool, that's like your style. There's no reason not to. And the Pancake did the 11 pool, a little more defensive. I might be more inclined to do something like that on a 4-player map, since you have that extra advantage of, well, maybe he doesn't find me right away. And you can see how the Overlords are moving. Pancake's going to find Buena, but Buena ain't going to find Pancake. That's going to be his huge scouting advantage.
Yeah, that's such a big deal in this matchup. Like, the tiniest little differences in your build can have such big ramifications for the game.
Yeah, so what's your experience with ZBZ? Do you watch a lot of it, or did I save you from the game?
I like watching it. Like, so people hate mirror matchups in general, and I don't really get why. Like, I like them all. But in terms of like playing ZBZ, basically only when we're goofing around and like playing like team melee. But yeah, like I mean, I like it a lot. I wouldn't want to see like a whole tournament of just ZBZ, but it's good to have it mixed in there.
I don't know. I kind of watch that. You finish a whole tournament in an hour.
That's true. That's true.
Now we are seeing a difference in the build order. Both players going up to 12 drones, so Buena opted in for the 9 pool, going for a very different style. Well, Pancake might be going for something similar to what they did before. Now it is a 12 pool for Pancake, and we're going to see what Buena's doing with that drone moving down. It's going to be 12 hatchery for Buena,
Wow.
so a build order advantage for Buena, I believe.
Yeah, seems like it.
And we're going to see that Overlord finally getting close. They're going to see, oh, this is where everyone started now. But getting that full knowledge, especially since it is 12 hatchery, it is the later spawning pool and the later tech. That Overlord's going to really get a good idea of how many lings or drones someone's trying to make right now.
Yeah, he's gonna have basically perfect vision of what every larva is doing. But with my very limited knowledge of this matchup, it's gonna be hard for Pancake Princess to do much. Looks like she has gone ahead and gotten her own expansion a bit later, but I think with a faster gas, basically, I think what she should do is try to get the lair as soon as possible and get those mutas out earlier. Because if he goes for lings, I mean, I think Buena is just gonna have enough lings off of these off of this fast hatchery, even if speed is like a bit later.
Yeah, we are only seeing one set of lings from Pancake and going straight to the lair. Buena instead using the larva advantage they have from the 2 hatcheries, getting a bunch of lings, rushing for the ling speed. So big divergence in the build orders. And given that it is going to have 2 hatchery or larva, I think if you do need some extra lings, like Pancake has a good amount of forces, and they're being defensive knowing that they're rushing the lair. So I do think this is actually going to work out very well for Pancake, having those mutas on the field just that little bit earlier to start getting stuff done.
Yeah, you could be right. It seems like so now. Yeah, just now Buena is getting a scout off. This is where he's going to see the hatchery just about to finish. He's gonna send. He's got 6 lings coming out on the map. He's gonna have speed done earlier, but I think with more lings for Pancake and with the speed not too far behind, she'll be okay.
Yeah, the speed difference between the 2 is not actually going to be very significant, but the lair timing is very significant between the 2. The Pancakes is almost done already, while Buena's not even at the halfway point. There's going to be a sizable window where she can have mutas on the field, where Buena's going to have to figure out what they're going to do for anti-air. Might actually even force an Evo Chamber to deal with it.
So Buena's lings trying to get in here, getting caught out by the lings of Pancake Princess. Just one ling makes it into the main. Can it kill any drones?
It's not
like
attacking anything, right?
It's stuck. Yeah, it was like a hold position or something.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Buena almost got a bunch through. That could have been really tragic since Pancake wasn't defending. But after clearing out all those lanes, Pancake realizes opportunity is here. But there's a lot of lanes here for Buena. Gotta be careful. Pancake really shouldn't be taking this fight. But more reinforcements come while Buena pulled back half his forces. This is actually going pretty evenly, but buying time for the Spire to finish up for Pancake.
I think this is a trade that Pancake is going to feel very comfortable making with this big tech advantage.
Just got to be able to actually defend it. You can see Pancake pulling back to the ramp, which is going to give Lynx free reign over this hatchery there. So Pancake going to have to make more Lynx and actually defend it. But the Spire nearing completion. Got to save a couple larvae and some money so you can actually make some of those views and get an advantage out of that Spire. The lair takes a lot of damage, but doesn't go down, and Buena losing all the Lynx trying to do it. That's tragic here, because now you gotta have to make Lynx to defend the Lynx, but the mutas are going to be on the way as well.
Well, it's only one muta. It could be a few more, but I feel like this lead is not that great anymore. In terms of the Spire tech, like the Spire from Buena is about to finish, and he's definitely able to make more than one muta.
Yeah,
so I think their muta count might be even.
Yeah, I was gonna say Pancake had the money to make more, but didn't make them right away. Maybe just waiting on larva, didn't get a chance to look and see. But Lane's taking a good fight here. A lot of Lane's taking a bad trade, trying to get through. A couple drone kills to get through. The muta helps clean this up, and now Pancake still has a little bit of this army lead, a little more Lings. And Buena just burned all of their larva on some mutas, so there's no Lings back at home. These Lings going across the map might do some really big damage.
Yeah, and there's mutas to back them up, and Pancake is getting a Carapace too, so
Or is she? No, that's no, nope. It's
That's Buena.
yeah, it's Buena. Whoops, colors are hard. So we have 3 mutas against 2. I'm pretty sure 3 mutas wins that.
Usually
I know it's 3 versus 3.
Yeah, here comes the 3, and there
3
comes
versus 4.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to say, but there's
Math.
still a lot of lings in the ground. They take out that hatchery. That's a big advantage. The Pancake's going into the main for more. There's no Sunkens here to help defend. So even
Yeah,
if you
get
can
those
trade
roads.
these and get a couple drone kills, that's gonna be well worth it. We're gonna see him taking a look at the drone count. It doesn't look like any drone are gonna go through. A couple more lings trying to keep
Nice
the
hold
pressure
there
on
from
Pancake though. This actually, I love the spot that Pancake's in. After killing that hatchery, the larva advantage is going to get out of hand. And you can see Pancake still adding on lings, but also keeping up on the muta. So actually has 4 muta. That's going to be enough to help defend this, but this is a big group of lings that Buena I don't think is ready for.
Exactly. I think so. Buena's done a good job of keeping up with the muta count, but he just doesn't have all the larvae. He needs to catch up with the link count as well. Now those lings are all up in the mineral line.
Those drone kills, and Buena taps out. Pancake taking that one 2-0.
Very nice. Thank God for CBZ.
Alright, so that's our 3rd series for the night. Score goes to 2-1 with Operation Indecision regaining the lead that they got early on. But we're going into the next set. We got 3 more to go, so we're going to see if Operation Indecision can grow their lead, or if we're going to see Socialized Healthcare even it back up. And we're going into a matchup with a race we know. Hey, we're here.
Yeah.
We got a Pro versus Terran on the way now, so. We got Snipe in the chat. Root for the home crowd. Definitely no bias there.
Here for the audience to be biased. It's our job to be impartial.
I'll be whatever I want to be. I'm the one casting it. In the top left, it's the Olive Terran. Ash Ackwells. Is that the name I have for that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is on the.
Ackwells.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take a look at it.
And then in the bottom right, in the teal, is another 2. Protoss from Operation Indecision. We're going to see if our guy can grow the lead for us. Well, for me. That's my team. So, Protoss versus Terran on Overwatch. How do you feel about this? Because I feel if you don't get a lead early, it gets out of hand fast.
I mean, people always say this map is way better for Protoss, and I think that's probably true. I don't like moving around the middle of the map.
Hold on. 2
doesn't matter,
SCVs. 2 SCVs.
Yeah, that's what matter. We got 2 SCVs across the map. This can only be for BBS, and I like cheese, but I think BBS is just not good for Protoss. Like, I think unless the Protoss has like a 12 next or something, like they can just kill a BBS with the units that they get normally. You just pull a few probes and micro your goons, and you're fine.
I mean, this build right here is why I always get the Zealot. I always get the Zealot. It's worth it.
Yeah, we'll see what another 2 does here. I mean, even without the Zealot, like, it's not like impossible. Alright. Looks completely normal so far out of another 2. But I like cheesing. I like if you like a plan for it, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna throw him off game 1, or like whatever cheese a philosophy you have. I appreciate it. Like, some people just get really bad and like hate cheesers, but I'm not one of those people.
No, it's a legitimate part of the game.
Exactly.
Now, we did see it was core, no first Zealot in the probe. Does the probe see it? He sees one of them at least, so if he's paying attention, the other 2 knows what's going on. The probe cuts right back and gets
it's
the
like, wait
full
a
idea.
minute.
And there's that Zealot on the way now. A little bit late to the party, but it's going to be there in time to help defend this. But the question is Aquel's going to be able to get that bunker up and make this a real pain to deal with? Shield battery for Protoss on the way as well. Wants to make sure they can defend this without losing a bunch of units. But Terran moving right up the ramp all the way in, and it's going to be able to get behind the mineral line and start working on these probes.
No. I think the Sim City is going to work against Protoss here. It's going to be hard to pull probes, but I think you just have to anyway. Like, this one Zealot is great, but it's not going to be enough against these 3 Marines and the 2 SCVs here.
Yeah, especially as more things keep getting rallied in. We see another Zealot. I'm a little surprised that actually wasn't a Dragoon to help you give something that you can micro against this a little bit better. Probe's getting in for the fight, actually getting killing the Marine, getting some damage done. Zealot gets back in the mix after getting shield batteried, so we're going to see if he can keep the pressure on. But these Marines behind the mineral line getting a couple more kills. We're seeing 2 each from them.
Nice body blocking with the SCVs here. Alright, I'm going to make a note to always put a pylon behind the minerals here so that Terran can't run Ares back here. This is pretty strong. I did not think about this.
Yeah, this is doing a lot of damage. You can see with the mining off because the probes are just trying to make sure they're not getting killed by Marines. Can't even afford any other units. Still building Zealots, not the Dragoon. I don't know how much I like that. When you're trying to fight against stuff like this, bunker trying to go down, there's still 2 more SCVs here, but the Marines get taken out. The Zealots are going to be able to take out these SCVs and slow this down finally. I think Terran's got to give this up. Wait, I would say you feel good about it, but look at Terran's worker count. Like, 5 SCVs. This is super committed.
Yeah, so Protoss, it was a bit rough. The SimCity worked out not in his favor, and Terran was able to get a very good position behind the mineral line, and it was still terrible. I just don't think this build is good at all in this matchup. Because, I feel like Protoss wants these really small fights. Their units are so beefy, they want these little fights like this. It's only in huge fights where all the Terran units can shoot at once that they are so strong. And now, even though Terran killed 4 or 5 probes or something, there's still half the worker count. It's just brutal. I don't want to be too Casper Cursey here, but I don't see how Terran can win from here, assuming that the players are close in skill.
I mean, it does seem unreasonable. You see the response, which is what I think had to be done. You had to back up, make this bunker, be ready for the Zealots for the counterattack. And I love the response. Another 2 is just going, you know what? I'm going straight for Robo. I can get a shuttle and bypass all this crap if I want to. But there's nothing here to actually wall it off. The Zealots can walk right up the ramp, and they're going to start fighting some of these SUVs. You can't afford to lose any more of these. Now that they're away from the bunker, the tables have turned.
There's no mining going on for Terran.
Yeah, and with the barracks floating, they can't even make more Marines. So this is UMS right now. Trying to protect the Marine.
Exactly. SCP football or something.
Yeah, but so even if this attack from the Zealots doesn't actually end up killing it, the Marine's got to be very careful. Another Zealot's in there. You can see back at home from another 2. There's the shuttle and with the support band away. Reaver was going to close this out, but unnecessary. Another 2 defends the cheese and takes the first game.
So yeah, I like cheese, but BBS is just not good against Protoss. It's so hard. Something like a proxy factory or something like that.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we saw that placement as well, because you'd figure if you're going to do something like that, you would test it, because that probe didn't go out of the normal scouting path. It saw it just naturally.
Yeah.
So that's something you should always check when you're trying to play out cheese. Does the natural scout find it anyway, or do you have to go out of your way?
Yeah, I would just put those up on that 6 o'clock base, or not 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock base. So they're up the high ground, so it's harder for scouting units to see them.
All right, so we're going into game 2. We got another 2, still rocking the teal up in the top right with his 1-game lead, and Ash Aquels is in the bottom left, still picking Olive. And now that we're on fighting Spirit, I feel like you're not going to get that opportunity anymore. So we still got to see what's going on for our Terran player, what the plan's going to be in a more normal game.
Oh man. So they're talking about lag. Did Aquel see that other 2 was lagging, and they'd be like, aha, I can get it with BBS. I really wonder if that's what happened.
Well, remember, this is Operation Indecision first Socialized Healthcare. That's the Europe
Yeah.
team. So
Yeah,
everyone's going to have their own varying mileage of lag issues, unfortunately. But, I mean, it's kind of par for the course. We try to be inclusive and make sure everyone
Yeah,
can
yeah.
play. So it's the best we can do.
It's just funny. Like, imagine, like, oh, my opponent's lagging. Time? Jeez. I do that on ladder sometimes. Like, if it's, like, turn rate 8, I just, like, alright, I'm just gonna cheese. They could try to micro against us in this, like, 3-second lag they have.
Yeah, I could see that if you're playing ladder, because even if it, like you don't cheese, so you try to do a normal game, if the turn rate's bad, it's not even gonna be fun. So you
Yeah.
might as well just be like, I'm either gonna win fast or lose fast. I don't care. Just get me out. But I always take that indication if someone's like talking about the lag and complaining about the lag, do something really aggressive. It doesn't have to be like cheese, but do something aggressive and get them riled up because they're probably a little emotional. Just get them riled up.
This is the Protoss player mindset, everybody. It's like, how can I piss off my opponent? And so it looks like a more normal thing out of Aqua this time. Some kind of factory, probably expand, but could be some kind of factory home-based play.
Well, until like once he gets that first 100 gas, we can see if he
Yeah.
got strummed the gas. That's usually the indicator you're looking for. Although I've seen a lot this season. You look for that. It's like, oh, he kept the gas in gas, and then takes the expansion anyway. I think there's just a lot of people that aren't comfortable. Like they take the guys out of gas, they think they're gonna forget to put them back.
Yeah, yeah.
And I love this from both players. They just go cross scout. They're like nuts to this. I don't
Yeah.
trust you anymore. That's fantastic.
That's pretty awesome.
We do see from the Terran player that the guys have not been pulled from the gas, and the ability to depot up at the front. If you can deny the scout, it might be an indication that he wants to do something. But the probe walks right on in and sees exactly what's going on. We'll see how Ashak responds to that.
We're living a long time finding this little hidey hole back here behind the minerals, but there's another Marine. Oh, it's not shooting. Oh, okay. He does make it out. We see one factory started. A good amount of gas pulled up. Could easily be a second factory here.
Yeah, there's no real indication. You see the bunker at the front. That could be faking the expansion, but I think
Yeah.
that bunker might need to be a little more forward to really fake that effectively, where you wouldn't be able to just walk past and poke in and see it.
Yeah.
And we do see from the Terran player, or the Pros player, that is just, one game. We're getting core, we're getting rage. This should be a very fast expansion on the way. And there's another factory. A Terran player showing their true colors. Of course, they would go
Yeah.
BBS and then go, you know what, 2-fac. I'll give you the classy cheese.
2 barracks in the first game, 2 factories in the second game. You know what? 2 starport in the third game. Let's do it. This is the Terran progression here. But real talk though, like 2-fac is like, if you're trying to play Protoss, like you just have to learn how to deal with 2-fac and FD and a lot of other like early game Terran stuff. Yeah, I feel like if both players know what they're doing, then it's a situation that's advantage to Protoss. But like, especially when you're learning, it's way easier to pull off as Terran than it is to defend, and it requires like a good read from the Protoss, and like they have to kind of. It's very close. Like it's like. If you have 4 goons, it's not enough, but then if you get the reinforcements like 6 or even 8, then you can crush it. So I like to see if the Protoss player can identify what's going on. So he's like sitting out here on the bridge. Did he check the command center? I don't think he face tanked the bunker yet.
He has not checked to see if there's a command center. And I do like that he is forward enough with these goons to try and see something. And we're going to see, would he walk forward enough to see it? Putting some pressure on. And the Marine really trying to push him back. That seems a little suspicious that there was an extra Marine that's not in the bunker.
No, I don't think he's seen it yet. I think he's just trying to pressure. Oh my god, that goon is so dumb. I hate that. That goon had range and it still died to the bunker. But in the Protoss space, he has gotten 2 gateways, which is probably enough I mean, it can be enough. Like 3 is more comfortable, but you can survive with 2.
Well, he's got the third one on the way. And we actually see that the Robo's there, but he is a little putting on all this pressure, maybe smelling something out. He got the gateway before getting the observatory. Now, the one thing that I think always helps against these 2 factories is have the goons far forward, so you can try to kite them back, buy yourself some time, and know it's coming for sure. The fact
Yeah,
that he's
like-
so retreated already to the middle of the map, he's not going to see it until it's already at his base, pretty much.
Yeah, that's very true. Just like every second you can buy, it gives you more time to make more goons.
We see the move out now. Couple tanks, couple vultures, and mines being researched. So, and the goons move back forward. They see the move out now. So let's see if he knows it's here. Is he full on retreating, or is he going to try to buy time? It looks like he's just not comfortable enough trying for the micro. Just going to make sure he saves the units. Which he
Yeah,
does have
with-
5 goons with 2 more made. I think he has enough to hold this.
Yeah, I think 7 goons, especially with more coming. He's got 4 gateways, so he is ready. As long as he doesn't die like immediately to like a really bad mine hit or something, he should be okay. Like even has an observer out here.
Yeah, so he's got plenty of forces here, and actually that shield battery too going to make a big difference. And actually just having the buildings make it a little harder so vultures can't just fly on by or anything. The observer almost on the way as well, so I think Ash Aqual's the build choice isn't that bad, but like the second factory was a little late, the move out's a little bit late, so I think this isn't going to get a lot done, and then he's going to be sitting there without an expansion versus another 2 who got theirs quite quickly.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just wish that another 2 was being a bit more active here. Oh, but he does get he snipes 1 tank, very important. I don't think the Protoss has to be so defensive here. They have the numbers to just charge in here.
Well, if you look at the production tab, there's a round of 4 goons, so if he wants to make sure that when those goons come, like he's willing to eat a little bit of loss now to be sure that when he gets his goons, he's good. I don't like how far forward the Terran's been moving though. Spider-Man could have been a problem, but doesn't get a chance to lay him down. Backs off, and there's
Nice
basically
run,
nothing here. The goons can pounce on this easily.
Yeah, I feel like the 2 fac was just a bit slow, and the Protoss like caught it, and he knew exactly what to do here.
Yeah, and we see so much commitment to the front of this attack. There's no macro from the Terran player at home, no real reinforcements. So, like, this attack really needed to get something done. You see all the tanks are going to get cleared out, and the observer's already on the field, so now your mines are going to slow it down. And Aquils taps out. Another 2 takes a quick 2-0. A little surprising.
Hey, Protoss, OP, right? I mean, what can you do? Terran weak race.
Alright, so that puts Operation Indecision up 3-1. So far, our Tier 3 for Operation Indecision been doing their job, came to play. So we're going into our 5th set here. We got Camo Diaz versus Jarcina, which is going to be a Protoss versus Zerg. So more Protoss goodness in our lives.
Alright, my boy Jarcino. I'm hyped. He's been in chat for a while, too.
Yeah, I see him a lot in the CPL cast. He's one of the loyal guys. Snipe's got to leave us. Unfortunate. He's not a team player.
Wow. No loyalty from Snipe.
No, that's okay. We're going to enjoy the games, even if he has to go. We'll enjoy him extra hard. In the top left, we have Camo DS in the purple Zerg. In the bottom right, we got Jarcino in the yellow Protoss. Now, we saw the PVZ earlier with that the gateway and also a forge opener. I don't like that, so I'm hoping Jarcino picks one or the other. I don't really care which one. I think Forge is... I like Forge, honestly, but just pick one. Don't do that in between. It looked goofy. It looked off. So we'll hope to see something better.
I like Gateway Expand just because I feel more comfortable, like, you know, getting units and not just cowering in my base for like 7 minutes. But on 2-player maps, I like Forge Expand better just because I feel like Forge Expand benefits from being able to scout faster more. Like, there's more variations you can make with a Forge Expand. Like,
with how
you
can be on the cannons.
yeah, like when you get cannons, how many cannons do you get? Like, you can even get the Nexus before the Forge if the Zerg is greedy, like stuff like that. I feel like that's pretty handy. And I feel like that's what we're seeing here from Jarcino. he put the pylon down, and he is scouting out here, which like almost always means it's going to be a forge expand.
Yeah, we're actually seeing an interesting opening from Camo Diaz. Went for the extractor trick to have the 10 drones. Is building up, so this is a very fast hatch first. Oh, that
Yeah, it's gonna
probe's
be
in
like
time. That can
10
really,
hatch.
that can mess with it too. The pro was in time to block that if it wanted to, and that would really mess up Camo Diaz's
Yeah,
plans.
but I think like Josina probably wasn't even looking at it because like who the hell makes a hatchery at 1 minute 30 seconds in the game? Like you never expect to see it. Like I think like hatch first is like 150 or something like that. So this is definitely not what you expect. And honestly, like I don't know what to do when someone goes 10 hatch. I mean, I guess it can only be for like a Ling flood or something. But
That's exactly what I think it's for. This is because you see it went straight in the spawning pool. It's not even the overlord on the way, so this is definitely going to be heavy link pressure. And we'll see if Jarcino recognizes what he's looking at here. Like all this stuff seems fast, and you're getting a gas really fast. Something seems off here. So let's see if they recognize that. And I don't know about this wall. Like, is this going to be hard to block? Because usually don't use the pylon as part of the wall here. Like,
on this map, I think this is the correct wall.
Well, I mean, against a link flood, it's going to have such
Yeah,
a big opening.
The walls on this map are weird. Oh, but he's getting Nexus before cannon. I don't. I mean, I guess because the pool was kind of late, you can probably do that, but it's a bit spooky.
No, like this, everything about what I'm seeing here is like red flags of there's something weird happening. Just make sure you don't die.
Yeah. It's a situation where I would definitely go like cannon, Nexus, cannon, or something like that.
Yeah, honestly, I might even just do 2 cans. Like, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm not.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the wall's not right. The forge should be above the pylon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because it gets a little bit higher than the gateway can close it off, and then it's a 2-gap wall. So a little unfortunate. It's gonna be hard to actually close this off. Now we gotta see if there's gonna be enough cans to get away really far. Or giant gap is gonna be here, and against a link flow, that's gonna be not.
Yeah, one cannon is not gonna cut it. All right, so we do see a second cannon. Oh, but these lings are not. They're not being proactive here from Camo Diaz or Camo Diaz or however you say that. Because like you need to get there before these 2 cannons get up. Because if there are 2 cannons and like probes blocking, these lings will not be successful.
Well, Camo, I think, messed up their build a little bit too, because you can see that the link speed just started now with 200 gas still banked up. So a little misexecution on what is probably meant to be an aggressive build from the Zerg. So I think buying Jarcino a little valuable time they're going to need to actually defend against this. But I do like the decision at this point for Camo Diaz, just mass up the lanes, wait for speed, go all in at once, because you realize you should realize you missed your chance with the first attack.
Yeah. All right, so Jacino has put his probes to work. Maybe he thinks that the threat is gone, so there is a chance that like a whole bunch of speedlings could flood in here.
I would love so badly to send another scout out and get an idea what's going on. And we just see the links going across the map. Speed about to kick in. This is about 2 groups already with a whole group behind it being made that's going to get rallied in. There's nothing blocking this giant gap above the gateway. When the links get here, this is going to be tragedy.
A miserable way to lose as Protoss, but I don't think... Yeah, he's not going to be able to pull in time. The Zealot tries, but it's just way too skinny. Cannon's going to go down real quick.
Can't figure that fit quick. The Zell goes down, and now he can fight for through pros, but if he kills that pylon, there's no units to defend this either. There's not even a Zell on the way, so he's got plenty of time to do that, but he's fighting the pros, making sure they get killed first. And either go in the main or fight the pylon. He's going to go in the main, but there's reinforcements. They're going to take out the stuff at the wall, too. Jarcino taking critical damage. I can't imagine there's any way to survive.
It's brutal.
This is the life of playing Forge Expand, that you lose a lot of games in some really silly ways until you figure it out. Unfortunate. We all had to go through it. So Camo DS doing an aggressive, tight, timed build and getting that game 1. We'll see if Jarcino can pull it back.
Zerg players are so mean, man.
Saying Zerg players are so mean, but we just saw a Terran cheese and then 2-fac, and then we got the Zerg player cheesing. Only honorable Protoss is trying to play the game straight up.
Exactly.
going into game 2 on Fighting Spirit. Do something really aggressive on this map. Seems like it's going to be harder to do. The walls are simple and there's 4 spawns, but we'll see what happens this time. In the top right, we have Jarcino, still picking yellow, down a game, but we'll see what we're going to do this time. In the bottom right, we got Camo DS in the purple Zerg. Let's see if it is going to be that kind of aggressive build again. That might just be like a style thing, the kind of person that goes for 9 pool instead of over pool, or something like that. We'll see if there is got another thing ready for Fighting Spirit.
All right, we have both players in the chat, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna try not to look at that. Usually when players in the chat, they tend to spoil stuff, so I'm gonna try to keep my eyes off. Although Cameron is gonna have to play off that humble, like, who, me? I'm a nice guy. I didn't do that last game. Here comes that pylon, so looking like Jarcino. I like the positioning of this. Looks like the wall's gonna be in a better position. We'll see if it is gonna be Forge again or if it's gonna be Gateway. I still think, like we were saying early on, it's usually where if you do one, you're probably going to only do one, especially for a long time while you learn all the variations. So I'm expecting to be another Forge opening.
Yeah. It's very true. Let's stay with it.
We're seeing a similar kind of thing from Camo Diaz again. This time got the Overlord, so it isn't quite as aggressive this time, but still getting that very fast hatchery. A little surprising.
Yeah, we'll see if Jarcino identifies what's going on and maybe is a bit more careful. Certainly the walls are a lot easier on this map, so that's going to help. The way he set it up, he should be able to set up a wall that has one gap that he's blocked by 2 probes, so it's way easier to hold than... Alright, so...
There's a pool going on the way for Camo. And we'll see if there is going to be that fast gas again, indicating a very similar build to what we saw before. Or if it is just going to be getting that hatchery up a little bit quicker and then going in from there. I'm not seeing a rush for that extractor, but as I say that, there goes the drone. Looking like we're going to be getting some gas early. And
it looks like very similar out of Camo Diaz. So Jarcino went up to like 15 food before getting the Nexus. I've always seen it as 13. It's like the best timing to do that. I'm not sure exactly how it all works out, but I feel like, especially here, like you want to get those cannons down as soon as possible.
Definitely feels greedy. I think that might be one of those. If you, depending on how you look up your information, if you do like a normal like Forge, Cannon, Nexus, all that kind of stuff, then it times out around like 14, 15. So if you're just used to a supply number, but you didn't get the cannon, then you're kind of just delaying it and being a little extra greedy.
Yeah, no, this wall, you can actually get, like, links can get between this Forge and this Gateway the way it is. So it could be a little bit rough if he doesn't realize that, and he doesn't block off that little choke there.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the big gap to the right of the Gateway. I believe this is supposed to be Gateway against the right ridge, and then the Forge against the left one, and you block the middle, correct?
Yeah.
So that's okay. Learning the Protoss walls is very hard. Now, Jarcino does see 8 links, and they're all chasing his probe, so that's you're never going to get a clear indication of, hey, maybe build a second cannon, which Jarcino is not doing yet, but doesn't have the money. We'll see if he does react to that.
Yeah, if you ever see more than 4 cannons, you need 2 more than 4 lings, you need 2 cannons.
And we are getting a hyper committed.
Ooh, against the lair.
Camo Diaz, this is tricky. I love it. So he got the lair, he canceled it, and he's building double Hydra Den to get both upgrades as fast as possible.
Oh man,
I love it.
2 hatch, 2 Hydra Den.
This is going to hit before you think a 3 hatch Hydra would hit. So you're not going to be thinking about adding on the pile of cannons you would need to defend this, and they're going to come. It's going to be fast Hydras, and they're going to have range. And there's not going to be a group of zealots ready. There's not going to be cannons ready. If Jarcino doesn't get back out of the map and scout this, I have no idea how he's actually going to hold it.
Oh yeah, this is so dirty.
I mean, but this is cool cheese. This is cheese that you thought about that's a little clever. It's not just, you know, like this is cool cheese.
Like I've always heard people talk about this. I'm not sure. I can't remember the last time I saw someone actually get 2 Hydra dens.
Every time I see it, it usually wins. So
There you go, Zergo P, confirmed.
see, like we can't have a discussion now. Snipe just left a little bit ago. He would confirm. He'd be unbiased. And we're seeing some gateways going down and a Citadel of Doom. So Darcino is gonna have a lot of production to help with this, but I don't think it's gonna turn online in time.
Yeah, I think it's not going to come up and not fast enough. You just need cannons for this.
Yeah, we see the Zealot try to poke out a little bit, sees some things outside the bridge. Nothing's looks off yet. Nothing's weird. He's not gonna be able to actually get there, but now we're seeing it's just all Hydras now. 17 drones, probably not gonna make another one for the rest of the game. And just we're going in.
Man, this is so brutal. This is like every Protoss trying to learn the game. Surge just has unlimited weird timings they can do like this.
And you can see there's only a couple Zealots here. One's off to the side, not participating in the fight. The rest are going to try to deal with this. The cannon goes down quickly. That forge upgrade nowhere near completion. It's just going to be a couple gateways of production trying to make Zealots, but upgraded Hydras versus Zealots, and the Zealots don't have speed. I think the Hydras are going to take this. Try to emergency make cannons, but they get shut down almost immediately. And pulling the probes going to have to go with the natural, but I think even at that point, it's going to be hard to come back from here. So let's see what the choice is to help defend against this.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels pretty impossible to come back from this, especially if the Zerg like doesn't stick around to kill the natural nexus. They have to go up the ramp like this. Like it took so long to build cannons.
Yeah, they got 2. They're trying to warp in, but they ain't gonna get there in time. They're definitely going down before anything happens. I'm trying to rebuild the forge again. That's not gonna happen either. Zelt's getting cleaned up quite easily. The cannon just finishing as it gets killed, and now the Hydras turn their focus on the gateways as more Hydras stream in. If you can stop those Zealots from getting made, this is definitely over.
Yeah, I feel for Josino. I've had so many games like this kind of thing. 2 very well executed all-ins from Camo Diaz.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that's going to happen a lot that until you lose to stuff like that, you're not going to know what to look for. You're going to be like, nah, that's not a thing. And then, oh, no, it's a thing. So Socialized Healthcare getting back on the board. It's now 2-3. So tier 3 so far has been quite even, so I'm excited to see it. We got one more set to do tonight. We're going to see how this one goes. And we're finishing it like the way it should be. TVZ. Hopefully not an hour and a half.
Listen, I'm going to take a bold prediction and say that it will not be as long as the other TVC series.
I think that is the coldest take anyone's ever had. We will see. I mean, this is like, Camedy is in the chat saying they want to be more aggressive. That looked great. That looked practiced and intentional. I love it.
Yeah.
In the top left, we have the brown Terran. This is bashing. And in the bottom right, we have the white Zerg. I'll go Kaz, sure.
Cozy, maybe? I don't know.
Ooh, cozy. That actually, right. That sounds good. Cozy. So, TVZ, and I got a feeling it's not going to be quite as passive as what we've seen before. Because it's never as passive as what we've seen before. But I do like a lot of things we did see from that first thing. A lot of 2-hatch lair, especially the 2-hatch lurker. I think that had a lot of opportunity to do a lot of good stuff. And we actually saw with the when QuakeCon was going for the lurker stuff, his opponent favoring Marines and tanks, having a little bit of a different mix, but was really good against stuff that's really based around these lurkers and hydras.
Definitely. Like I always hear that, like people tell new Zerg players who, you don't have to get mutas. It's a lot easier to control lurkers, and it's still pretty hard for Terran to deal with. But whenever I do play Zerg, I just like playing with mutas, so I get mutas and then I lose anyway.
I mean, mutas are very fun, but yeah, like doing especially like 3-hatch lurker, like lurker ling, it's a lot easier to control. It's pretty robust anyway.
Yeah, and it's still like the Terran still has to, it's not that easy for the Terran to deal with.
Yeah, now we're seeing that first barracks on the way, so Nothing particularly crazy just yet. Saving up the money as Cozy moves over, going to take that 12 hatchery. So everyone doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing right now. We'll have to wait for that first indication. Is Bashing going to be on bio, or are they going to maybe do some kind of factory stuff? We'll see if they take that gas geyser reasonably soon.
Yeah, I just felt like if it was mech, they would have walled off the natural choke.
Probably. Usually you do see people wall off just to help you in case of anything like that. Now we see the pool going down and an extractor right behind it. So, I mean, as early as this is, not really a clear indicator, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be some kind of 2 hatchery lair. I'm just curious what tech choice it's going to be.
We'll have to see.
Well, the drone's in the mix, seeing that first barracks. No gas taken yet, so you gotta have an idea that it's probably not gonna be that any kind of crazy factory stuff. But here comes that first ring. Let's see if we can stop that drone. And that expansion already going down. The drone gonna get that full vision of it.
Drone getting good damage on this Marine.
Oh man.
Oh, that's so close. Just 2 more shots.
That would have been hilarious, but that would have been silly if the worker would kill the Marine straight up like that.
Yeah.
Now we see the SCV just parked at the base of the Zerg right there, and just watching the lair morph. The Lings didn't try to move it out of nothing. Cozy just saying, "I don't care that you know what's happening. It's happening."
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a nice touch from Bashing. He kind of tucked it in the corner. Okay, never mind. Looks like the Lynx found it. I thought he was gonna hide it until check later.
I mean, it is Lynx without speed, so if he's up on that SCV micro, he's gonna be able to take care of it. And hopefully he notices that Lynx stop following. They're gonna be moving across the map, but already ahead of it. The bunker's made with a couple in it. Like those Lynx aren't gonna do anything, so they actually get pulled back. They're not gonna try.
Got a second barracks coming down for Bashing. The gas is going up. So there'll probably be some kind of 2 racks academy play, which is very standard against 2 hatchery here.
Well, as you say that, the academy does go down, so it does seem like the normal response to seeing this. And the SCV being alive in the base for as long as it was saw the lack of a Hydra then, so you should be aware that it is in fact Spire Tech. So Muta's on the way. I feel like a lot of Terrans should have the timings down for this kind of stuff, when to get the eBay, when to get the turrets. They should be well versed against such a standard opening as like what Cozy's doing.
This is like, you see this a lot when you play on ladder, I would imagine.
I mean, even just CPL games, I've seen this a lot in general this season from various tiers of play. It just seems to be a popular build right now.
There's like all kinds of flash videos and stuff that tell you how to play this build.
Curious to see what we're gonna see, because I don't see like another hatchery on the way or a drone like moving out for us. So looking like this is gonna be a little more intentional to get a lot of music and really actually try to get something done. Sometimes I see like a third hatchery built after the fact, so it has a little more economy behind it. But
yeah, it's
looking like they want to do the damage.
Oh, here we go. There is a drone leaving the base now. Probably headed to 6 o'clock. Could be headed to the bottom left.
I think I would want to head to the 6, keep things close together. And he disagrees with me, going over to the left side instead.
Yeah, well, wait, who knows? The drone's turning around?
Literally just waiting for me to say something.
Yeah, wait, you make a call on changing his mind. I think I've seen Zerg get the 6 o'clock on this map. But like in general, they want the third to be far away because that way the Terran has to choose which of 2 directions to push. I think. But on this map, it's a bit different just because it's a 2-player map.
Well, Bashing scans. First one's in the main and whiffs any tech, but the second one is at the natural and sees that spire. And actually, even if nothing else, I like the decision from Cozy. Gets the drone out there in case he can't get it to leave later. It's already in position, so he doesn't have to rush to take the hatchery. Just get the drone there.
Yeah, it's very nice detail, and like this is something that you definitely learn if you're playing this a bunch of games. Because like if you try to send out the drone when you're ready for the hatchery, it'll just get killed by Marines that are like outside your base.
Well, we're You're going to see the Mutas come in here. There's actually 2 fire bats with this group. That's going to make anti-air these Mutas a little extra hard, especially this ridge. Pretty nice for microing around. Finds some good angles and takes out a couple Marines. These fire bats now, they're looking a little silly.
There's only 1 turret here, and it's just it can't cover this angle. These Mutas are doing so much damage right now. This is very nice micro.
Still looking for whatever angles he can. There's nothing in that bunker right now, so these Marines gotta be careful. Walking out on a line away from all the medics, loses a couple more for free. 2 of them do get in the bunker, but you can see just very patient. Cozy actually showing some pretty good Muta micro and adds more Mutas to it.
Yeah.
And during all this, the Hydra Den on the way, so Lurker Tech going to be the follow-up, much more traditional style Zerg than what we saw before. I think, meanwhile, we see Bashing out on Rex. Getting a factory, just trying to get that tech up to get at the science vessels, but there's a lot of Mutas. There's not a lot of defense here. I would actually dive on that 1 turret. So that,
yeah.
He's taking
There's only 1 turret covering all the barracks here. It's looking pretty scary for Terran. These Mutas are getting so much damage done.
Yeah. And even like with all the attention on the Mutas, the micro being pretty good for Cozy here. Not forgetting to do the steps he needs to do, and has the lurker aspect on the way. It's starting to bank up minerals for that. And the hatchery down to 6 is done. Unfortunately, no drones there just yet, but Cozy definitely got a lot of value out of these Mutas and didn't lose really any of them yet. Like, you know it's a bad time when Zerg has the supply lead.
Oh yeah. That's never where you want to be this turn. Taking a lot of shots from these turrets. None have gone down just yet. Trying to find hits on these Marines. There you go. Oh, the Mutas are starting to go down. Oof. That was like 3 Mutas just died.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to get bruised up, but he did delay the building of these production things. The barracks just getting finished.
Oh, yeah.
The factory's still not finished yet. They're taking a lot of turret damage. At some point, just go for the turrets and kill them, because it wasn't worth how much he took.
Definitely, but this factory hasn't even started yet. Maybe Bashing hasn't realized. Okay, here we go. Here's a SCV here to finish it. But that's going to delay Starport. It's going to delay the vessels. It's going to delay the upgrades. That's so important for Terran. It's going to give Zerg so much time to get the high tech up, get those defilers up. Like the hive is started already. Like Cozy is doing a great job this game.
Yeah, you can actually see that the Terran actually getting their +1 armor, because with everything getting so delayed, they can't start the +2 weapons upgrade yet.
Dang.
And meanwhile, we see from Cozy, still adding Mutas, making sure he can keep the pressure on with those. They're doing their job. And Hive halfway done already. The lurker aspect's finished, but I don't even see lurkers on the map anywhere. He just has the availability, using the Mutas to pin the Terran back right now, and saving so much money up because of it. Look how much gas he has right now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. That's so smart. Like, he knows that he killed so many Marines, and he knows that the Terran has to be defensive here, that he doesn't even need to make lurkers, really. It saves us so much gas. Although, that being said, the Terran has finally grouped up enough bio units that they can, leave their base for 2 seconds at least. They got a good medic count here. They can start to push these units back and threaten the 3rd base.
I still wouldn't feel comfortable trying to push out here. When you have turrets helping you out, it's okay, but moving around this map, you can already see there's a lot of angles that the views can come from.
Yeah.
And now the Marines are kind of spreading into a
brutal.
line. Yeah, exactly. The bridge in particular, a nightmare to deal with.
There's only 6 Mutas, though, and they are starting to get bruised up. Trying to pick out this medic. Nice.
Meanwhile, back at home,
Micro
see the
there.
hatchery getting added on. The hive's fully completed, but I don't see any of the hive tech done yet. But starting to add on some hydra, so gonna make that transition to lurkers soon enough.
Yeah, as soon as Terran tries to move out the map, those lurkers come out. Very nice.
We got DC from Bashing, not quite that full SK Terran, actually making a little detour, getting siege mode and some siege tanks to help with the lurker threat instead. And this is what I'm talking about. Cozy doing my kind of Zerg. I love seeing this stuff that's like, it's not crazy, but a little unique. He's getting drops already for his overlords.
There
and
we
he's
go.
getting that Ling upgrade. But he's also getting defilers and ultralisk cavern because he had so much gas to do it all.
Yeah.
But he kind of used all of it. I could think maybe skip the ultras for now would have been a good choice.
I think you're right, and also like he's getting dropped before he has speed for his overlords. Maybe he just got the wrong one. I don't know. It's like to me, like there's no overlords in position to do like a slow lurker drop. But look at these lurkers here in this choke, getting so much value here.
Even with the mutas taking some damage there, that's a lot of value whittling down more of this medic. But really, it's just buying so much time for these bases to keep staying online. This three bases are trying to get set up in a comfortable spot, and that's a pretty decent drone count, all things considered, with lots of lurkers at the third and back at home.
Yeah, I think Cozy's in a great position. I mean, with maybe overreaching on the tech here just a little bit. There's fight in the middle here. There's a ton of lurkers. They don't really have any support, though. So this vessel and this tank can definitely start to threaten these lurkers. Not enough mutas to dive on the tank.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to not see any Scourge with this army at all. He still has a lot of gas built up, and there's just that one vessel there. If you can take that vessel out, these lurkers become so much more effective.
See, it looks like we got Consume coming. I don't see any Defilers just yet, but I'm sure they'll be along soon. Especially going to take a while to cross the map, so they're going to have some time to get their tech up. I hope he doesn't let this army get around him, though. It looks like the lurkers might be a bit out of position.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. We don't see any overlords moving into position for that drop tech to be effective, but lurkers really getting set up on this high ground, making sure things are comfortable, but there's nothing really dissuading him just going south to the 6 like that. And he sees their starting position looking like they're going to threaten a counterattack.
Yeah, it is going to be hard to cross this bridge, but I guess not if there's no Zerg units nearby. I think Cozy has just completely missed it. He's just had these lurkers here on this, like, on the wrong part of the map, basically. And his natural's going to be in danger. There are defilers, but they don't have the energy just yet. For Darkstorm,
he can start using some drones or lings, but there's no lurkers here either, so Darkstorm might buy him time, but like, he's got to buy enough time for his army to either cut out the reinforcements or come back to defend this. This is going to be a pretty reasonable siege from the Terran player.
So it looks like Akozi's going to go for a counterattack in the natural of Terra, and there's not much here to defend, just some reinforcements. The lurkers are, I think, just too far back. They can't threaten this tank over here.
Oh,
Scourge do get a vessel.
Radiant just on the way now, so that's not an option for these Science vessels to help with these lurkers. The tank's going down, now SUV's getting mowed on. That natural is broken down, and a lot of the army has to peel back, but look at the lurkers in the middle of the map ready to slow that down.
Oh, no. Very smart placement there.
And we see that natural expanser actually had to get lifted. Not being too greedy, a siege tank getting killed on the rally. Actually, rallies in general walking right into a lurker field. This is terrible for bashing.
And there's like 3 fronts of combat going on right now. This does not look like a tier 3 game. Like these players are both looking pretty solid here.
Yeah, Cozy actually taking the opportunity with all the chaos to use the Dark Swarm, push forward away from his natural, and actually weaken this contained. All the tanks are gone now. Now it's just Marines. As Bashing tries to go back and defend it with the natural, but there's still a lot of lurkers here.
Oh man, and the production buildings are in danger. These lurkers are leapfrogging up there, up to these barracks.
Thankfully, there is the couple turrets there. Hope good vision, but there's not really units to help you to fight it. The Marines, as they're coming out of the barracks, getting led to the slaughter. But the Irradiate finally going to take down one of these lurkers, and the one on the ramp dies as well. So the threat at the natural finally goes down, but a lot of damage was done. I think the bashing was looking like a great spot until that just happened, and now it's looking like Cozy in firm control.
Yeah. He didn't really get much damage done in the Zerg base. Like, he killed some sunks. It looked like he just killed a few drones that were transferring in the wrong direction, but
I think Zerg feels completely fine with where they are in this game right now.
Another vessel going down to some Scourge, and we actually see the Ultralist movement on the way. The Chitin is playing already done, so whenever they transition into Ultras, if they feel like they need to, they're going to be ready to go. Although I haven't been seeing a lot of the actual armor upgrades, only the one armor, so that's a little bit of a weakness, so I think Ultras maybe just stay off them for a little while.
Yeah, definitely probably needs to get a second. Oh, there's second evo. Just needs to start working on that Carapace upgrade.
We're seeing from the Terran player trying to build that command center. He's going to float to the third, but if you already look, Cozy ahead of the game has Lings at the likely expansion, so at least going to have the knowledge and force the army to go kill that so that the CC can get landed. You see Lurker starting to set up around the middle of the map, make movement of pain, and there's a lot of Scourge waiting for if he sees an opportunity to pounce on some science vessels.
Yeah, that's such a nice touch from Cozy to get these Lings out at these expansions. So it's so cheap and it's like such good information. You see him sharking around with these Scourge here, trying to find some lonely vessels, but they are being defended. And in the bottom left are the drones getting ready to take the fourth base, I would imagine.
Yeah, one thing I think that Cozy hasn't been paying attention to, because as you keep building buildings, you lose your drones. He has almost nothing mining the minerals in his main right now. So actually saturating that's more important than getting that fourth base up, I think.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Although getting more gas is always nice for Zerg.
He's got the Terran pinned back. This is the opportunity to do it. And you see Terran finally is trying to clear out that 12 so they can set up that next base, which means Cozy knows exactly where he wants to attack. He's got 3 defilers already there with some lurker leg.
Good Dark Swarms, he can definitely delay this third base for a long time. Seems able to do that.
And with only just the one science vessel there, he's not going to be able to go through 3 defilers. He's going to be able to kill 1, but 3 is quite the ask. And actually, these Dark Swarms really progressing. All the army has to retreat from that high ground. That third's not going to get taken anytime soon.
Oh, and there's 2 Scourge here looking for that vessel.
And they get it. Fantastic. Now, there is a good amount of vessels back at the natural, but I mean, they're still have to walk a little bit in harm's way, but I'm not seeing a replenishment of the Scourge from the Zerg. Instead, we're seeing Ultralists finally start production, and actually, as I said, here comes another group of Scourge. So, lots of Scourge ready, just not forward enough to actually pounce on anything. And we're seeing, where is he moving? He's actually moving that command center downward, looking like maybe he wants to try the 9 o'clock instead of the 12.
Yeah, maybe just try to get somewhere where there aren't defilers and lurkers. So I know in earlier series, people in the chat were looking for fire bats. Well, we have 8 fire bats here, so this, enough fire bats for like 3 series.
I mean, if you're playing against Dark Swarm, they're one of the few options Terran actually has, so it's not a terrible waste at all. The D-Matrix on that tank, make sure it doesn't die to
this
the
bridge.
lurker. You think it's a free
Oh no, this bridge is so brutal, especially with the Dark Swarm on the other end.
Yeah, this Dark Storm is pushing right across the bridge. Lurker is so effective here, even with the small numbers, getting so much value out of it. And meanwhile, while all this is going on, Cozy taking the time, he's expanded to the 3 o'clock. He's expanded to the 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
He's starting to really stretch up the map properly.
No. Like, this is like, Zerg is going up to like 6 bases, and they have the same worker count as a Terran on 1 mining base.
Yeah, the main mined out for Bastion now really needs to get that next base online, but you can see now investing a lot into lurkers and Scourge. Wants to make sure that Terran can't move out, can't get that next expansion. Even if the trades aren't cost effective, just keeping them back. And gets a bunch of these science vessels. I think only one of them's left.
Oh, and it's not in range of these lurkers. So many Marines died for nothing. Oh, and here, a big wave of reinforcements. Missouri now, they are the ones trying to get across this narrow bridge. Ultras are just too fat. They finally make it across, but I think Zerg's taking too many losses here to win this fight.
Yeah, the lurkers blocking the bridge a little bit, then Lings were blocking the Ultras from running across, and that whole fight was across the bridge, lots of units, no defilers to give them the Dark Swarm, that big key unit. And we see that finally at 12 o'clock that CC is about to land. There's one defiler there. They can walk underneath it, I guess. But And it's gonna do that. Oh, the savage.
Oh my god. That's one way to block an expansion with a Defiler. Alright, but now the Zerg army is starting to get real scary. He's up on supply again. He's got these choke points covered. He's got ultras and defilers and all manner of scary things on the map. Oh, and that last vessel is in danger. Oh, it does go down.
They're too far forward away from the Marines. You can't keep afford to lose these. Even though Bashing does have a good amount of gas, like at some point you can't afford to keep losing stuff. And you can see he's trying to make more signs. That's 2 at a time now. We'll see if we can catch up. But these links and ultras catching one of the tanks. The other 2 barely get across the bridge in time.
And Bashing just realizes, oh man, he's been contained for too long. That was a great game from both players. Like, that was a lot of solid play.
Yeah, that was definitely more than I was expecting skill-wise from Tier 3. That game definitely a lot of polish. The players both doing like pretty appropriate builds. Everything looked pretty good, so definitely surprised on that one. Cozy though, definitely that didn't look like a Tier 3 player.
Yeah, he looked very solid.
Alright, got the game up for game 2.
Alright, let's do it.
Alright, now if Cozy looked that comfortable on Overwatch, this map probably gonna look real comfortable.
Oh yeah.
Well, we're going to see how this game goes. We're in game 2. Cozy in the teal is in the top right as a Zerg. He's currently up 1-0. And then over in the top left, we got Bashing in the purple Terran. Got to find a way to break through Cozy's just very solid play overall. Because, like, again, both players did, like, normal meta kind of builds. They both did, like, the play kind of expected how it's supposed to. Pushing out when you should, using the units the way they were. I mean, Cozy got a lot of damage with the Mutas done, probably more than you would expect. But, like, in general, like, I don't know what you would change from Bashing's side to approach this one different. Because I don't want to do another straight-up game like that. It seems like a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think that where it started to go wrong was those mutas. It's probably just like more turrets would be my you know, non-Terran player tip for that.
Yeah, but you can even say like the turrets were a thing, but even like ignoring that, the Cozy's Muta Micro is definitely above a Tier 3 level. Like, that's very impressive control, being very active with them and not dropping things back at home either. So, I don't know, like, this might be the time. Bust out that Goliath build. Come on, nice and easy. It's so good against Mutas. Bust it out.
Yeah, we haven't seen it today.
And we really haven't. I'm a little surprised because I like the way I've understood that build. It's supposed to be, you know, a little easier to control, a little more muscle to it, a little like you don't have to worry as much. So I'm surprised at Tier 3 that wouldn't be popular.
Yeah, I think it just hasn't. I don't know. Maybe it just hasn't like penetrated to that level yet. Because it is scary to like do something that's so different from what you've been practicing.
I think that's fair. Now we do see the scouts going out for both players. Bashing going to find the opponent very quickly. Cozy unfortunately going the wrong direction, but the Overlord will get there soon enough. And we're seeing the same kind of build that we saw before. 12 hatch, 11 pool, and there's the gas as well. So Cozy doing exactly what he did in the first game. Nothing unusual at all.
Yep, there's the change what isn't broke.
Yeah, well, I mean, why would you? Like, that first game looked great. There was no real spots in that game where I was worried for him, so I'm sure he felt the same.
Yeah, and because Bashing got the first scout, he can get this command center really early on. I think it was like on 16 before the second depot, which is going to feel pretty great. Just a nice economic optimization there.
Yeah, just eking out a little bit of that extra lead, but he's definitely got to make sure he keeps that SCV alive and sees what's going on. But Cozy is like going hardcore economy, not saving larva, just gonna make that one pair of links, so just enough to get the SCV out of the base.
Yeah, it's kind of what he did last game. He didn't really care if he got scattered or not, right?
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. And a drone trying to walk in, had an opportunity to get in, but the Marine's going to be able to stop it now. And now there's the SCV building that command center, sees that it's halfway done. It's just going to take the drone back. Why waste it? And the Lings, we got 2 from each base, so 2 go back to clear out the SCV. The other 2 are going to go forward and try to get a little more information.
Oh, so the SV goes down a lot earlier this game. There is technically, I believe, still a window for this to be 2-hatch lurker, but honestly, I mean, if your media macro's that good, just stick with 2-hatch Spire.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with doing 2-hatch lurker stuff, you can add the Hydroden whenever. I mean, it's optimal to add it at about that 50% mark.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have been that far off if you wanted to go for it. But yeah, the way he played those mutas, I'd be very surprised if he didn't want to go Spire again. We're seeing a bunker, has a couple guys in it. The Lings at the front, they're not going to try to get anything crazy done. And with that overlord that was in the main already pulled back, it's not under any kind of threat anytime soon. We're going to see from these players what's going to be next. The Spire's on the way. The Academy for the Terran just finishing up now. So that's going to get a stim, and we're looking like the same kind of build we saw before. We're going to get 2 racks, stim, we're going to get the upgrades, plus 1 weapons maybe. But I think, well, this is going to be just basically run it back from game 1.
Yeah, but later sticking with standard builds here.
Now the one deviation I remember seeing early on, and I'm curious if it's going to happen again. Bashing did, at that early group when the Muta's first hit, he did have 2 fire bats in the mix, which severely, at that point, severely weakens your anti-air. Because you're going from like, what,
Yeah,
like 10 Marines to 8? That's like a pretty big percentage difference, so I wonder if he's going to make that choice again.
Alright, so that eBay is getting up at a good time. He has scanned the main, he sees that you should see the timing on the Spire. So I'm hoping we see like a few more turrets this time, should help a little bit. And he's seen that there's like no units here from Zerg. I think these 4 Lings are the only units Zerg has right now. So he's gonna try to put some pressure on, but the mutas are already on the way, so I'm not sure. But yeah, so okay,
Yeah,
we do have 2 creep colonies coming down.
Yeah, they're going to be able to deflect. I don't know if they're going to be completely finished in time, but they're going to be finished close enough, and with the Muta is going to be there as well, it's going to be hard to actually justify this. But we just see 4 turrets, 5 turrets being made, so a lot more respect to the Mutas this time from the Terran player. And while he's still getting his upgrade. So, small adaptation, but it looks good. Finds a good angle to fight these Marines.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this commitment from these Marines. I think they did good forcing these Sunks, but now they're all going to die.
Yeah, this is it went from looking real good to now it looks pretty bad. That we're gonna keep adding on Mutas, 7 on the field, 3 more in production going across. There's a couple turrets here, but like there's 5 Marines, and the turrets don't really cover the production that well. He can actually get there if he can stop that second one. That'd be big, but we're gonna see where the Mutas decide to go. Not interested in natural, going into the main, and finds a good angle on these Marines on the ramp. Going to be able to pick those off and get a lot more damage done. These Mutas just finding value everywhere.
Again, we see that good micro getting a lot of damage done on these Marines, just keeping that count low. Gonna buy himself a lot of time to macro up and get that third. Oh yeah, that third's done. Right?
Yeah, but there's no way there's going to be any pressure to put on it. And we can see from all the pressure that's being put on here, I don't see the Hydroden, I don't see lurkers. Like, you don't need to go into those things that you normally need to help defend yourself.
Yeah. Okay, so we see the medic mana upgrade. Is that normal?
I don't know. I don't know if it's normal, but he did get it in game 1 as well, so maybe that is like a preference of, you know, you're gonna have to heal a bunch anyway. Because I assume it's like any of the other energy upgrades. It gives you that extra cap if things are sitting around.
Yeah,
but it does also make the medic spawn with that extra 12, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me because I see medics being out of energy a lot, so it makes sense to get that upgrade. I haven't really noticed it.
Another delay on this factory timing, like just like the other game.
Oh no!
Hopefully
and
not
turrets.
as long this time. Trying to get these. Yeah, there's no
unfair,
way these Marines are gonna help. These Mutas just finding great angles. And I think the turret got burned down, not canceled.
Oof.
they're definitely getting bruised and taking a lot of shots, but a lot of value happening here and buying time for the Zerg. Queen's Nest about to finish, so Hive Tech could be on the way very soon. But again, Ko's trying a little too hard. Fights in the turrets, takes a lot of damage, just like in Game 1.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Very similar.
You definitely just be diving on this turret. There you go. Alright, so in the Zerg base we see a Queen's Nest, and the Hydra Den is done. Later normal, but doesn't even need it. He's got the Lurker aspect about halfway done here. The Mutas are going down to this turret. Looks like he kept 2 alive for now. Well, that Marine might pick them off. So the Mutas are down. This could give Terran a chance to get back into it, but their Marine count will just reset time and time again. So there's, what, 4 Marines alive right now? So there really isn't that much potential for a Terran push here.
I mean, like, but we're talking about the same situation we saw in the first game. The factory getting so delayed. This factory is in production at the same point a Hive is in production. That's terrible.
Yeah, and I feel like even more Marines died this time. So it's just going to delay the push even longer.
Yeah, it's another situation. You look at supply. Kaz is ahead. Like, you don't want the Zerg to be ahead of you ever, but when he's actually ahead of you on tech and has better, more robust units, we're seeing the same thing again from the Terran, having to actually get this infantry armor, and it's going to be so far away from being +2 as well. A couple lurkers in production now. Hive nearing completion, and that lower right base starting to get some drones at it. A lot of gas for Cozy, more important than the regular workers, but now the drone count actually ahead of the SCV count. Looking great for Zerg right now.
It's like the Zerg dream.
I think the Zerg dream is like, man, I wish I had this mutant micro. That's the Zerg dream.
Yeah. Losing a few more, trying to delay that starport. He does kill the SCV, but one more picks up the production again real quick. The Defiler man just started. Looks like another drone is set up to build some kind of tech building.
Well, he built the Ultra at the same time before too, so I'm curious if that's going to be the choice again. I still don't like that just because he was a little short on gas. I feel he can delay that a bit. Maybe get a couple more lurkers instead. We're actually seeing the units just walk across. Look at these Hydras. They're just walking through the natural. They don't care. They don't care at all.
What is going on? Oh my god, it's just a route.
The lurker set up in a good spot. They can start sieging into this bunker, and it's going to be harder for anything to do about it. The Muta's still very cavalier, taking a lot of damage they didn't need to, and the lurkers getting picked off, actually just retreating out instead, just a little too far forward. Zerg taking all this time, getting that 4th base up over at the natural of the 2nd main that he took. So that's just finishing up there. And now we got Consume on the way, Ultralisk Cavern on the way as well, and lots of lurkers. So this game looking very familiar as the one before, but now I think it's going to be even harder for Bashing to push out, because like we thought about the angles on Overwatch where you had like that left side or the bridge or going around the high grounds. How do you leave and fight Spirit across that bridge? Like, that's your choice.
Yeah. It's the bridge is like a bit wider, but still not great against this many lurkers. There's only one tank up, and yeah, the starport's just building the control tower.
And just as that command center is trying to get built for Bastion to take that 3rd base, moves a couple lurkers to the 12 o'clock expansion. He knows what he wants to take. Unit gets moved in and gets killed by the tank, trying to rearrange his lurkers a little bit so without giving up that bridge positioning. But this is just buying him so much time to get his drone saturated, keep getting more lurkers, more tech units, and especially get the Defilers ready for combat.
Exactly, getting every little piece. I guess every tool he needs for his toolbox. I'm not sure which metaphor to use here, but you pretty much just have everything he needs. He's got his 4th base is up. Probably get that gas online soon. He's got this Muta like looking around the map, looking for hidden bases. That's such a nice touch.
It's got 5 kills. It's done its job. Now it's tired.
Looks like Bashing is getting ready to move out. He's scanned his bridge. He got these tanks up, but I guess he. Okay, here we go. The vessel is popped, so he has the potential to push out here and see if he can make something happen.
Just a lot of lurkers. Even if you have detection of them, you gotta be very careful. Here comes the Dark Swarm. Lurkers moving forward. A lot of them all getting thrown at once. The tank immediately dies. Second one's getting under siege as well.
Oh man, the tanks are going down. I think we're about to see another Dark Swarm on the, like on the bunker probably. Yeah, it's getting close. I don't know what Bashing can do about this. Like, you never want the Darksworn to be in your natural.
Well, you also never want 12 lurkers in your natural, but that's what Bashing's dealing with right now.
Just with the vessel tag being so delayed, there's just not really a chance to deal with it, and he taps out.
Yeah, Cozy taking another good one, and look, even Bash is like, no, you're not supposed to be here. That's actually hilarious when you. I wouldn't be surprised if you still do next season.
Yeah, next season, yeah.
But I love that both these players played the normal meta. They took the same game basically at the same time, and Cozy got the same advantages both games. It was exactly what he wanted to do. Delay that factory, delay those science vessels, really wanted to do exactly. And apparently if the internet was bad, had that muted micro anyway, jeez.
Yeah.
That's a guy to watch out for sure.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's a 2-0 for Cozy, which that's going to be on Socialized Healthcare. So we're leaving the Tier 3 games tied 3-3.
Nice.
So we're going to keep it dramatic as we move forward. That is the end of the cast today for Tier 3. But tomorrow is Tier 0. It's also a little Tier 2. And then either Friday or Saturday is the rest of Tier 2. And then Sunday is Tier 1. There's finals basically every day until it's done. So this channel, every time, give it a follow. You get the notifications. I'm going to plug in Discord and Reddit and all the usual spots. So you'll know where to find it. We hope to see you watch all these out. And I'm glad to see that already our finals started off hype. I want to thank Cold War once again for casting with me. It was a pleasure, even though one of the games was longer than I ever expected.
It's alright. Thanks for having me on. It was a fun time.
Yep, so everyone, you all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow for Tier 0 and a little Tier 2 action. Be here.